just think about this. If it carries on,
I don't know those facts, but okay. Listen, I can't verify them. All right, well, I can try. Rather than do that, so your contention is actually the people who will get this virus as a result of this opening up are not going to die. So
they're
that's
not going
kind
to
of
die.
okay.
The death rate's coming in at
No,
nil.
I understand that, and I really, really do appreciate that that kind of that belief. I just think the alcohol thing is a dangerous thing to do. That's all.
I get that. I personally think that alcohol causes a whole load of other problems anyway. My point is this: it's almost something a bit sinister about the way that this thing has been pushed on us. We should have. I think the government should have looked at the numbers, and they should look at the numbers now and look at the actual death rate and say, actually, hands up, we got it wrong. But you can't. It's not their fault because with a pandemic like
What
this,
did they get wrong?
well, they should have opened up earlier.
4:30.
I thought we were going to. I actually thought at the beginning, do you know what? This could be really bad. This could be 4% mortality rate. It's coming in at fractions.
Yeah.
So what you just look. What if?
What do you think about the way that they base all their advice on the R number? And apparently,
Oh, hey, Nobby.
it's beginning to get past one in
Da-da-da.
very few cases.
But look, the R number is 7. According to Los Alamos Institute for Nonlinear Research, in January they said the R number could be up as high as 7.
Where? In Britain?
This was an American the Los Alamos Research Center for Nonlinear Studies, right? The thing is, with something like this, the R number will bounce around. It's going to depend on a whole variety of factors. The truth is, in 2 years, when we collect all the data,
I think I just played with the regular texture pack. I was literally just that's what I was doing. I was like, I don't want to play on a different texture pack. No, I'll just play normal.
it's nothing like what we thought it was going to be.
Okay.
And we could end up.
If you're still there, Nobby, literally on KOA, all I have been doing is, yeah, just hello today. That's okay though, because I got the radio on, so I don't feel so alone. All I've been doing on KOA is gather, non-stop. Like, it's got to the point. This is what I'm doing now, because I've got my main and my 2 farms. I write down, like when I go on my main in the morning, because obviously there's no marching slots out. When I send them out to go gather stuff, I look at the time. I'm like, right, okay, you're going to take 4 hours. That means you're going to be done at 6 p.m. So I've got it written down. I've got every single time when gathering's meant to be done, or when the Alliance research thing is full for 20 research. That's at 11:05 p.m. I can refresh the list of targets at the Royal Arena at 9:05 p.m. I'll be able to gather crystals again at 8:10 p.m. and I'll be able to. My Dragon Spirit stamina will be full at 11:15 p.m. So yeah, I saw your. Hold on, Joshua. I did see your. What was it? Your cabinet of alcohol on Discord. I was just like, that's nice. Because it's nice because I think you're the type of person that won't go through it in a day. That will probably take you some time. It's nice when you see people that can have alcohol and sort of appreciate it and let it sit there for a while. And Joshua, unfortunately, I need to get something sorted out because the realm I'm playing on, this is the realm at the moment, and it's a community realm. You have to be over 18, you have to be an active member of the Discord for it as well. So it's literally just for community-only members, so you wouldn't be able to join straight away, is what I'm saying. Even if you are over 18, I do not know, please do not tell me. But even if you're over 18, you would need to be active for a while. What am I doing? Oh yeah, sugar. Because I finally got my kick off. Oh, hold on. I'm beginning to run out of alcohol though. I haven't been to Germany and bought some for a while. Oh, so you have to get. Can you not get decent alcohol where you are? You have to travel to Germany for that.
for home delivery. People love and enjoy our famous Huntning.
Any creepers, any creepers. There's always one.
And all our baked goods.
To find out how
Come on.
Google can help your business adapt, visit g.co/smallbusiness.
It's way cheaper. Okay, well, you know, if it's cheaper, get your kicks for cheaper, then go for it.
The world is at their thumbtacks. So now the My Hunter Plus app lets the thumbtack control for your car too. Even
I hate this freaking advert. It's just
find where you parked, set the temperature before you get in, check how much the battery is charged, and schedule charging for when electricity is cheapest. The new Hunter E and My Hunter Plus app. Oh, a thumbs up. Hunter, the power of dreams. Control
Yeah, that'll be enough.
Listen to Claudia.
We pay way too much in tax.
Got the call from NHS Test and Trace. Thought I'd been in contact with someone with coronavirus. Couldn't believe it. I had to isolate at home for 14 days. Couldn't go to work, couldn't go to the shops, couldn't get out to exercise. I didn't even feel ill. But you know what? To protect my family, my friends, my community, well, you just do it, don't you?
Stay alert, control the virus, save lives.
Step aside, man. I'll rescue your cat from that medium-sized tree.
Unfortunately, Pension B can't make you superhero confident, but we can transfer most old pensions together into one simple online plan that's managed by one of the world's largest money managers, the Pension Peace of Mind.
Ma'am, call the fire brigade.
Be pension confident. Download the app or visit pensionb.com to sign up.
Authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority. Capital at risk.
A simple hello can lead to new experiences, new dreams, adventures, and new love.
I've been
Start the conversation today at Hello. Sign up
Right,
and
don't need that.
free at helloudating.com.
Oh, love it. Fortune 3 and breaking 3, efficiency 4 and mending 1. Oh, kick ass.
After 4 o'clock, we're going to be back to our reporters around the country to get the
I
very
just
latest picture
need
of
some
how
sugar
it's falling
cane.
towards Independence Day, whatever you
Planned
want.
it before I go
We've got
insane.
reporters here in London,
Ah.
but also in Leicester.
Oh, no.
Localised
No.
lockdown. My argument has been, and will continue to be, that
Yeah.
if you look at the experience of
Right.
other countries, particularly the United States, it's the opening of bars, the opening of places indoors where they're serving alcohol, where younger people tend to congregate, and that is why the number of younger people are beginning to get this disease. Now, that's the facts. You may argue about the interpretation,
Jesus Christ.
but a lot of you are arguing, well, so be it. They won't die. I get that, but should we be encouraging that sort of behaviour so we can get back? I don't know. It's a difficult one. I want to speak to somebody now who sort of saw the future, in effect. Dr. Frank Ryan is a consultant physician and author of the best-selling books Brilliant and also Virus X, Tracking the New Killer, Plagues Out of the Present and Into the Future. You kind of predicted this, Frank, didn't you?
I did, yes. I wrote a more recent book called Virus Theory, which I actually talked about COVID, and I fit it into the overall picture of emerging viruses.
Oh,
We call them emerging
Whoops.
viruses.
So do you believe that this one came from animals or from
Yes.
some laboratory?
Yes, I've looked at that very carefully, and I think that
it could be
the
both.
stuff
It could
that
come from animals and a
the
laboratory,
Chinese
you know.
warfare laboratory manufacturing the virus and all that.
Alright.
That's just rubbish.
I need to... What do I need to do?
Sort of pattern we're seeing of these viruses emerging
Let's have a look.
every few years. The virus.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Adam the May. Faithful auto host, if ever.
So why is it that this one has got
Right.
such kind of traction and spread around the world, whereas the others didn't?
Well, I think basically the spread is critical. 20 odd
Alright,
years
let's
now,
just
I've been
take what we
dealing
need.
with plague zones, watching the people
No
with
point in me
viruses,
taking...
CDC and all this. Everybody
Do we have any?
feels the same, that if one
Okay, we've got feathers.
that spreads by the most
We do have flint as well.
infectious route, which
Oh.
is by coughing or sneezing. This virus will be highly infectious.
I'm currently debating whether I should play Minecraft or Witcher 3. What do you reckon? Don't know what to do on my empty server, but the Witcher needs too much concentration. Well, I don't know. It depends what kind of Minecraft player you are. Because I mean, me personally, I always like, whenever I first get into a world, I always want to have a little storage room and.
So you obviously studied the history of these things. The
One.
1919 outbreak had 3 waves, as I understand it, and the second wave was also
Ta-da!
fatal. Is that correct?
So yeah, I like making a storage room, but the only thing is I have chosen to make it out of diorite for the ceiling, polished diorite pillars for the wall, and then for the floor I need pillar quartz block, and then for the other part of the wall I need quartz block, and I need to go into the nether now to get the quartz. Huh. So yeah, I always like having a little storage room somewhere. And then once I do that, I like I like making farms, but I like making sort of interesting farms. Like this thing here, I don't know if you've been in, if I've shown you this world before, but has anyone read it? Page 5. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Right, this is a semi-automatic fish farm, and what I mean is, right, I'm gonna press the button once to cast the line out. It will automatically catch it and automatically give me the XP. I don't need to catch it again. Look, right. I'm not gonna press anything. You see? And it caught it for me. I didn't have to do anything there. So press it again to throw it out. See? Captured it for me. Brilliant. I like making cool little things. The way it works is there's this lava here. Whenever you cast something in, as soon as it gets caught, something, I don't know how it works, but I just know that something about the lava, it takes away the item that's caught, and so that falls through there into the minecart with a hopper, and that just goes straight through to the hopper, and it goes straight through to the chest. But this is why I need to hurry up and get the storage room done, because yeah, a lot of fish, a lot of saddles.
Yeah, I gather there's God knows how many different strains of it. Thankfully,
and then the only reason I've got all this sugar here, I did have all the sugar there before, but I harvested it because I wanted to get some emeralds from a librarian, so I could get mending 1. So that's just about that. Memo cow. Yeah, I haven't really built a proper house yet, so once I've built a proper storage room and everything's organised, I like things to be organised, so once I've built a storage room, then I'll go about building a nice house. Yeah. Oh, that's what I was doing, I was making arrows. I don't have enough wood. Oh, okay, fine.
What is happening today. So I'll continue to ask that question in the second hour as well. We'll go around our reporters too, in Leicester, where they have lockdown.
Oh, I've got spare paper on me.
But I want to know how
Okay,
the
right.
experience today of the
Don't need that.
reopening of whatever it happens to be, has it been for you? It's the 4th of July.
Don't need that.
How has the 4th of July been for
Huh?
you? It's of course the day when
Okay.
restaurants and hairdressers are reopening in England.
Well, I've got paper somewhere. Alright. Oh, empty map.
What's it like
Oh,
where
hang
you
on.
are? Maybe you're in Leicester, where the local lockdown
There's
is
some wood here.
Scotland or Wales or Northern, where conditions are still a little stricter. I'd like to
I
hear
don't know why
from
there's
you.
cobblestone there.
What restrictions were there? Was there
Right, don't need that for the
level of
moment.
drinks you
Don't
had?
need
Was everyone
that.
wearing masks? Was everyone
I'm
social
not gonna need a
distancing?
hoe.
Are you a pub or restaurant owner or
Yeah.
worker? Did you think about not today?
Always when I come this far, I tend to begin new. It does get to the point where you sort of run out of ideas. And it's like, That's why I like the whole. That's why I like Redstone stuff, because there's just so much stuff you could do with Redstone. It's almost funny to search for all the materials in the beginning. Yes, yeah, there is something, you know, like, because when I build a storage room, you know what? Let me see if I have a picture of something. It's what I do when I do the whole storage room business. Nope. No. I clicked on a folder that said KOA. Yeah. Found it. Alright, I'm going to put this on screen. And basically, I use an Excel sheet to do it initially, but I plan out, I plan the storage room out, so I don't just sort of go and put boxes and I'm like, oh, what do I want in this box? I've already planned that shit out, although I probably do need to re-plan it out because of all the new materials that were introduced during the Nether update, but I'll just add them onto the end. But, yeah. So, as you can see, this is that took me like a good day to do. Yes, I like to organise, so I already know. So you like on the left hand side, you can see it says sort of like aisle 1, aisle 2, 3, 4, 5, and basically each aisle is for each one of those boxes is one double chest. Yeah, it's one double chest. So I've already got all the I've got all the boxes. I harvested all the wood and I've got all the boxes ready to go. I just need the materials to finish the walls and the ceiling. Although I was reconsidering the location because it is a community realm, and I thought, oh, it's a bit shitty having it underground. I was thinking about redoing it above ground. It's the same amount of materials, and diorite's easy to come by. The only thing I haven't really got a lot of yet is the Nether Quartz, but I've now got a Fortune 3 pickaxe, so that shouldn't take too long to get what I need there. Yeah. Get organised. Oh, hang on. What's the time? Oh. My troops will be finishing one of the gather slot marches will be finishing at 4:30, and that is on farm number 1. I need to remember that. It is now 4:04. In 26 minutes, you'll just see me go, hold on a sec. Regather, workout time, and back. That's what you'll see. It's better this way, because then I'm constantly getting the resources, and I want to get the farms to stronghold level 20, because then I'll be able to like do more things. I pay because that's the thing. Once I've got them to level 20, I'm not really going to focus on leveling them up too much. I just heard an Enderman. Yeah, because obviously the whole point of farms is to you can use it for resources for your your main account. Yeah, so that's the thing. I want to get them to level 20 because there are certain things that like the trial. There's like I think it's the building trial. You know the one like on the far right hand side where like Saturday when it has 2. It's like Sunday that has 2 or Saturday that has 2. Anyway, one of them, your castle needs to be like 18 or 20 to do it. And the Avalon Chronicles, to claim one of the last rewards, there have to be the artifact and building, that's it, yeah. And Avalon Chronicles, to claim the last reward, your castle has to be level 20 as well. Stronghold, that has to be level 20. So I thought, you know what, I'll get all my farms to level 20, and then I will focus just on like resource gathering, and then if for some random reason I have enough resources to upgrade the stronghold of a farm, then I will upgrade it, because then I can upgrade the sawmills and farm tiles within that farm. and you know, more resources. But I won't be, you know, focused on trying to upgrade to stronghold when I get to level 20 on the farms. That's my idea.
It's a little bit more muted than normal, but people are sort of
Ooh,
just settling into it now. Actually,
that's a lot.
I think a lot of people were maybe waiting to see what would happen, and now it's just slowly
What was
just
that?
feeling nice. And they're all being
Oh,
sensible. Everyone's
what the hell?
socially distancing sensibly and so on.
Two
All the sort of
people
staff
on
being really
Instagram want to
realistic
send
as
me a
well.
message.
So,
Oh,
yeah, I'm really pleased.
Do you think,
oh, okay.
you know, if
It's
it
just
keeps
gone
up
through all
like
my
this, it could
photos.
be,
Right, okay.
you could get rid of that dent that obviously coronavirus has caused from the past 3 months?
It'll take a bit of time, but suppose the weather's supposed to be really good tomorrow, and then it's supposed to be quite good
Oh,
for
okay.
the month as well. Although you can never tell that far ahead, but yeah, I think we could. We won't make up the lost money, but we'll be fine. If it keeps going like this, we'll be more than happy. We can just, you know, thank God. I gather you've had a haircut.
Yeah, I did 7 o'clock this morning, first through the door, you know me, and went to Ravens Barbers in Fitzrovia, had a chat with
Yeah,
them
the time
about
look all the
what
same.
they were going to
Someone
do.
asked me if I wanted a logo done, but I looked at their pictures and they look all similar. Like they've got different names, but the general format and the style looks the same. It's like, well, if I'm gonna ever pay anyone to give me some artwork, I at least want it to be, you know, unique.
Very interesting how they're handling it there. Social distancing, of course, in play, but I had to have face mask. The bar
Get out of my door.
face mask, but also one of those face shields you see people
Right.
wear at the
Okay.
stations when you go by, and lots of cleaning and disinfecting and wiping down as
Don't
well.
need
But
that.
after 3 months of not having a haircut, I feel like
Oh god.
Bet you do. I'm seeing
Oh,
pictures of
can't think.
hairdressers around the country where none of the staff is wearing.
Yeah.
Is that the same with you?
no,
Right, okay.
person that cut my hair this morning said that all people would be wearing gloves. I
definitely don't need that. Don't need any of my fishing rods, although I will keep one on me just in case.
Was it mandatory?
They don't need to be in that row.
Hairdressing place to wear a mask.
I'll keep my shovel up there, even though I'm probably not going to need it. And then I'll keep the good one there. And
Thank you very much indeed, James. So that's James.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Certainly in England,
9.
pretty unique because there
So
are
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Let's find out
9.
which parts, how it's working, and the day-to-day behaviour of people of Leicester. Let's speak to Reese Brown.
There we go. So all those blocks need to be full.
In Leicester.
Ah, hold on.
Parts of Leicester, Reese, is it?
There we go. Back to gameplay.
Yeah, we've got the entire city and then parts of the county as well.
Right.
So it's pretty straightforward, really.
How are people reacting? So pubs aren't open, the restaurants aren't open, nothing's open as it is in the rest of the country.
Well, I've been quite pleased actually.
Hey.
I've seen pictures of the city centre.
Yeah, I know. I completely forgot about that. I'm just looking at the TV like, la la la. Oh my god, look at this stupid dog.
So really, I think kind of a snapshot of Britain today. If you're in Scotland, I was listening to a lady on the radio on LBC earlier. She runs a pub.
This is so weird.
On Treat, which is kind of generally accepted to be the town.
I think she wants to play with the controller. It's not charged yet. You can play with it later.
Between the two. The moment it's in England, I think. Yeah. And she was saying very few people.
Yeah, the upside down dog.
To actually drink in
Oops.
the pub. So are you a Scots person who's gasping for a lager?
I hate this laptop tray table thing. It's not stable, but
Live in Wales? Have you tried to do the same thing in Northern Ireland? What is the sort of
right.
where you are? Are you being too slow to ease the lockdown? Is it going too fast?
Let's go.
What's been your experience today? 0345
Any creepers? Any creepers? Every time I come out of the house, that's the first thing I'm doing. I'm like looking around for creepers.
Sorry, Reese. You were saying you were pleased to see what?
I was pleased to see that the city centre is looking a lot more sparse than it did last weekend. I think people are listening to the message now and staying at home fine.
Ah, what the hell? Ah! Jesus Christ! Now I know where they've been hanging out.
Yes, I saw that picture of him on a ladder, seeing his
Yeah,
girlfriend.
he travelled to Grube, 10 miles away from his house. So people are angry with that.
Yeah, okay.
But we've also got kind of huge problems elsewhere as well. The MPs across the city, we've got 3 MPs. 2 are actually in the shadow cabinet, Liz Kendall and John Ashworth. And they are silent. They've been silent for 12 weeks.
Why?
Alright. Excuse me?
Leicester, the MP for Leicester East.
I interviewed Claudia Webb the other day, and I must admit, I couldn't get much fact out of her. It was just.
I know it seems weird, but I am in fact in the Nether.
Which I found a bit surprising. But you say a couple of the MPs like Liz Kendall are not actually saying, or John Ashford, not saying anything. Oh, we've lost him again. Liz Kendall's obviously just fiddling with the line. Joke. 0345
Yeah, it's just very dangerous in this.
We're going to leave the Greece.
What?
So
Nope.
today's easing restrictions don't apply in Leicester, which is still in lockdown. So we can't speak to Reece.
Nope.
I'd love to see if you're in Leicester.
Nope.
How do you feel? And I don't want to over-politicise it, but it's become quite a political potato, hasn't it? In Leicester. Do you think
I love it.
you've said, you know,
I absolutely love it.
so he's going to have a little dig
I hate
at
the
but you know, this Webb was exactly
there's only one biome I hate, and that's the base salt delta. It's meant to be like the, and I've said this so much now, I feel like it's rehearsed. It's meant to be like the aftermath of like a volcanic explosion kind of thing, and so it's just filled with these magma cube enemies. Ah! Oh, there's one behind me. Right. We're done? Okay, no, we're not done. Okay. It's filled with those enemies, lava, magma cubes, basalt, blackstone. It's that's why when I go through to the Nether, it is there's all that cobblestone. Damn, it's difficult. I'll show you one of the other biomes. I've built like a little safe passageway to one of the others, and that one is so nice. I definitely want to like harvest some wood and stuff from this particular biome. Like once I've built the storage room, I think that's probably one of the first things I'll end up doing. Here we are. I love it. Alright, here we go. I don't know why I brought my clock with me, because I remember they don't work in the Nether. Well, okay, last time I came here without... Okay, I haven't brought my pumpkin head. Alright, here we go, here we go. Yeah, this is the blue one, this is the blue one, yes, that's the one. Okay, it looks very pretty. Oh crap, okay. I'm not saying they're too long though, because there's loads and loads of Endermen there. And, yeah, it last time I did that, I felt one of the Endermen, I was standing on the edge, like, just over there. I was showing someone else, and I'm like, oh yeah, I love this biome, but the only thing about it, it's a bit dangerous because, and just after I said the word because, an Enderman attacked me, and it was like, you knew I was going to say that. Huh? Okay, right. So we are. Absolutely. I love that biome. It's just... I'd rather go... There's one of the new biomes. Yeah, well, I didn't realise though, because I'm up so high, because I was up so high, I'm at the roof of the Nether essentially right now, and because I'm up so high, I didn't realise I looked at it, and I didn't even see an Enderman. All I saw was me just, you know, falling down. You know, I got hit and then I fell down. It was like, no!
Is it? 48 pages for pubs?
Yep, 48 pages. Yeah, so that we can stage for. But there's quite a lot of photographs and
Feel like I should pay attention to the floor here, but...
Give me an example of the minutiae of that 48 pages,
Hello.
for example.
Huh?
I'll be honest with you, the minutiae is in the document that we've created internally.
Okay.
The government document.
Oh, no, I know where this goes.
These are things that would
Would
normally
have been down there before.
Is there any you should limit the number of drinks people should have. Be aware of their intoxication.
Yeah, I think it's just the whole document is say, look, just be sensible about this. You know,
Yeah.
you're a group of you're adults and you've got to do this. So the types of pubs that we run, to be honest with you, the customers get this. They understand it. I'm standing here in the beer garden of the pub in Stoke Newington, one of our pubs there, and it's just you hear that sound.
Yeah. Well, I used to live there. Which one is it?
It's the Shakespeare in Allen Road.
Oh, right, yeah. I'm afraid I do.
Well, good for you. Well, it's just a lovely atmosphere. People are enjoying themselves. They're social distancing. They're being respectful of each other.
What is the advice to your bar staff if they see someone who isn't social distancing and is being a bit of an alcoholic pain?
Right. My advice to them is just go over to that customer and say, I think you may have drifted over the left a little, drifted over the right a little. Just control it gently. And we'll have a successful evening. So far, we've been open. We opened this.
Hey, this is what I'm looking for.
And it's just going really gently.
Are you serving food as well?
In some of the clubs we are, and some of them we're not. So
well, listen, you sound eminently sensible, and I hope and I pray that you have a nice, successful, undisturbed day. I just worry that these are breeding grounds for mass infection. Whether it proves fatal or not, I'm not sure that's necessarily the point. And maybe I'm being super cautious, I don't know. We're all feeling our way gradually. I want to know, the pubs is one thing, and if you work in a hairdressing salon, again, I've seen pictures of people not wearing gloves, washing people's hair. It doesn't feel right. Maybe you've been told that wearing gloves or not wearing gloves, that's not important. It's whether you touch your face or not, and you're wearing a face mask or not, and you're constantly washing your hands, so what's the problem? Yeah, I get all that. I'm not sure. I would like to have my hair cut by somebody who's seen maybe 40 people that day. You know, put it that way, it's less safe for me staying at home and maybe arranging for someone to come and cut my hair. And I know my mum's having someone around to cut her hair today, so hopefully they've turned up, Mum. It's 17.5 past 4. This is LBC.
Not bad. 35 from one little bit there. Banana. That's 8 more blocks. No. That's something I don't like in this new update. The way it moves items in and out of the crafting section when you're crafting. It didn't used to do that before. It moved them up. And that just causes some problems sometimes. If you don't mind, I'm going to be a fat boy and have some chocolate. Oh. Oh.
Make amazing happen. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
Hello? Hello? What was that, Dad? Hello? Dad, I can't even hear you, man. I didn't get it, Dad. I meant... Hello? Oh, so are you back?
Tired bad connections? Enjoy great quality calls with Boss Revolution, the international calling app. Download the Boss Revolution app today and get £2 free call credit.
Start the conversation today. Sign up and browse profiles for free at helloyoudating.com.
What have you missed the most? A haircut? A visit to the shops?
Oh, you look lovely in that.
What about a nice lunch?
Fish and chips, please.
Or an afternoon in a pub garden? Fancy a casual bike ride? Or perhaps something a little more intense? Or maybe you want a relaxing day out. Whatever you've missed, get out there and enjoy it again safely. Find out how at gov.uk/enjoy summer safely.
Parents, you know your child. You know the way they learn is different to others. And Inter-High School knows this too. For 15 years, Inter-High has specialised in providing a fully interactive, tailored online school, supporting your child to achieve their best results from primary school age through to A-level. To discover more about Inter High School, register at interhigh.co.uk.
Ian Payne on LBC. Call 0345 6060973.
Okay, so I want to hear about your experience today. How's it been? 0345 6060973. We're talking about whether or not pubs should be open. We're talking about whether people who are working in hairdressing salons should be wearing all the kit, including gloves. I've seen a lot of people who aren't. Are we going fast enough? Are we not going fast enough? And still I get loads and loads of reaction to the caller called Gary in the last hour from Birmingham, who basically said, we're all too namby-pamby. We could get, we could get a disease, or we could die just walking out of our house every morning. People saying it's people like him around, who needs government? Just do what you like. 0345 6060973. Ian, I can only travel 5 miles. The main recycling centre, which is more than 5 miles, is not taking black bags, says Neil in Swansea. There are more things to worry about, Neil. Promise. Kelvin is in Harrow. Hello, Kelvin.
Hi there.
Hi. How's your day been?
Yeah, not too bad. I've got my haircut. It's been alright. Just about to make my way into work.
Where are you? Are you in the pub now? It sounds quite busy.
No, I'm just buying a bag for going into the pub. I'm setting a shift tonight in a pub. So,
You're manning a shift, are you? What, behind the bar, or are you a manager, or what?
I'm one of the managers, so it's going to be a lot of dealing with social distancing, making sure that everyone's kind of adhering to it. Over the last 2 weeks we've spent between myself and the rest of the staff, I want to say about 300 hours.
Okay, well, I tell you what. I mean, let's have a chat now. But I'm going to be on tomorrow between 3 and 6 as well, and I'd like to know what the whole night's experience has been, because obviously, the later it gets, the more staff are aware about people drinking, etc., etc. Could you ring in tomorrow as well?
Yeah, 100%.
Brilliant. Okay, give us a ring between 3 and 6, because I really want to hear about how people are experiencing things. First of all, tell me about the haircut. Did you have to book it? Was it more expensive than normal? Were they wearing gloves? What was the experience like?
I was quite lucky. The time that I went to the hairdresser, he just finished up one client, cleaned up the station, and was able to get me in between clients. He did say that generally they're leaving an hour between bookings just to make sure they have enough time to do someone's hair. I just got quite lucky, to be perfectly honest.
Okay. Had they hiked up the prices or not?
About £2, but I don't mind spending £2 extra.
No. Listen, if people haven't been able to work for so long. Your pub's in Harrow, I'm presuming, yes?
Uxbridge.
Yeah, Uxbridge, okay. And it would be... Are you expecting numbers anywhere near a normal Saturday night tonight?
I'll be honest, on a normal Saturday night, we've got any point in time about 350 people in the pub.
Yeah.
We've cut that down to about 130.
I see.
So the fact is, it's going to be no busier than any Friday, Saturday lunchtime, because you'll never be able to get up to that level of trade, which is why I think they went wrong in America. The reason we're seeing transmission, in America is because they're not adhering to social distancing. They're not adhering to anything to protect themselves or their customers. For us over here, we've got strict guidelines to keep tables 2 metres apart, where chairs are placed back to back. We've got strict guidelines to keep customers as far away as possible. And, we're working towards creating a safer environment for everyone, not just staff.
Right. And what about that suggestion a few weeks ago when we heard about pubs reopening, that you would have to register maybe online before you went to the pub? Are you doing anything like that?
We are. As part of the track and trace system, the NHS provide us with slips that customers can fill out by pencil.
When they come in?
And when they come in, we'll secure that safe on site.
Yeah.
And if the NHS require it, we're required to send it to them. It's optional. The customer doesn't have to fill it out.
They don't.
If the customer feels comfortable with it. However, we do advise all our customers to fill it out, because...
And what about your staff? Are they wearing equipment particularly? Have they expressed concerns to you?
Some of the staff, actually we contacted all of our staff before we even opened the pub, just to make sure that the staff are okay with coming back to work. If they're not, they're free to take unpaid leave, they're free to take any holiday
saying if they feel unsafe, they can take unpaid leave.
They take unpaid leave because the fact is we have got so many provisions in place now that you are relatively safe at work, especially in hospitality industries. I mean, we've got masks for those who like it. We've got the face visors as well.
Right.
If that makes you feel any more comfortable.
And how many people would you say have expressed concern and not returned to work?
So far, we've had none of our employees actually express any concern. They all know that as a pub company, you know, we do look to make everything as safe as possible for them.
Right. Okay.
And, you know, they're confident in us being able to do that.
It's beginning to get quite lively, so we can't hear everything you're saying. But Nick, give us a ring tomorrow, and let's hear about the experience from the night. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. We'll do tomorrow.
Good man. Thanks, Kelvin. Nice to speak to you. That's Kelvin who runs just about to start his shift Uxbridge, which is just outside London, West London-ish. Still on the tube line. Yeah, it's right at the end of the Piccadilly line. Let's speak to Clive, who's in Banstead in Surrey. Hello, Clive.
Hello, hi.
What do you want to talk about? Hairdressers and gloves?
So yes, no, I've been working today with the guys. We reopened our 3 salons in Surrey today, following all the measures. And no, it's not a requirement to wear gloves apart from when we need to do them through colouring, etc. The hair's clean and not a problem.
How do you know the hair's clean? I mean, if you're washing someone's hair, it's not clean before you start washing, is it?
No, it's not. I guess the soap, etc. The hands, the staff hands are being sanitised in between each client, and then you're applying water to the hair along with something to cleanse it. The government guidelines was that was okay, and I think that's pretty much should be covered really.
Okay. What time did you open this morning?
9 o'clock. We're just doing our usual shifts really. We're A and B teaming our teams, so that's distancing in the salons, 2 metres apart in the shops. I think that's the main thing really, is not to overcrowd and do too many in the building.
Are you just booked solid for like a month?
Yeah, it is. We've allowed extra time per client, obviously, because these are 3-month haircuts. The teams are obviously wearing visors. That's the one thing Boris told us that we hadn't worked out, was did we need a visor or did we need a mask? We provided both for the teams to see if they made their choice, but then we were told we needed visors at that distance under the 2 metres.
And do you insist your customers wear masks?
We have done. The guidelines is that there's very little benefit for doing so, but we supply the masks and we've asked our clients to wear one. So we're giving them a sealed pack that has a disposable gown, a towel, face mask and a little bottle of sanitizer. But we are asking, unless they've got a real problem with wearing a mask, we're asking them to wear them. Again, when you're shampooing, I guess that's the only time where you're facing the client nearly directly. So I think that layer of protection is needed, which we haven't been asked to do.
All right, and it seems a trivial point, but it's something that one of our listeners pointed out when he went to have his hair cut today. In terms of when you're paying, have you got contactless, or will you allow cash, or chip and pin with people touching the machine as other people have done, or what do you do?
Yeah, we've got, I mean, obviously our bills will go over in hairdressers nowadays. So we've got medical wipes and we're wiping in between every transaction or in front of it.
Well, even if it's contactless?
Well, yes, yeah. We're just going over the top. We're just washing and cleaning it. I think at the moment it's best to be safe.
Okay, and without giving too many secrets away, have you had staff who've had the virus and have recovered and now back at work, or what?
No, we've not had any direct contact in the company, thank God. And yeah, we're just trying to make sure that just doesn't happen. And we couldn't afford a lockdown. We've done well. The government helped out up to this point, but all the bills and the rent's been paid with the grants. We couldn't go much further without any more support, I guess.
And what was the feeling when you woke up this morning? Was it relief? Was it nervous? What was it?
Yeah, I mean, it was real hard to shut the doors after 20 plus years when we needed to, but it was the right thing running around, sourcing things, trying to work out what we would need when we opened, and getting very little advice right until the last minute. So we were spending money, which, you know, we need for cash flow, but wanted to have it all there in place at the right time.
Good.
The last week has been just ringing clients constantly, getting them booked back in, taking deposits so that we don't have any no-shows or wasted time. A lot of our teams, instead of their normal 5-day week, they're now on a 4-day week just because of how we're having to space them out and how we're having to elongate the appointments to get people in. So, you know, fair play.
And are there restrictions on the hours that you're allowed to open, or is it entirely up to you?
We presented to our teams what we feel. If there's demand, then they can do extra to try and top up the hours.
Right.
But they're not, you know, part-timers are okay. Full-timers, they're not being able to get... They're working Sundays on off every other Sunday. And that's not something we do normally. So, we've kind of presented it to them, and we'll see how it goes from here.
Brilliant. Good luck, Clive. I mean that. Thank you very much for coming on. That's Clive, who is manager of a hairdressing salon, or several, in Surrey. Do you work in a salon? Do you work in a restaurant? Do you work in a pub? How's business? Maybe you work in a restaurant or a pub that's decided not to open. How do you feel about that? Maybe you're one of the people that said, I don't want to go back to work. I feel that's unsafe. Do you think you should have paid leave, or is unpaid leave understandable? Loads of questions to talk about. The time is just after 4:30. The latest headlines from Tim Humphrey.
Thousands of businesses across England have reopened today in what Boris Johnson has called the most significant easing of the coronavirus lockdown rules so far. Pubs, restaurants, cinemas and hairdressers are welcoming back customers for the first time in months. Rules have also been relaxed, so 2 households can meet up indoors and overnight stays are now allowed. But the Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, says he will reintroduce restrictions if people don't behave responsibly. Brighton have taken a big step towards Premier League safety by beating bottom side Norwich 1-0 at Carrow Road. Valtteri Bottas has pipped Mercedes teammate Lewis Hamilton to pole position for the season-opening Austrian Formula 1 Grand Prix. And the weather, wet and windy across the north tonight, some drizzle further south and a low of 10.
This is LBC. It's been a tough time for small businesses over the last few months, so many have been using digital tools to adapt during the lockdown. We spoke to some of them.
I'm Lindsay Pollard, the founder of Little Box of Books in Brixton. I realised during lockdown that parents would probably be looking for more books while they were homeschooling their children. So I updated my Google My Business profile and used Google Tools to find new customers for my children's books. Since March, my website visits have tripled and I'm selling more books than ever.
To find out how Google can help your business adapt, visit g.co/smallbusiness.
We know how important your business is to you. And right now, it feels like there's a lot that's out of your control. At Market Finance, we make it quick and easy for businesses like yours to get a coronavirus business interruption loan, interest and payment free for 12 months. You can apply in 3 minutes through our smart online platform and get up to £150,000 within 48 hours. So take back control and apply now at marketfinance.com. T's and C's apply.
How do we control coronavirus now? Listen to Claudia. She's a care worker.
I got the call from NHS Test and Trace. Told I'd been in contact with someone with coronavirus. Couldn't believe it. I had to isolate at home for 14 days. Couldn't go to work, couldn't go to the shops, couldn't get out to exercise. I didn't even feel ill. But you know what? To protect my family, my friends, my community, well, you just do it, don't you?
Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
All of us at Morrison's would like to say thank you to the brave people of our National Health Service. We're continuing to offer you a 10% discount in-store and now online. Feeding the nation. It's more than our job. Majority of stores, minimum spend online and exclusions apply. For terms and conditions, see website for details.
Formula 1 is back. F1 is back on Sky Sports.
Lights out, and away we go.
And there's never been a season like this before. No one knows where this road leads, but it's going to be a hell of a ride. Are you ready?
Brilliant madness!
Absolutely perfect race. Watch every race live. Upgrade to Start F1 today. Go to sky.com/F1 for details.
This is LBC with Ian Payne. Call 0345 6060 973. Tweet at LBC. Text 84850.
So we're going to talk about any lessons that we can glean from what's happening in the United States at the moment. We're hoping that Donald Trump would be quotable so we could run a bit of audio. But he had his big 4th of July celebrations at Mount Rushmore with all the fireworks and pyrotechnics and having his photo taken so that it looked like his face was alongside all the 4 famous presidents who were actually on Mount Rushmore in South Dakota. But he actually didn't really mention the virus at all. He talked about gangs wanting to destroy their history and heritage. However, that will not stop us talking about what we were talking about last hour, effectively, which is that last March, the average age of a person in Florida testing positive for COVID-19 was 65. This week, with new cases reaching record highs in Florida and other states, that same average had fallen to 35. The state governor says in Texas, where they've also had a spike, saying the one thing he regrets is reopening or opening bars. He said bars do not help with solving a pandemic. Let's speak to Professor Stanley Perlman, who is the Professor of Microbiology and Immunology at the University of Iowa, which is having a sort of mini spike of its own, a leading expert in the US on these matters. Thank you very much for joining us, Stanley. Do you agree with the governor of Texas, the regret he feels about bars? Do you think they're particularly susceptible to spreading the disease?
Brando.
Yeah, so what we know about the way this disease spreads, it really spreads when people are near each other and then don't wear any protection or any masks or shields. And especially if someone is sick, even if they're not sick, we know that this virus spreads probably and most likely in people who are going to get sick, but maybe even in people who are never going to get sick. So the closer you are, the longer you are next to somebody like that, the more likely you are to become infected. So that's pretty clearly shown now. So that's why bars are an issue, because people go to a bar and they sit and talk to somebody for a while. There may be several people around them, and there's clearly not social distancing. None of the bars working the way we want a bar to work. So that's why it's a problem.
Now, we've had quite a few months to study this virus. We've learned a lot about it, not everything. What is your view on the way in which that it is transmitted outdoors as opposed to indoors? Is there a big difference?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think there's a huge difference. I think that even though one can worry about any kind of being within a person of 1 to 2 meters of anybody, 3 to 6 feet of anybody, I think that the odds of getting infected from somebody who's passing you while you're running is virtually zero, and especially even if they're 2 or 3 feet away instead of 3 to 6 feet away. And I think the likelihood in a closed, confined space with little air circulation and closeness and being near the infected person for 15 minutes is not a guarantee to be infected, but makes it much more likely to be infected. And we know that people who expect to be infected because they're around other people who are infected, they get infected but never develop symptoms. So we don't even know if those people can transmit the disease or not. So those are the things that are really unknown, how much a person who doesn't have any symptoms can transmit the disease. We know, as I said before, if they're going to get symptoms, they're most likely going to transmit the disease, or they can transmit the disease. But this is an area that's very hard to know about for any virus, not just for COVID-19 virus, for any virus. So that's a place where we need more information.
Someone seems to have had a word in the president's ear. He seems to have changed his tune on wearing masks now. What is your view as an expert on this disease as to whether or not we should all wear masks?
Yeah, so this was something in the beginning. I'm not an epidemiologist, so I was more following both common sense and hearing what the experts were saying. And the people were saying that masks were not effective in the beginning. But in fact, as we've learned, and I always thought even from the beginning that masks had some effect because they kept you from touching your face. But now as we're learning more and more about it and thinking more and more about it, we're learning actually from good studies that people who are wearing a mask and are infected can actually greatly decrease the chance that they will infect someone else. And even if you are not infected, if you wear a mask and it's worn properly, and there are new masks coming out that are not just cotton masks, then you can diminish the risk of you getting infected. So the masks are now uniformly recommended. Not recommended, it should be, I would say uniformly recommended, in some places mandated in the U.S. And I think they're clearly going to have a good role, an important role. In a bar, they would be great, but who's going to go to a bar and wear a mask? I mean, unless someone can figure out how to do that properly, that's not going to work very well. So that's why bars and those kind of closed settings are still an issue.
And looking around the world, which country, in your opinion, Professor, has dealt with this outbreak the best and why?
Well, I think probably the best is New Zealand. I mean, they've eliminated the virus. They've kept because they're an island, they were able to keep people who are infected out once they were able to deal with their own cases. And I think they're doing, as far as I know, they're doing the best job of preventing reinfection. Places like Singapore would have done well, but they didn't really think about their the places where they have foreign workers. Otherwise, they would be in very good shape too. I think Korea is doing well. There's still outbreaks in places like that because there's still travelers coming back, and there's probably little pockets that people don't know about. People who have mild disease and can infect others. But I think New Zealand right now is the champ. That's my reading of it.
Just a final word about the United States, because it seems to be this disease flares up in regions. We've had the Northeast. We're now having the southern states, it seems. How worried should people be in those southern states, particularly Florida, Texas, Georgia?
Yeah, so I think that one of the points that was made, that was mentioned just when I was coming on, is how the average age in Florida has dropped of people who are infected. And so we know older people who get infected get sicker and have a higher likelihood of dying. But what we also know is that younger people can get very bad sequelae, very bad outcomes. So the more younger people get infected, the more we have to worry about there being large outbreaks in these states. And I think these states of Florida and Texas are at least thinking about reversing some of their opening ups to prevent transmission to young people, because young people are not resistant to the infection, not going to develop bad outcomes as we originally thought they would be protected. So I think that people should be worried, and especially if those young people now go and infect older people who are still susceptible. So yes, this is a big deal.
Thank you for talking to us, Stanley. Professor Stanley Perlman, he's a professor of microbiology and immunology at the University of Iowa. So just to bring you up to speed with the United States, the Florida Health Department has confirmed this morning a record number of 11,458, 11,500 cases in Florida alone. That's a record in the last 24 hours. Texas is also at the center of a huge spike in coronavirus cases as well. Hospital admissions have quadrupled since the end of May. If you're listening in the United States, I'd like your take on it. If you're an American living here, I'd like your take on it. The United States is, of course, the worst affected country in the world. They've had more than 2.79 million diagnosed cases and just under 130,000 deaths. So, again, being a student of statistics, I spend a lot of the day researching and looking at some of the countries that are worst off, least worst off, and it's fairly certain now that you're beginning to see the sort of Indian subcontinent beginning to pick up pace. You're beginning to see Central America is still raging when it comes to the disease, in South America, particularly Brazil, as we've seen, it's a slow sort of increase, although in Brazil it seems to be gaining even more pace. So even the more sort of rabid right-wing presidents, leaders, rabid, but even they are now beginning to kind of soften their stance and say, we need to wear masks, or we need to social distance, or that seems to be the side. We are opening up. Are we opening up too early? That's a debatable point. Are you working? Let's hear your experience of today, both from people who are working on one side of the fence and people who are actually being served. Have you gone out for dinner today? It seems to me that the restaurants on Saturday and tonight will be more interesting and Clive's on as to whether or not more and more people are going out for dinner tonight. I don't think so. I was speaking to my son and my daughter. I was saying, let's just meet up for something to eat or whatever. We kind of thought, pub, we're still not ready for that yet. Dinner, we'll find somewhere maybe next week when things have calmed down or not, and find somewhere there isn't too crowded. So that seems to be certainly the way that we're thinking. Is that how you're thinking? Have you been out and about? Have you been desperate to get a pint? Have you been desperate? I heard from someone the other day. He said, I'm desperate for the pubs to reopen so I can cut down on my drinking. Because they've been at home knocking back the bottles of Chianti every single night. 03456060973. Just tell us about your experience of today, the 4th of July, so-called Independence Day, and whether or not you are enjoying all the benefits of the reopening and the easing of the lockdown. lockdown. Having a haircut, having a drink, or having a bite to eat. Out. It's 5:45.
LBC, where your opinion counts.
More numbers coming on across, more people will have the virus.
No, I hear what you say.
I don't think I need to explain that. You're living with your head in the sand. Are you still going to be talking about Europe and our relations to the EU? Because don't forget about them just supported by me.
We argued over leave remain. It's over. We have left.
What about the police that shouldn't have been killing those people?
You can't say what about. That was appalling.
I don't want to hang up, Alan. I don't want to stop talking to you.
That's very nice of you.
I can't touch my grandchildren.
Thank you personally. Open my mind.
It's not an easy thing to call a national radio station and say I used to be racist but changed my mind.
Sorry, will you speak up? I can't hear you. No, I'm not saying that you haven't made certain points.
You're annoying me now, Joe.
Is it the government's fault?
You're saying the government is blameless, leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
When nobody's sure of the future, how do you plan for it? I'm Sarah Willingham with Alison Nicholson, retirement expert from Scottish Widows. Alison, are women adversely affected by COVID-19 when it comes to pensions?
Women have played a huge part in combating COVID-19. They're more likely to work in the NHS and key worker roles and carer roles. However, they're often lower paid roles, and in industries where furloughing of staff is high, having that lower income means women often prioritise spending today over saving for the future. And just now that's heightened, leaving a long-term impact on women's pensions. We'd really encourage everyone to keep making their pension payments. If you're struggling, save even a little amount because it can really add up over time. Staying in your workplace pension helps too because your employer is paying towards your pension, and that helps in the long term.
Whatever questions you may have on pensions, life insurance or investments, visit scottishwidows.co.uk where their experts can help. Scottish Widows, taking on your future together.
Don't stress. Takes money redress. Will you missold a pension or investment? If you lost money or benefits,
hey Blaze, how you doing?
money we could all use right now. You don't need
I'm actually here for once. I'm not on a BRB screen.
financial management service for free. However, money redress at a pension claim specialist with a 5-star.
Not too bad, not too bad.
Text yes to 82344.
Just
82344.
I'm Alan Jones, and I hope you'll join me for my...
oh, you're using I'm looking at the chat in stream in slots. I'm like, what the hell? What's all this blah 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 wave, blah 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 wave? I thought, hang on a second, you're using emotes, aren't you? So
It's not going to be easy getting back to normal, but we'd like to help where we can.
it looks crazier when it's like freshly washed. Cause yeah.
So that's one less thing to worry about.
Oh, you. Whoop. Nope.
Ready? Vodafone.
6 months free, then 18 months at £19.70.
So the gas seemed to be a lot more dangerous in this new update. Send me some of that losing mind. I said, you know what? I'm getting grazed. Genuinely, man. I'm getting grazed at the front. But I knew it was going to happen one day. And you know, some people it happens earlier. Some people it's later. For me, it was 31. Ah, there's the other one. Die. Gonna give me any gas tears? No.
Okay, breaking news is that the latest figures coming out of the Department of Health suggesting, sadly, a further 44 people who tested positive for coronavirus.
Oh, chocolate. So I had a chocolate bar about 20 minutes ago, and I can sort of taste it in my mouth, and I was genuinely going, what can I taste in my mouth? Land, boom. Land, boom.
Outside the community will be revealed later. The final tally could see the numbers of deaths rise further from the current total.
I've got to be very careful.
75. Sorry to bamboozle you with statistics, but unfortunately, this is the rather sort of serrated and truncated way in which what come out. There's never one giant figure. It was like in England in hospital.
It was a twirl, which I've realised are just flakes with one extra layer of chocolate. That's ultimately what it is. I reckon I know how they invented the twirl. It was in the flake factory, and one day a flake just fell into like a. One day a flake fell into a like a tub of chocolate, and they accidentally let it dry, and then they were like, "Huh, this could work out. We can't call it flake because we've already got that." Well, I suppose the chocolate is kind of twirling. Let's call it a twirl. Right, there we go. Another one.
And they were taken up to the Wirral, and they were all wearing coach drivers who were wearing tank tops.
Yeah, but it's damn dangerous. I said this never's a lot more dangerous than the last one.
It was like years. That feels like such a long time ago. When was it? It must have been February? Was it late January? Something like that. So anyway, let's have a look here. If you've been to a wedding today, how was it? What were the rules? Did people social distance?
Still in the never.
I saw a wedding, the first wedding of.
They seriously did make the flake by accident. Oh, the flake. Okay, what are you on about flake? I was talking about Twix.
And everybody who was attending the wedding dressed up in what they were going to wear for the wedding.
Okay.
I think one of the girls was from Australia.
Well, don't forgive me. I need to go back and build some better boots because these aren't that great. Okay. Okay, someone else in the room wants to sleep, and I'm just like chilling out in the nether. Okay.
Still going down. Let's have a look at the graph here. So back
Right. Where's the next one? Where's the? Oh, it's up there.
1,172. So far today, it's 44.
Well, that's actually pretty good. And then up here.
Now you don't want to say we've done it, but are you?
Oh, there we go. So how do I get home?
Or are you worried about a second spike? I've said this afternoon, I said in the first hour that I thought, there was a slight concern. And if you take the example of America, I think we're more aware than some young people, not all, some young people in America, I think
now.
We're all
Okay.
the fact that, let me read this. This was the story that I couldn't believe it. Coronavirus parties. Some young people in Alabama.
Oh, this is so dumb.
19 parties, a disturbing competition where people who have coronavirus attend, and the first person to get infected receives.
This is so dumb. Coronavirus parties. Apparently, it's something they've been doing in Alabama. They host a party where one person who has been confirmed to have COVID-19 is in attendance, and then loads of other people go who don't have the virus, but then the first person to catch it gets a cash prize or something. I don't know too much, but that just sounds ridiculous. Oh dear.
So let's go to Tatiana in Aldershot in Hampshire. Hello.
Oh, you know what? That is annoying me. Coco, have your pillow back. There you go. Sorry. Made the dog jump. Doggy wuggy. There we go. Ugh. Every time I drink certain energy drinks, I just feel like doing a Joe Swanson impression. It's like, oh yeah, when he gets all mad, kind of Family Guy. That is Family Guy, yeah. I was getting confused with American Dad for a second.
I'm very narrow in what in my view here, in that I think it's only places that
I don't know whether it's the fact that I have lots of hair or whatever. Duffman is here to refuel your beer. The only reason I know that phrase is because I played a heck of a lot of Tapped Out. Oh man, I was addicted to that game. Like, ugh, that was insane. I had that on. I think I had it on my iPhone back when I had an iPhone, and I had like hacked versions of the game because my iPhone was jailbroken. And like, when you play Tapped Out, you can only access the sort of like in-app marketplace content of the current app. So if you're playing and it's Christmas, you get the Christmas stuff, but you can't access Easter stuff or anything that's been in previous versions. Whenever I downloaded a hacked version, you could always get everything, like no matter how old it was, like all past content was there, and oh, Right, I'm just gonna run around.
In Singapore as
Okay.
well. I see. Oh, on coronavirus. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, well, Singapore has always had that. I remember visiting Singapore in my...
Good to be home.
And if you drop chewing gum on the floor, you'd be fined.
What is that? What is that? God, I'm gonna have to get. We're gonna have to access the desktop ease of access center magnifying glass for that one. Hold on, where are we? Restream chat.
I can't see my mum who is in a care home. I can't see my sister who lives in
Oh, drinking.
my husband's
Okay.
family in London. We live in Gloucester. We're all healthy. I can only see my children and grandchildren in the garden. We've been working from home for months. I wear PPE every time I go shopping. The shop staff don't care. I can go on holiday. I can go to the pub today. Fantastic. I just want my family back. Can't the powers above...
Oh, tea.
This is not helping our mental health.
Hippie tea.
Mandy, I don't know your exact circumstances, but it sounds to me like you might be shielding in some way. And if you are, August the 1st is your Independence Day, because then you can see people and you can hug your grandchildren. As I understand it, you're never 100% sure in the clarity of the message, but I'm pretty sure that that's what's happening. That's what I'm certainly hoping to do, to see my mum. 03456060.
Oh, work. Okie dokie. Well, very much appreciated. And here's the thing: does Twitch have an auto-hosting system as well? Because I haven't looked into that yet. Because obviously, I still get the auto-host for Mixer from there. There's you, and there's one other dude, Adam the Maze. I've never seen him on Twitter. I see him mostly on Instagram. But every time I start my stream, it's like, bing bong, blah 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 blah, blah auto-host.
You're speaking to the converted here. No. Is the answer
And
from me.
it doesn't make sense to me. Is that the priority in this country? To open a pub and a restaurant where we can't sit out for a while?
I mean, the argument goes, well, if we don't do it now, when would we do it? And when is it going to be right? And also, we have to start kick-starting the economy. We cannot have this many people furloughed and not working. As I say, the National Theatre here in London just laid off 500 people yesterday.
No, of course,
Oh, God.
cannot continue. I do, but then if you look at the knock-on effects, for example, I work in public transport in the underground. And
Okay, so 4 out of 10. It's not bad. Oh man, I've got to take this off my head. Oh, true. Oh, get the ears so warm. That's not. Could be my hair. Twitch does have an auto host on your channel panel, where add a raid on Twitch is bringing your viewers after your stream to their to their stream. Oh, okay.
Right, how busy is that now?
We've seen it. It's increasing quite a bit. And I can't say that's a bad thing because, as you said, we need to get back to normality in a way.
Yeah.
But at the peak times, it's more busier. At off-peak times, they're still able to do social distances, which is good. But with pubs opening, restaurants...
I haven't even looked at any of that. I have the only reason the only alert I have for Twitch is when someone follows me, and that was accidental because of Streamlabs. I don't know how I set that up, but there's one there. The only alerts I set up were for Mixer, but I seem to get that very it's the standard alert with that little zombie. All my other alerts are custom, using like royalty-free, digital copyright-free, sounds and copyright-free pictures and GIF and whatnot.
Getting to grips with this disease. A further 44 people who tested positive for coronavirus have died in hospitals in the UK. The preliminary figures suggest the number of cases this time last week, when 84 deaths were announced, is still coming down. When you consider that in mid-April, the number of people dying in the 24-hour period was almost 1,200, we are getting there, aren't we? Or are we?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This LBC.
Global's newsroom, I'm Tim Humphrey. Boris Johnson has tweeted it's absolutely vital people follow rules on social distancing as lockdown restrictions are eased in England today. Pubs, restaurants and hairdressers are allowed to reopen, but there are many social distancing regulations that they have to stick to. Rules for hairdressers include pre-booking, wearing masks and fewer seats and basins. Ruby Byrne runs a salon in West London. She says masks and screens have prevented the usual chit-chat with the customer.
Very difficult because it gets quite hot, and just trying to cut hair through lots of obstacles is quite difficult. So as a hairdresser, you're part hairdresser and cutting the hair, but also the talking part is what people like. So it has been difficult.
Oh god, I need some more armour.
It's something that we have to do, unfortunately.
Simon Gordon runs a wine bar close to Charing Cross Station in central London and says it's a relief to be open again.
We won't make up the lost money, but we'll be fine. Keeps going like this, we'll be more than happy. We can just, thank you.
Alton Towers has opened its rides for visitors for the first time this year. Social distancing measures, temperature checks and compulsory mask wearing are all in place at the resort. Kate McDonough is head of product excellence there.
We have our social distancing markers throughout the resorts and in all of our queue lines, not only in our restaurants, our rides and our hotels as well. We're also encouraging our guests to go contactless. We have screens everywhere and enhanced cleaning regimes.
The first weddings for many weeks have also taken place in England with a maximum of 30 guests.
Oh, I need boots as well. Right.
In places.
Whoopsie.
The number of coronavirus cases in Florida has risen by a record 11,458 today. The state health department says it's the second time cases have risen by more than 10,000 in 3 days. More than 11 million people around the world are known to have been infected since the pandemic began, according to data from Johns Hopkins University. Victoria State in Australia has locked down 9 public housing towers and 3 more suburbs in Melbourne after 108 new cases. The Premier, Daniel Andrews, says 3,000 people in the towers will go into hard lockdown.
Oh god, what am I doing?
No one allowed in.
I don't know. Oh, I need some normal boots as well. Right, okay.
Further south and a lower 10. Windy in the north again tomorrow, but mostly sunny with showers and a high of 20. From Global's newsroom, you're up to date.
Now I can sleep.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ian Payne.
Are we getting there? I want your stories about what you've done today. It's the 4th of July. Is it our own kind of Independence Day or not? Are we getting there? The number of people.
Yeah, because when some bits are broken, don't throw them away.
Sadly,
Combine them.
It's still something that we should be concerned about, but perhaps we're beginning to see the dark embers of the disease, or not.
I do not need mangrove.
If we should look at
I don't need
which
gold
the
nuggets.
best example. Are you worried about reopening
Need that.
without any sort of specific
Oh yeah, keep that on me.
process ahead of us? So give you
That's
the
how my
sense
bow's
that within
good.
an hour or so, a further
Got a decent amount of arrows. That's good. That's good.
coronavirus have died in
That's
hospitals
taken
in the UK.
no damage whatsoever. This is brilliant.
Preliminary figures suggest that the number of cases of harm.
Right, so
since this
do you
time
have
last
anything
week,
that could
84
make
deaths were announced.
better
There might be
pickaxes?
some more deaths to report because this is just from people who
If
died
we
in
can
hospitals in the UK rather than in other, but they're obviously difficult things to get a hold of. This is interesting as well. The patients who died in hospitals in England, this will basically give succour to people who think that, it's not going to happen to me, and if it does,
I'm very. That's management not interested. So that's interesting.
And 99, and had all known underlying health conditions. Are we getting there? Do we, with the opening of pubs, etc., and bars, do we look at the example of the United States and say that the average age of people
I'm breaking
contracting the virus
free.
over there, and there's been a huge spike, particularly in the
That'll be good for a down with pickaxe.
is actually, the average age is now 35, approximately.
Efficiency. Ooh.
Tell me
Oh
whether
yeah.
you think we're getting there. Tell me what you think about
Efficiency 4. Oh yeah.
the lockdown. Should
Oh
we
yeah.
look at other countries, or do you think that we've just been too negative?
Oh
for
shit,
ages?
not
Tell me
interested,
from
not
which one you think we
interested.
have. I'm tired of this negativity and
Any news today on LBC? I have been listening to it, but I can't remember what they've been talking about. I have to take the headphones off every now and then because my ears get really warm. I don't know whether that's because of the mullet. I don't mean actual mullet, but or whether that's because of these. They're meant to be filled with gel, some special gel that makes it cool. It feels cool now, but yeah. Not much. They're just talking about the whole the lockdown being lifted. I know you're from the UK, Blaze. I don't know where, but besides the point. Well, I mean, and I say that, and then you're probably aware of like the the law today, and July the 4th, pubs and bars opening again, and cinemas and whatnot. I've never asked you what you do, and I'm never going to ask because it's more interesting to just try and guess. Heathrow, One would assume there's some sort of maintenance engineer to do with the or baggage handler. I don't know, or you could be working at the McDonald's at Heathrow. I don't know. I don't even know if there is a McDonald's at Heathrow. It's been a while since I've been on a plane. I have flown before. Like some people, they've just never flown. Got it close first guess. What did I say? Maintenance engineer person. Like a runway technician or something. I'm literally just making up shit now. Oh man! Oh, wow! I really nearly was close. Maintenance manager at hotel on outskirts. I was gonna say. Some people might say like, well, that's not Heathrow. Well, if the only reason they're staying there is for the airport, then it pretty much counts as being, part of Heathrow. So, yeah, okay. I think the only time I've ever stayed at a hotel before flying in the UK was, I remember, I think it was Gatwick. And that was the first time I had ever flown anywhere. It was like when I was 9 years old. And so we went to Gatwick. No, well, we went to this little B&B near Gatwick, stayed there the night, and then went to the hotel the next the airport the next day. And because that was the first time, I just assumed that if we're going on holiday, we travel to B&B near the airport, and then we go to the airport in the morning really early. I just thought that was the the standard. For me, I worked through the lockdown. Someone got well. That's the thing. Someone it's all right. These businesses being closed for business, but at the end of the day, you're still going to end up opening back up. And obviously, they've got to have someone like you working at a lot of businesses that are closed because. When you open up again, you're going to need to make sure that you're of a standard where you're ready to go, motherfuckers. Oh, it feels cool when I put it back on. It's like when you take your socks off and it's warm, and then you put them back on about half an hour later and they've gone a bit cold. The things no one talks about. Oh, that's charged. Right. That might be charged, but no point in a controller being charged if you let it fall on the floor. Oh dear. I'm glad you popped in the chat today, Blaze. I'll be honest, it's something like I think Kirby Barbie on Twitter said in terms of like selling their equipment, blah blah blah. But I often, question the whole, streaming in general, because sometimes, you get, well, I don't know about you, but I mean me, sometimes I'll go through like a good couple of days, and there'll be like no one in my stream. I'm not a big streamer. I know that. I know where I am on the pecking list. But it just gets you a bit, well, it gets me a bit, and that's why I made sure to have LBC on, because I didn't want there to be silent while I'm playing this game, and I'm just like, I'm happy when I get 1 or 2 and they talk. When someone talks, that just makes it all the worthwhile. Now, so do you, when you say 15 to 20 views, do you mean like regular viewers in each stream? Is that, I'm assuming that's what you mean. Now on Twitch, last 5 streams, 0 to 1 maybe now. Oof. Hold on. Yeah. I mean, the amount of, you know what? Before the whole Mixer shutdown, I started using Restream. So I've been streaming on Twitch, Mixer, YouTube, and DLive. I've been doing that for quite a while. And I'll be honest, I had more interaction from people on Twitch and DLive than I did on Mixer. That was always the one thing I found weird. No, for now. So can you? What did I bring over? Oh, efficiency 3. It's got breaking 2. Yeah, no problem. Protect. Oh, efficiency 4. Oh God, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so keep that there. Breaking 1. Efficiency. Oh, well, that's all I can take from there anyway. So, doink. Oh, what time is it? Oh, okay. Sleep.
But many more people traditionally, going back to the wars across the Atlantic, and that's going to be almost a political issue. Well, it is a political issue, with the Americans feeling very unhappy that they're being excluded from the rest.
Well, yeah, I know, but I suppose it sort of works both ways. Hugh, thank you so much. Professor Hugh Pennington, Professor of Bacteriology at the University of Aberdeen. Listen to that. Another professor, Robert Dingwall, is a professor of sociology at Nottingham Trent University. It's a member of NERVTAG, which is a new and emerging respiratory virus threats advisory group, which advises the government, although not speaking that capacity today. Thank you very much for joining us. Do you think we've cracked this? Do you think we're just on a downward slope now, or are you expecting all these new lockdown easing to spike again?
Well, I certainly think everything's been going in the right direction for the last 3 or 4 weeks. I mean, it's encouraging that the figures from Public Health England don't show any uptick from the Black Lives Matter demonstrations of 3 weeks ago, where there were a lot of fears that they might be a focal point for spreading infection.
Liverpool and all the celebrations there is another one, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, it also rather leads me to think that perhaps the panic over Bournemouth Beach was also a little exaggerated. I mean, we are down to very low levels of infection in many parts of the UK now, and I mean there are hotspots that we're getting better at detecting. There is still, I think, a lot of frustration about the extent to which infection. We have hotspots in hospitals, and I think if we had a real grip on those, we'd probably discover that there wasn't actually very much infection anywhere else now.
Do you think that
Breaking 1 on efficiency 1, that's pretty cool. I'll take that. Yeah, okay. Down to 4 now.
Well, what I think we need to understand is that the population and the government have not been quite moving in step on this. So although we've had these, as it were, these step changes in the regulations and the guidance, the changes in population behaviour have been much more gradual. So although it's a good news story to send photographers out at 6 a.m. to photograph the queues for the pubs, we're not really talking about very large numbers of people suddenly liberating themselves, as was the case of the last big release a few weeks ago. And so I think that we shouldn't exaggerate the risk from the change, because the population behaviour is changing much more slowly. And I think that that kind of those sort of two things not quite going in tandem. People are saying, well, why isn't the government unlocking things more gradually, and so these big step changes? Well, in a sense, the gradualness is coming in the population behaviour, so that we should have plenty of time to see whether there are any adverse effects from these big changes this weekend, before anything really gets out of hand. But I would not think the numbers involved are such that we should see this as a really big deal.
I have to say, I've not interviewed you before, but that is a very refreshing attitude. It's quite rare for me to speak to someone with expertise like you, who say we have to be cautious, because I listen to Professor Chris Whitty. I'm not trying to put you up against him, and he's like so super cautious every single press conference. I wonder whether we've got anywhere, but you honestly think we may be onto something?
Well, I think it's a little early to be definite about it, but everything has been going in the right direction for several weeks. And I suppose it is true that, my friends in the public health world, I don't know Professor Whitty personally,
Yeah.
I do know a lot of other public health medics who do tend to be a little more cautious and a little more conservative.
I know that there's still stuff that I've got to do in terms of alerts and the whole auto hosting thing, because there are a few channels that I do follow that I would definitely want to auto host, like my girlfriend when she finally sorts out her Twitch address. Yeah, she's like really not feeling too well. Yeah, I can't say too much, because I don't know too much, but just based on that, that one status that was like, I'm not going to be streaming anymore, and it's just like, I'll be honest. I sent her a message saying, I'll be honest, I don't pop into her stream as often as I, like to admit, and I don't always say stuff when I'm in people's streams. But you can tell when someone enjoys doing something purely based on their social medias. You can tell, like, that person enjoys what they're doing just by what kind of stuff they're sharing on, like, Twitter or Instagram. I don't know if she has Instagram. But I was just saying, it would be a shame if, they were to stop streaming because of whatever's going on. Again, I don't know, because they didn't ask. It's none of my business. But, yeah, it's just a shame.
I would be amazed unless the virus mutates into something horrific.
Oh God, what?
There are suddenly massive
dumb phone. Right. Okay. Oh Jesus. Okay, let's not go down there. I was just looking for a place to like hold up for a few seconds and used the wrong pickaxe, you dickhead. Oh, whatever. Right. I need to. There we go. Alright, farm 1. Oh, 97%, you don't need to be on charge anymore. What about you? 62%? Yeah, you can be on charge.
If your child is eligible, they should return to school. The government is working towards getting
I've at least put my mobile game view into the stream as well, and if I was that bothered, I'd do it. Gather.
Unfortunately, Pension B can't make you DIY confident, but we can transfer most old pensions together into one simple online plan.
Oh, I'm on the wrong farm. Dickhead. Yeah. I mean, when I sort of decided that, the whole reason I don't know if I've said this to you before or if you've heard me say it, but, it might sound slightly rehearsed because I feel like I've said it a lot. The reason I started streaming was because I play games. I'm gonna play games no matter what. Why not stream at the same time? Two birds, one stone. that was my opinion on streaming. That's why I started streaming. It's like, and if people want to, hop into the stream and have a little bit of chat, have a little bit of laugh, then that's the bonus right there. So getting back to what you said over on social media, the whole point being, was when I decided that I was going to start streaming, I went through my YouTube, I went through my social medias, because I wanted to, I don't know how to say it, but like try and create a brand name for myself. Dr. LBC. With the FLC, but that's something else. But I wanted to make sure it was all, gaming related. So I had loads of weird playlists on YouTube, and I'm thinking, if for some reason I ever applied for partnership for Mixer, this is what I was thinking back then. If I ever applied to partnership for Mixer and they decided to, look through my social media and they found like, weird playlists of weird stuff, it's not going to be something they're going to want to, have their name represented on. And I suppose the same would apply for Twitch at whatever point as well. Basically, I cleaned everything up. That's why I'm doing that one.
Well, he said, would be under control. You don't have to worry about anything by the end of the year. That may or not be the case. As I say, I still think there'll be outbreaks.
One day. That's why. That's what. And FYI, the only reason I went for Sneak is because they don't accept sponsorship applications. They have to find you, and I find that so more alluring. It makes me want it more, as opposed to like G Fuel, Razor Wire. Because I know someone, a streamer, that applied for like sponsorship or affiliate thing with Razor Wire, and literally she didn't have a lot of followers. She had like less than 100 followers on Mixer. Applied for it and got it, and was like, "Oh, I'm sponsored by Razor Wire. Use my code." And I was like, it's a bit boring. But they have to Sneak Energy. They have to find you, and I just find that so much more alluring. Alluring. That's the word. Right. Okay. Right. Hold on. What time is it? It's nearly 5:30. Shit. So that one. Oh, okay, so I've only got. Okay. Just one go. See, I knew there were other ones, and I have heard of that one as well. But yeah, I just can't remember. The only ones I can think of are G Fuel, Razor Wire, and that's it. Although G Fuel released a flavour. What was I going to say? Called Moon Pie, and it's like, that sounds pretty cool. It sounds like it might be sickly though, like toffee apple cider. Brothers. I mean, you're in the UK, so you I don't know if you've heard of the cider brand called Brothers, but they've got a flavour called toffee apple. And it is lovely, but I can drink about one, and then I'm like, right, that's it. I need to drink like lemonade or some water after having one bottle of those, because it is like super sweet. It's nice. It's super sweet to the point where one bottle is enough. After that, it's like a bit too much. What am I girlfriend? I don't actually need iron. Oh, wood. Oh, I can really do that. Glitch Energy, all the same as rest, just instead of bunny logo, it's a wall. Okay then. What? Glitch Energy, because like I say, I've heard of them, but I'll be honest, I don't know too much about them, so forgive my ignorance. Where are they based? Are they a UK based company or a US based company? It doesn't matter, but I mean, it's just nice to know. Sneaky UK based. Representing the UK massive USA. Well, that's the thing. I will say something about the I will say one good thing about USA based gaming fuel companies. For some reason, they just seem to have a lot more flavours. They have a heck of a lot more flavour than like UK-based companies. It's the same with like chocolate as well. Like M&M. Like in this country, we've got you've got your chocolate, peanut, and then obviously we've got some like weird newer ones, like the crispy M&M salted caramel.
As far as I can see, it seems that there are a lot of people in there. I'm just on
Can't remember, but yeah. I don't think like they're trying to get gamers on board to sell it so their bar for acceptance is low to be put. Yeah, the bar for it. Yeah, I just think it's a bit, anyone can be sponsored by you if you just apply for it. It's just that's another way of saying it. Oh, I just forgot. Wood. I need wood. Playing a game.
The pubs that he'd seen were generally close to capacity, and yet people were still asking, the owners were asking to come in. Is that the same with you? Are people
Yay!
excited about the fact that this might
Can I get it? Yay! But yeah, I don't like it when the bar for acceptance is low. Like, I don't like being congratulated or someone says, "Well done," but I just do my job. Like I used to work at Argos. You know Argos, okay? And I've got nothing bad to say about them, so it doesn't matter. But I used to be one of the secret elves who you never see. I'd send stuff down the conveyor belt. That was me. Particular 2 Argos stores because I transferred halfway across the country. So halfway across the country is about a 2-hour drive. But once, when you have to go and grab an item that a customer's ordered, you have to get it within a certain amount of time because a customer's waiting for the item. I got an item, I sent it down, it was within time. That is my job. That is what I am meant to do. I didn't do it necessarily fast, I wasn't slow, it was just on time standard. And my boss said, "Yeah, well done, Simon." And I just shrugged. I literally visibly towards him went, And then he pulled me in the office like, what's the problem? I said, I don't see why you're congratulating me for just doing my job. I didn't go above or beyond the call of duty. And it's almost a similar thing to what you said about the bar of acceptance is low. It's like, it just seems a bit buzz. Anyone can do it. What's so special about it? What's so special about you sponsoring me if I've just said, "Can you sponsor me, please?" Yeah. Right. 3 hour 15. 5:45. 8:45. Okay. 8:45 p.m. I never thought about saying it that way before, actually, but that's a good way of saying it. What the fuck is it? The time is half. Half 5. Okay, right. But I'm missing out on Jesus Christ. Oh crap! I've got a Gather and a upgrade on Farm 2. Okay. Oh. Got a Gather and a building upgrade. Okay. Pardon me. Blade, I don't know if you're still there, if you're just being quiet, but if you ever pop in the evenings, then you'll hear my girlfriend as well, and that's always funny. She makes a good laugh when she's on here. 608. 1 hour 708. Okay. 708 p.m. and it is gone 5:20. Oh, you are still there? Okay, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if my rambling had just made. Right. Okay.
isn't it?
Potato. Huh? That's the
Give
builder.
me a call and tell me whether or not you think we've
Oh, I
actually
still
got
need wood. Okay.
over this,
We're
over the major
going
outbreak of this thing. There are going to be local outbreaks, I believe. I'm sure that opening.
Yeah, sometimes it's a little. I will admit, sometimes it's a little funny when my girlfriend's in it because, like, she's a good Minecraft player. She's a good Minecraft player, but I know more about like redstone and all that kind of stuff. And sometimes when I'm trying to help her build something, it me explaining it now, it's really just like, oh, you had to be there. What do I need? Oh, wood. I need wood on freaking everything. Can I get a full? Nearly there. Can I fast forward? Oh, okay.
It's the biggest easing of the coronavirus lockdown yet, with people also allowed to go to museums, cinemas, theme parks and
Ooh, theme parks and hairdressers have been open today as well. Ooh, gotta get my hair done. Actually, no, I'll go to the theme park first and then I'll get my hair done. Actually, no. I'll cut my hair a little bit. I won't get it blow dried. Then I'll go on a theme park, you know, blow dry and ride at the same time. Ooh. 520. No more 4s or 5s until 6s. Oh, that's a gather there.
It's been a tough time for small businesses over the last few months, so many have been using digital tools to adapt during the lockdown.
Yeah, weirdly enough, they've been talking about gambling on LBC as well lately. I suppose that's because people have been stuck in either A, they haven't been able to go out to the betting shops, or B, online gambling had seen a surge because people have been indoors. I will admit, I'm not going to say I had a gambling problem because it didn't last very long, but I once put £400 into an online casino. I got it up to 10 grand. I could have withdrawn 10 grand. 400 to 10 grand. Work out the percentage on that one of like how much more money that is. And I lost it all. And oh my god, that was just from 400 to 10 grand. That's just like my whole plan was like, because I was gonna start taking my driving lessons, so I was like, okay, I've got enough of lessons, and then I was like trying to save up for a decent car. I wanted like a Vauxhall Corsa. No, Astra. Corsa's too small. I'm 6'4", okay. Corsa is way too small for me. But I was looking on the Vauxhall Astra website, and I was like, okay, well, if what the insurance be? How much for the car? How much for these extras? And I was like trying to save up more, trying to win more money to do it. But yeah, 3.5 hours. Half an hour. It goes to 6 o'clock, 9:05.
The musical phenomenon that everybody's talking about. Hamilton, the soundtrack, out now.
Switch over to.
Change my deal to reflect my changing work situations with no penalties.
Hold on. Just be careful with Vauxhall when they spend a lot of time in an airfield outside for months waiting to be sold. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not going to be getting a car for any time soon. I don't even have a job at the moment anyway, so I'm applying for jobs left, right, and centre. Like seriously, every day the first thing I do is do a little bit of housework and stuff because I can't sit down and play games or do anything at the laptop when I know there's housework to be done. That's just how I am. Hold on, I need to transfer to main. Okay. But yeah, the first thing I do when I get on the laptop before I do any gaming or any, stream setup, and when I say stream setup, I mean like, posting status, I'm live now. Before I do any of that, the first thing I do every day is job search on, what website do I use? Indeed. read.co.uk, CV Library, and the find a job .dwp.gov.uk email, that's Department of Work and Pension one. Monster jobs are just Monster as a job website. They used to be really good. They used to have a good amount of jobs. It was easy to view. If you go on their website now, like I'm gonna go on their website now. Just I've got the link here. I don't really have to type in that much.
15 million pints at 23,000 establishments.
But when I look at a job website, I like to look at the jobs in order that they're posted. Like, you know, what's new today? Because I'm looking at them on a daily basis, okay? I want to know what is new today. So I've gone on Monster just now, searched in my postcode, and it said 80 jobs found. Great. I'm going to tell you the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 jobs, okay? I'm not going to tell you what they are, but I'll say the first one says 2 days ago. Then it said 5 days ago, 4 days ago, 5 days ago, 3 days ago. What? Just give me them in order of date, and you cannot make it in order of date. It's just. Well, I can put date posted today, but then I'd have to do that every day, I guess. Oh my god. I put date posted today, 2 jobs, 1 day ago. That's why I sort of don't use Monster anymore for jobs, because just. Yeah, when I get a job, yeah, maybe I'll start diving then. Right, okay. So I've been neglecting this little game for a couple hours. No.
Tweet, you could do so at LBC. Let's go to Aiden, who's in Dallas in Texas. Goodness, you've had a spike there.
What are we gathering? Food? Oh, of course, yeah.
What's going on?
And well, this is my I'm of no profession to speak from.
Alright, okay. So hold on, let's get back to.
You know, the reason that the states started opening, and the thing you have to realize too, I'm sure you do, is that each
Oh, hell yeah.
can do whatever it wants. Trump may say anything, the states can do whatever they want.
Right, bud, I've got to get back to work. Good talk to you, sir. No problem, and thank you for finally popping in when I'm actually here. Yeah, I always like to say thank you to people, and I haven't been able to say that to you yet because you haven't bloody been here. Yeah, thank you for all the auto hosts. There have been a time, you know, have been a couple of times where there have been some, you know, viewers. So you know, cheers. I think you're one of the few people I have an auto hosting on mine. Although for some reason I think it just auto hosts my girlfriend a lot. I don't know why it does that. Perhaps it knows. It knows I need to auto host her. Oh, I might have it set up for alphabetical. But then it should auto host you first then, because her name is Dolphin. I don't know. I have to reset it up for Twitch anyway, but yeah. Ciao, ciao. 5:19, 20 minutes. 6 o'clock close, so that's 11 p.m.
And you see this especially in beach cities, where restaurants have a sign on the door, no shirt, no shoes, no service.
Alright, so any more 5 o'clock? No, so we're about 6 o'clock now.
It's just written very simply.
6 o'clock then, yeah.
Well, I'm looking at the Texas figures, and they're pretty frightening, aren't they? Recently, let's have a look here. So up until June, let's have a look. June the 10th, June the 8th, you were on 2,000, 1,700, and in the last few days you're up to 7,500, 8,000 per day, and it's still going.
Absolutely, and I'm only really familiar more so with the Dallas area. It seems like when they report on Texas, they report on 2 cities, Dallas and Houston. And Houston Houston is getting very hard.
Which is Harris County? Where's that? That's
Harris
the worst.
County that's down near Houston.
That's Houston. So Harris County's top 35,000 cases, only 395 deaths, and Dallas is 23,393 deaths. And the spike seems to be people of a younger age than was originally recorded, isn't it? And that's got something to do with young people socialising with alcohol, surely.
Yes, it is. And I think the other reason is because earlier reports on how the virus was spreading was that it was not affecting young people as much as it was the elderly.
Yeah.
And so...
Well, it's affecting them, but it didn't have the same... It wasn't as serious, it seems to be. You know, young people get it. Sometimes they show no symptoms.
That's right. I can go along with that.
So what lessons can we learn here from what's happened in Texas?
I tell you, I listen to LBC for at least 4 or 5 hours a day.
Good man.
And I can say, when I first heard the plans that the UK was going to be reopening, I said to my wife, I said, why does the UK not look west and see what's happening here in the US and kind of slow this down? I think because of timelines and data between identifying that someone's sick to being sick, being hospitalized, and finally, unfortunately, the death rate. All these numbers lag behind from the initial infection, and I can almost guarantee that.
I think, Aidan, you're right. I think I mentioned this in the first hour when I was on talking about what we can learn from particularly Texas, but also from Florida and various other places where the mean average age people contracting this has gone down, but it hasn't created that kind of... The number of new cases has gone up because there's lots of testing, but the number of deaths hasn't really. And I think that is sending out the message that it's okay for us youngsters or under the age of 45 to get this thing because we won't be so badly affected. And that has been the problem throughout. Listen, thank you very much for your call. Keep listening in Texas and spread the word. Elizabeth is in Bedfordshire. Hello, Elizabeth.
Hello there.
What's your view?
Well, I'd just like to mention that I am a freelance photographer. And whereas my original bookings for this summer were very busy, obviously due to coronavirus, I had notification from various other photographers that had requested my services that work would be cancelled, which I expected. And then all of a sudden I got a call to say, was I still available because these weddings were going ahead. Now, they started 3 or 4 weeks ago. I was a bit concerned, but I was told that there'd been much smaller weddings and that they were being conducted behind closed doors. So hush, hush, not to say anything, and was I still available to work?
And you did.
So, having this without work several months, I decided, okay, let's see what these weddings are like. And you know what? Absolutely no regard whatsoever for anybody else but themselves. They insisted on going ahead. Music, dancing, no social distancing, and they looked at me with a face mask on and gloves as if I'm the mad one. And I was actually told by a lady, because these weddings that I photograph are ultra-religious for the Jewish community, so wedding parties are segregated. I'm booked to take the pictures for the ladies on the ladies' side of the celebration. And one of these ladies said to me, you don't need to be wearing masks. We've had no more reported deaths in the Jewish community since April. You don't need to wear a mask. I was absolutely stunned. I said, well, with all due respect, it's my choice to wear a mask for my safety and for yours. I'm actually surprised that nobody here is wearing one. And it wasn't until possibly the week after that one of the grandmas arrived wearing a face mask with the actual visor and gloves. And I said to her, I'm very impressed that you've actually been responsible and you're actually coming to the wedding appropriately. And she said to me, well, I have to wear this because husband's not well and he's having chemo. She said, but it's all over now, it's all finished. I said, no, it's not. I said, it is not over.
How long ago was that wedding when they were looking at you strangely with the mask on?
Well, I started photographing about beginning to middle of June.
Have you heard of any people being ill as a result of that wedding or other weddings that you've seen?
I don't know, because, I mean, it's a very close-knit community, and they all have huge families, and they all go to each other's weddings, so you see these people at each other's weddings all the time.
Yeah.
I've not been ill, thank God. But I can't believe how irresponsible they are, and they are absolutely flouting the rules. These are not, yes, they are smaller weddings. These weddings you normally have 300, 400, 500 people at them. They're smaller in about 100, 120, maybe 150, but they are not small weddings. They're having live bands, playing music. The waiters and waitresses, they serve the meal with gloves on, but no mask. I'm the only one going. Why do I do it? I shouldn't really be there, and I've told them. I've said these weddings should not be going ahead, but they don't care. Absolutely no regard for anybody else. I've been shocked to see that they're still continuing.
Well, you know, I can only go from your experience, Elizabeth, and, you know, what it's worth, just keep wearing the mask. You know that makes you safe, and if it makes you feel safer, then you should do it. I have to say, I didn't know Jewish wedding was the biggest fun I've had for a long, long time. But as you say, it was a huge outpouring of sort of love, but a real party. 0345 6060973 is the number to ring. Have we basically seen the worst of this? The figures would suggest so, or are you worried that this reopening today might actually create another spike? For what it's worth, I think there will be some spike. I don't think it'll be national. I think it will be in pockets like Leicester, wherever it happens to be. It is 12 and a half minutes to 6.
Coming up at 6 on LBC, Clive Bull.
Super Saturday or Super Spreader Day?
Spreader Day.
Restaurants and hairdressers reopen. Are you tempted, or are you still concerned about the risks?
Clive Bull on LBC.
If you run a small business, don't miss out on the government support that's available to you.
My name's Samuel Mensah and I'm the owner of Uncle John's Bakery. For small businesses, it's all about cash flow. We lost a lot of footfall and the retail side took a bit of a hit. Part of the money from the bounce back loan was used to develop and innovate our online platform. So for us, it helps sustain our business moving forward.
For more information and to see if you're eligible for support, go to gov.uk/business-support.
Masksworld.co.uk. Buy the PPE you need to remain COVID secure as lockdown eases. We stock high-quality filtering face masks and hand sanitizers. Place your order now at masksworld.co.uk with next-day delivery.
The Toyota Hilux Invincible with a heavy-duty solid steel sump guard for just
£199 a month.
Plus deposit and an Invincible 0% APR representative. Search Hilux Invincible. Everything's invincible.
Available under personal contract purchase over 42 months when financed through Toyota Financial Services by 30th of September 2020. Deposit of £10,157 required. £12,775 optional final payment. Indemnities may be required. Conditions apply.
All of us at Morrison's would like to say thank you to the brave people of our National Health Service. We're continuing to offer you a 10% discount in-store and now online. Feeding the nation. It's more than our job. Majority of stores, minimum spend online and exclusions apply. For terms and conditions, see website for details.
Did you know that bacteria from gum disease may cause Alzheimer's? The GAIN clinical study is testing an investigational drug that may halt the progression of Alzheimer's by reducing damage caused by bacteria that travel to the brain. St Pancras Clinical Research is seeking volunteers aged 55 to 80 with Alzheimer's to participate in the GAIN study. To find out more, please contact St Pancras Clinical Research at stpancrasclinicalresearch.com. That's stpancrasclinicalresearch.com.
What have you missed the most? A haircut? A visit to the shops?
Oh, you look lovely in that.
What about a nice lunch?
Fish and chips, please.
Or an afternoon in a pub garden? Fancy a casual bike ride? Or perhaps something a little more intense? Or maybe you want a relaxing day out. Whatever you've missed, get out there and enjoy it again safely. Find out how at gov.uk/enjoy summer safely.
Ian Payne on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Okay, so within the last hour or so, the father of the Prime Minister, Stanley Johnson, has been defending his trip to Greece. You may remember that Boris's dad was criticised for travelling to Greece during the lockdown. Stanley shared a number of pictures on his Instagram account on Wednesday showing him arriving in Athens and at an airport in a mask. Now, the guidance on air travel from UK Foreign Office advises against all but essential international travel because of the virus. When he spoke to reporters today, Stanley Johnson defended his decision to travel there and then post about it on social media. Referring to his time in Greece, he said, "I came here to have a quiet time to organise the house. I think I'm going to go back on July the 10th, so I've got just 1 week to get everything organised, but a whole lot of instructions about how to make the place COVID-proof." Asked if he'd put his son, the PM, in a difficult position by travelling to Greece, Mr Johnson added, "I've read his answers, and he's absolutely right to say that, you know what, and I think I am not going to talk about private conversation between family members, and I'm absolutely not going to talk about that." So that's the latest from me. So, have we cracked this thing? Are we, certainly is the worst over? Continuing trend seems to be fewer and fewer people, thankfully, dying of this horrible disease every single day, and the trend has continued today. Are you worried that what's happened today may see another spike, or are we actually seeing a downward trend? There may be local spikes, but overall we are over the worst. I want to speak to Tom Rayner now. He is the Chief Executive of the campaign for Real Ale. Thank you very much for joining us. Where are you? In a pub, Tom?
Sadly not, no. I'm at home in Northampton, and I'm saving myself that first time, so it'll probably be sometime in the middle of the weekend.
You save yourself to the middle of the week, and you're the Chief Executive of CAMRA?
I know. Weirdly enough, I don't want to go weekend. I spend time with the family. And also, my really favourite locals nearby have actually decided not to open on the 4th, so I'm going to see what opens, see how things go, and I'm sure I'll be down for a pint in the next couple of days.
To go by the American experience, and I'm quoting the governor of Texas here, he said, "If I have one regret, it was reopening bars and places that served alcohol." He said that does not work trying to solve with a pandemic. Can you see where he's coming from?
Yeah, and I think the situation's very different in the States. I know they've had a very different approach to trying to control the virus from the outset. And, I think we have now been 3 months in lockdown without people going to pubs. It's been done in a well-thought way. There's lots of guidance out there for licensees. I know the industry is very keen to
They do smooth stuff at corners.
information to drinkers as well, because drinkers have as much responsibility
The roof would be direct.
They need
Or
to
would it be
run safe operations. They need to be listening to advice. They need to be accepting that things are not going to be quite the same. And if they just follow some simple instructions, they'll be able to have a great time down the pub.
So, we spend a lot of time, understandably, when we're talking about the lockdown, about how it's affected people who want to go to the pub, people who run pubs. What about the brewers? Presumably you know quite a lot about how they've dealt with the last couple of months. How have they suffered?
Yeah, the light pubs, it depends on different businesses. The very small independent brewers have really struggled because they might not have the same access to market or routes into supermarkets like the really big brewers. They might have only a tiny amount of staff, and they might be entirely reliant on the pub trade. You then get medium-sized who might have their own bar and their own bottle shop and sell from, and they might have a bit more in terms of access to supermarkets and to off-sales. So there's been a wide range of effects. I think the real danger as we reopen is that the very big international brewers, because they've got the big pockets, can be able to give very attractive deals to licensees restocking their cellars. And we're a bit worried they're going to freeze out those great local independent breweries across the UK, who just won't be able to compete with that sort of spending power.
Is it me, or are there more and more sort of unique, maybe small brewery type ales and beers in bottles in supermarkets than there ever was before?
No, it's not just you. And I think it's been a really positive thing to see actually supermarkets are starting to have those sort of, that craft beer aisle where you get some really good, interesting UK brewers. It's still a very limited picture compared to the 2,000 or so brewers across the UK, and it's only a small fraction of those that get into the Tesco's and into the Sainsbury's. And if you go to independent bottle shops, you'll see a much bigger range, and if you go to really good pubs, you'll see those on the bar, on the hand pump, and be able to enjoy them. As a pint of cask ale, which, however good the beer is in a bottle, you can never.
That was just going to be my name. I did actually go to a camera event once, and the conversation that I had was always, don't if you can avoid it, have one of these beers from a bottle. It doesn't taste the same. Why is it better in a pub than it is in a supermarket?
It's just, good licensees really look after beer in their cellars. You get that nice natural carbonation going on in the cellar. The cellar secondary fermentation, that yeast is still working in the beer. So you get that nice gentle sort of, prickle on your tongue rather than sometimes you get quite harsh carbonation in bottle because it's been artificially carbonated. Cask beer tends not to be heavily filtered or pasteurised as well, so it's a more natural product. You do get some very good bottled beers in supermarkets now that are also unfiltered and pasteurised, so they're getting pretty close to cask beer. But there is something about that thing that's been looked after, it's been brewed well, it's been looked after by somebody who really knows what they're doing in the pub cellar, being served to you well, with that, just looks great when it's on the bar in front of you. And I'm really making myself want to rush out right now.
All right, let's bring it back to today and the fact that the pubs are here. What's your advice to people going out to the pub tonight? Because it sounds like in some parts of the country the party's already started.
Yeah, I think planning ahead is key. Some pubs will be only letting people in a booked space. So make sure you understand what the process is for the pub you're thinking about going to. I think the biggest danger is people getting a bit irate outside pubs because they can't get in. So, research where you want to go, see if you need to book, see if they're going to have a queue in the system, understand once you get in there what's going to be happening in terms of your safety. So do you need to download an app to order? It's going to be table service only. What are your obligations as a customer? Understand and be patient. It's not going to be exactly like you remember. And the staff are going to be doing all they can to keep you safe and keep themselves safe. And they are working very hard to reopen pubs, so please be patient with them, please be grateful for the work they're doing, and don't give them a hard time. The last thing they need tonight is a hard time from people.
Nice to speak to you, Tom. You brought back all my university memories of real ale in pubs around and about Royal Holloway College. Tom, thank you very much indeed. Tom Rayner, Chief Executive of CAMRA, the Campaign for Real Ale. So, have about a minute to talk to my final caller. David is in Glasgow, where, of course, in Scotland things are still a little bit stricter. But from what I've heard about what you want to talk about, you think we've seen the worst?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that we have, I know there's been a difference between Scotland and England,
God, there's a lockdown now.
Scotland has, it's been autonomous, for the past couple of weeks, and I think what our question is doing for Scotland has been right. It has been cautious. But what I can say, working in the hospitality sector for 16 years now, is we are ready. We have been through every precaution that we possibly can to make our premises safe. We've done thorough checks. We are encouraging people to come back out there and try and enjoy a sense of normality. Now, what we do in the hospitality industry is we create bespoke events. We create that pleasure for people to come out and enjoy. Now, I know coronavirus is, it has a very big stigmatism just now. It is a terrible thing that's happened. But if we try and look at it as another challenge, it's something that we have to work around, and still give our guests and people that come to join us for evenings, for dinners, etc. If we can create an environment that's still positive and it's still enjoyable around the constrictions that we're putting in place, that's a responsibility from us. Well, I think working with the public as well, if they understand what our guidelines are, we understand what guidelines we need to put in place. I think together we can come out of this.
I sincerely hope you're right, David. Sorry, I have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed to everyone who's called in. So it'll be fascinating on tomorrow's programme between 3 and 6 to get people's experience of the Saturday night out and about. I hope, if you are going out and about, you're sensible. Right, coming up at 10, it's Nick Abbott, but next, of course, it's Clive Bull.
Ian, thank you very much. And, we're going to kick off with pubs and restaurants and hairdressers reopening. Are you tempted by Super Saturday, as it's being called, or are you still concerned about the risks? And with a message of go out and spend, but be careful while you're at it from the government, Is the government setting up the public to take the blame for a possible second wave of the virus? And while pubs and cinemas get to reopen, theatres and concert halls stay closed. Do you have any sympathy for an industry that says it's being left behind? The number to call, 0345 6060 973.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation, this is LBC.
From Global's newsroom, I'm Tim Humphrey. We're being warned not to
That
overdo
was
it as pubs and
close.
restaurants open in England today for the first time.
We've gone a lot further there.
He says he won't hesitate to bring back lockdown restrictions if people don't act responsibly. Cinemas, hairdressers and restaurants can also reopen from today, as can theme parks. Neil Poulter is the operations manager at Thorpe Park in Surrey. He says they've had to make a lot of changes.
We've put in place a lot of additional measures. We are pre-book only. We've also got temperature checks out of our front of house beforehand. We have regular hand sanitisation for our guests. We're adhering to social distancing, whether that's within our queue lines, but also on our rides, where we will space people out between the rides.
Hundreds of extra police officers are patrolling railway stations and train services this weekend. The British Transport Police says that while people will want to have a good time, they must act responsibly and wear face masks. The easing of restrictions doesn't apply yet in Scotland and Wales. The Leicester also remains in local lockdown due to a spike in COVID-19 cases there. These punters at the White Bear pub in Hinckley on the border of the restricted zone told us that despite feeling sorry for those still in lockdown, they're thankful that they are allowed to visit their local.
It's good to get out. Yeah, we're regulars here, so we were first in the queue to get back in, get a nice cold pint and a nice burger.
It's a relief, really, to be able to get out and enjoy my time.
It's really exciting. I've been working from home. I'm still working from home, so I've barely left the house in the last 3 or 4 months, so it's just nice to get out, have a bit of girly chat and a nice cocktail.
Rules have also been relaxed to allow 2 households to meet up indoors, and overnight stays are allowed. A man in his 20s has been shot dead near Pentonville Prison in North London. Police were called this afternoon, found the victim with gunshot wounds. He died at the scene. There have been no arrests. There's been a surprise in the derby as it was run without a crowd at Epsom. The 25-to-1 shot Serpentine, ridden by jockey E.J. McNamara, gave trainer Aidan O'Brien a record 8th win. Khalifa Sap, priced at 50-to-1, was second, with favourite Kamiko fourth. And the weather, wet and windy across the north tonight, some drizzle further south and a low of 10 degrees. Then it's going to be windy in the north again tomorrow, but most places will be sunny with some showers at times and a high of 20. From Global's newsroom, you're up to date.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Clive Bull.
And good evening, I'm Clive Bull with you till 10 here on LBC. Lots to come between now and 10 later. We have the legal hour at 9 o'clock, focusing on employment problems. And there are lots of those at the moment. We'll also be taking you through all of those changes that have been announced, yet more changes in terms of travel restrictions, and tackling some of your questions on that as well later on. But I want to start obviously with Super Saturday. Or is it Super Spreader Day? People seem quite divided on this, and I think it's got a lot to do really with your outlook on life. I think there's a group of people who can't wait to get down the pub, out and about, not too worried about the risk.
Yeah, I've already looked down there. I'm not going down there.
I'm wondering which one you are in, or somewhere in between. Polling suggests that the group that is cautious is in fact the larger group. You might be, I dare say, we'll be seeing pictures of overcrowded pubs and all the rest of it. But actually, I think the truth is most people are probably staying away. Do you think that's right? I mean, this research conducted by Redfield and Wilton, this polling says only 7% say they will visit a pub this weekend. 24% will wait till at least August or September. 17% say they'll wait till next year or later. And it's a similar story with other relaxations as well. So which camp are you in? How do you go about assessing the risk? Me, I'm not going to be the first in the queue, I'll be honest, but I probably would go into a pub garden, for example, as long as I can see evidence that it is working and it's not a shambles. The problem is that with a lot of the government reassurance is that the rules that they talk about are not being followed anywhere. As far as I'm concerned, the 2-metre rule, I mean, that has long since been abandoned, even though technically it still applies where possible. And if it's 1 metre, you should try and wear a mask. And how many people do you see doing that? Really? I mean, we're just not a nation of mask wearers at the moment. Not even on public transport, from what I can see. But it is good that pubs and restaurants who need the business, I suppose.
Yeah, I think 1.9, that's going to be it. I'm not going to go down any further.
It might be good for people's sanity, just to get out
No.
and about.
Curtain?
And mix.
Okay.
So will you be taking advantage of this latest easing of the rules? And it's not just pubs. A lot of publicity about the pubs and the restaurants, but this is the day that the 2-metre rule relaxes to 1 metre plus, although they still say 2 metres where possible. Pubs, restaurants, hairdressers, barbers, bingo halls, community centres, hotels, bed and breakfast, campsites, outdoor gyms, playgrounds, places of worship, leisure facilities, not theatres, and not concerts.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Because you're running crowds. Why can't I go forward? I was about to uncrouch, just like, let me run past this shit.
So what is your decision on this? Bearing in mind, in some parts of London, some bits of London, the R number is rising to above 1. The death rate for the country, while low, is still higher than
like,
other European
is this
countries.
2 bits or is it just like a
So are we making this
kind of large?
0345
one away.
973, text
Oh, Jesus Christ. Right,
84850
okay.
and tweet
Let's...
at LBC. And let's find out first of all how things are going. Are people really queuing up at the pubs or staying away? Well, let's check in with Brighton first of all. LBC's reporter there is Nick Codling. How's it looking, Nick?
Well, Clive, some of the stats
whoa.
you were just reading out in your opener about the number
Why
of
is that
people
floating
who
up
are
then?
willing to come to a pub, it's sort of been reflected down here in Brighton. There's of course a vibrant pubs and bars scene usually here that's been locked down for the past few months, but as I was walking around there wasn't a load of people in those pubs and bars, and there certainly wasn't queues for them as is seen in some parts of the country. The pier itself, one of the iconic places in Brighton, that has now reopened and it's been locked down for a number of months, of course. Reopened today with new measures, including hand sanitizer stations that they've got around. There's a one-way system, and of course all the restaurant that's in the centre of it has a new system of table service where they come out and serve you in and outside
Jesus
settings.
Christ,
So
I remember
there's
it. It's not even
measures
connected.
they're trying to put in place to keep people safe. And luckily, or at least the government may think it's lucky that the weather's not been particularly good today, as it's kept a large amount of the crowds away. There's been a steady stream of people walking around the pier, and I caught up with a few of them earlier, and they were quite happy that the pier was reopened.
She's visiting from a few miles away, but wonderful. Wonderful. I've been coming down nearly 6 weeks in the lockdown for a break, and it's wonderful to see it open.
Well, we need to start opening things up, but I'm not sure this is the right time. I think it's far too soon. I've been very surprised that we don't have another peak of infection.
I came here back in the 90s when it was quite run down. It's just nice to see it sort of in full swing again.
The thing is, Clive, the thing is about Brighton is it's obviously muchly a tourist economy, or it relies on tourists heavily. Usually at this time of year, there's stag parties, hen parties, people going all over the beach, coming here and supporting a lot of the small independent retailers that are here that really rely on a constant stream of new visitors. So it's a fine line for much of the economy here on keeping everyone safe and preventing the dreaded and potential second wave that could come, but also supporting the businesses that really need it. For now, the weather has been quite poor, so it's not really been a true test. I think all these systems will be tested properly if we see some hot weather, which we are likely to later in the year.
Nick, thank you very much. LBC's reporter in Brighton, Nick Codling. So they're not rushing in Brighton, but how's the reaction in Solihull, I wonder? LBC's reporter there is Kate Baldock. How's it looking in Solihull then?
Well, it's looking
fairly steady this evening. There's been a steady stream of people walking in here to the pub, and I've just been told they're actually at full capacity now. But across either side of the Midlands, it's actually been quite a different tale today. The West Midlands, obviously, pubs have reopened, but in a part of the east in Leicester, it's remaining on lockdown. Now, there's definitely a sense of nerves and trepidation in Leicester today. Well, that's the news I got from the White Bear in Hinckley, which sits just outside Leicester. Its manager, Richard Graham, told me he's concerned about being so close to the red zone.
That's one of the considerations we've got to have with... There will be people, I'm sure, who have waited a long time to go to the pub for a pint and want to just jump in a car and get out of Leicester. We're just down the M69 from Leicester, so we will be aware of that. And the track and trace element of the new rules that we abide by means that we have to take, the guidelines suggest we should take names and telephone numbers so that track and trace will work. And within that, there's a difficulty of seeing physical ID because we've got to hand it over, etc. We've got to remain COVID secure. But we will have a look at addresses, and if there's any doubt, we'll refuse them, unfortunately.
Now at 3 o'clock, punters were lined up outside the pub waiting for their first pints in over 3 months. Now once they were inside, I spoke to them and they told me despite feeling sorry for those in Leicester unable to get out today, they're grateful they can now visit their local.
This is our local pub, so we've really missed coming here. We've missed seeing the staff members because everyone's so friendly. We were a bit nervous this morning, but I'm just so happy that we can actually get out and see everyone again, even if it is from a social distance. So it's lovely. It's really nice.
It's been a long time coming, but really exciting that it's got to this point where they can actually open again.
It's good to get out. Yeah, we were regulars here, so we were first in the queue to get back in, get a nice cold pint and a nice burger. So yeah, it's going to be enjoyable.
Pretty excited, to be honest. Yeah, don't normally come to the pub. Normally drink at
home. No.
Since I'm the pub for a we're going to have a pint. It's a historic day, isn't it?
Meanwhile, back here in Solihull, which is just outside Birmingham, the beer garden, as I mentioned, is full. Extra security has been laid on at the farm, and so far this afternoon, people have been behaving. I spoke to Tyrone earlier, and he's here with 4 other people in his social bubble, and he told me it's good to have some sense of normality.
So I'm very grateful to be able to come out and like socialise with friends, family. It's so nice. Like as soon as we realised places were open, we booked on the day. 10 days prior, we booked to come out. But you know, like honestly, I just think it's lovely to see that everybody can come out, family, friends, enjoy themselves and have fun. I mean, just look at it.
Now, while they're not expecting any trouble, they're keeping a really close eye on things.
I might have more trouble than it was worth, but got a few.
We really hope that customers remain sensible and do remember that the threat of COVID-19 is still very real.
Thank you very much, Kate. Kate Baldock reporting from Solihull. What's your experience today if you have been out and about?
Well, let's carry on. Yeah, I won't be going any lower than 1.9 because that's good.
Maybe you have. What have you seen? What have you witnessed? And what decision have you come to in terms of being able to take advantage of these new relaxations, I think we can call them? So, would you go to the pub or restaurant? Have you been out to the hairdresser?
Jesus, I saw that then. I got like worried for a split second.
Should we just be ploughing right on now, full steam ahead, get everything open? 0345 6060 973 is the number. This is LBC, and we'll take some more calls in a moment. It's 6:40.
This is LBC. As shops open up again, how do we all stay safe? Fontaine runs a craft store.
We've made the shop COVID safe. If you can't keep 2 metres apart, make sure it's 1 metre with extra precautions. Know the number of customers allowed in at any one time. Use the hand sanitizer at the entrance and use contactless payments. I'm loving serving customers again, but please, to keep us open, we've all got to keep to the guidelines.
Stay alert, control the virus, save lives.
Formula One is back.
F1 is back on Sky Sports. And there's never been a season like this before. No one knows where this road leads, but it's going to be a hell of a ride. Are you ready?
Brilliant madness. Absolutely perfect race.
Watch every race live. Upgrade to Sky Sports F1 today. Go to sky.com F1 for details.
Eurotunnel Le Shuttle is a safer way to get to France and beyond, with social distancing built in. There's no scrum at security, hanging around for your bags, or shouldering strangers in your seat. With Eurotunnel Le Shuttle, simply drive on at Folkestone and stay in your car, comfortably. Then drive off 35 minutes later.
Oh.
Stay safe. Go tunnel.
One heck of a tunnel done.
Le Shuttle, a safer way to France and beyond.
Yeah. No lower. No bloody lower.
Kent & Sussex Tea and Coffee Company are home to over 1,000 different teas and coffees.
6 oh, damn it. Okay.
Freshly roasted and packed to order, then delivered.
Yes. So, neglected my little mobile game again. Her. Oh boy.
You never know what's around the corner, but at least we can take the
I might need to go to the toilet.
Get a quote for a new one with British Gas and choose to pay nothing for 3
Alright, mate. So what we got? We got a gather, or 2 gathers, essentially.
if you're an existing British Gas home care customer. Offers end August 31st. British Gas, here to solve. Search British Gas new boiler.
This yeah, so 2.
Limited is a credit broker and uses a panel of lenders.
Clive Bull on LBC. Call 0345 6060973.
LBC, I'm Clive Bull. We're talking about Super Saturday. Are you taking advantage? Are you still worried about it? I have got some concerns, I must admit. But I do think you've got to get a balance in these things. It's not really a simple black and white issue, in my opinion. What do you think? 0345 6060973. And let's talk next to Clive Pedale, who is a NHS consultant and cancer specialist. Clive, good evening to you.
Good evening.
Nice to have another Clive on.
Yeah, great.
So, will you be going to the pub tonight?
I won't be going to the pub tonight. Obviously, many thousands of people up and down the country will be, and they're within their rights to do so, according to the government.
Do you have any qualms about this with your NHS background?
Very much so. The really sad thing is, if the government would have listened to the editor of The Lancet and the World Health Organization and actually locked down a month earlier than they did do, we'd probably all be back at the pubs already sort of a week or two ago. But they actually took a disastrous decision to take a herd immunity without a vaccine approach, which is the worst thing they could have done. And we've ended up with a situation with many more cases than we should have had, many excess deaths. I'm a cancer specialist. I actually ended up working on COVID wards. So the knock-on effects for the NHS were huge. The only way we coped with it was to stop elective treatment. So there's massive waiting lists now. So we've got huge collateral damage. There's expected 6,000 extra deaths in the next year from cancer, which hasn't been diagnosed, or late presentations. And, there's also heart disease and other conditions. So the collateral damage is huge. And the problem is, as soon as you've got this many cases around the country, it becomes endemic. It just means that the virus is there now for a long period of time. And that means you actually have to shut down for longer to clear it to a level where it's safer to open.
So you don't think we're down to a suitable level at the moment, given where we are? I hear what you say about the mistakes, and no doubt
44 minutes.
numerous inquests into that. But given
7:05.
we have flattened we are
11:05.
to a much lower point.
1.
Does it not make sense to take
11:05.
steps, baby steps,
10 minutes.
if you like, though, to ease up a bit?
10 minutes.
Absolutely.
10.
We can't stay on lockdown
10.
forever. But if you're going to take these steps, and actually I don't think these are baby steps, there's been a massive release of lockdown in the last few weeks. If we'd have at least had an effective, test, trace and track system in place, that would make me much more comfortable. But we're not up and ready. We're not prepared.
We'll just redo all the main goers. Oh dear.
Lots of people going out to the pub, and you could argue, well,
Yep, I've confused myself.
But younger people can get infection, obviously. They can actually get asymptomatic infection. They're more likely to be asymptomatic because they're younger. The problem with that, if you don't have symptoms, You feel well, you'll go to work, you'll go and see your family, give them a hug, and then you can pass the virus on. And so therefore we could get this, second spike, second wave. And if you haven't got this proper test and track, you haven't got the intelligence to know where these, outbreaks are going to be around the country, we could be, back to square one and worse, and be even more of a lockdown problem further down the line.
Well, we have
so
got it,
it's
though,
a
haven't we?
mess.
Test and track. I mean, we've closed down Leicester as a result of that.
Absolutely, but it's still not, at the capacity that we need it to be. So we need a lot more people and a lot more testing going on, and we haven't got the technology like they did in South Korea, for example, to match that type of system. So bits of it can work, but we're going to be in real trouble here, and that's my big fear.
Yes, I'm wondering what your big fear is. Is it that there will be a second wave, you having worked through the first one?
Exactly. I mean, that is the problem. I hope and pray there won't be. It's not absolutely definite that's going to happen. We don't know the natural history of this disease, but there's negatives of that as well, because we don't know whether you have long-term immunity. This is the real problem. And when you don't know these things, you've got to be on the safe side. Now, I absolutely understand, people have gone through, hell. I mean, I'm lucky. I've got a job. I've got an income coming in, and the amount of suffering people have gone through. You can imagine people living in tower blocks and, some of the poorest parts of the country, losing their jobs. It affects the poorest and most vulnerable in society. This is a disaster. You've also got, business people that have worked hard all their lives to set up their businesses, losing their jobs. And this is why it's so damn tragic, because of the mistakes in the beginning. But you've got to lock down for long enough, and they've just gone too early. And that's my big fear. A few more weeks, and it would have been a lot better situation. But I heard on your program earlier, the R number was over 1 in London, and there are other places where it's a problem. It just wasn't the time to do it. But I'm afraid this is not public health policy. This is populist politics. Everybody's feeling great today because we can go down the pub. It's making everybody feel better, but that's when you drop your guard. And with all the Cummins thing that went on, people think, I just don't care anymore. And that's what's so frustrating as an NHS worker. People have suffered so much, and they've gone through so much that it's if we go back to square one, it's going to be a disaster, and it's really upsetting.
Clive, thanks very much indeed. Clive Pudell there, who's an NHS consultant and a cancer specialist. What's your view of this then? Is it too soon? Not soon enough? 0345 6060 973. Phil in Farnham. Evening, Phil.
Hello, good evening. Hi, Clive.
Evening. What do you think?
Well, I mean, your last caller spoke very eloquently on what's difficult to work kids against that as an NHS worker. But I think we need to completely open everything up, and not like the baby steps. We need to get this place open now, because the country's being destroyed, and it's so easy to make the case that we must save lives. Everything is more important to save one life. But I think we're going to be sitting here in about 2 years' time, patting ourselves on the back, going, congratulations, we beat the virus. It's a shame most of the country's lost their jobs. Everyone's unemployed, and we'll be paying back the furlough scheme for the next 50 years. I just think we've completely lost any sense of balance.
Well, I mean, there is a balance to be had, isn't there? And what we're doing is not that dissimilar to what most countries in the world are doing. They're trying to get a balance between not overwhelming their health services, not letting it get so out of control that the entire population gets it, but also not destroying the economy. It is a very difficult one. I mean, when you say, well, let's go further, in what way do we need to go any further? I mean, we've virtually got everything open now, haven't we? I mean, my town centre is just like it normally is, almost.
Look, I'm a teacher, so I mean,
you're not back to normal, no.
I'm not making this phone call primarily because I'm a teacher, but that is incredibly frustrating, because I see these children's lives being so adversely affected, and their parents' lives. The parents are tying themselves in knots. They're trying to work from home while their children are running around everywhere around their feet, and the children themselves, their education is going out the window. And this homeschool business is just not happening in any way. I mean, it is happening, but it's completely ineffective. But I mean,
so you would have the schools back right now, would you?
God, yes. Absolutely. It's not even like I'm missing out on much. I have a 4-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 1-month-old. So my social life would be very, very similar if we open up right now, or if nothing changes, because I just look after the kids. But I just feel absolutely dreadful, and every day there's another company that goes bust, and the hospitality sector, the events industry. I mean, it's going to go. It's going to go. And at the end of this, I mean, do you like having a high street? I like having a high street. The only man left standing at the end of this is going to be Amazon.
Yeah,
and everybody on the news reports, we hear these. Everybody has to talk about the big figure of 50,000 deaths, which is a big figure. We are in a population of 70 million, and of that 50,000, how many would have died anyway? How many were over 80 with major underlying health issues?
Yeah, the problem is, though, I mean, you can't just ignore it. No country in the world has done that, and the ones that have nearly done that have got terrible problems. So you do have to have a balance, and you do have to open things up at a certain point, I would suggest. I mean, I don't think that we would want to be in the situation that America is in right now, which is really horrific. Phil, thank you very much. A really powerful case he's made there. Do you agree? 0345 6060 973. Dean in Abingdon. Hello, Dean.
Hi, how are you?
I'm all right. What do you think about this, then?
Well, I've been in lockdown since the second week in January on advice of my commissioner.
That's a long time.
The head of West... Yeah,
we barely knew about it in January.
When I was a child that wrecked my lungs, basically, cried.
Right.
And even in the police season, I have to take it careful. But with this pandemic, she told me I can't go out until there's a vaccine. And basically, so I've been locked down all this time, which is fair enough. I haven't got a problem with it. I haven't got a problem with people going out as long as they're responsible, and we don't need any more people.
So do you think we've got it about right at the moment, then?
Worries me, Clive, is that the government are taking away the shielding of everybody, and I find that a little bit...
They're changing... it's an interesting point. They're changing the advice, but they're not taking it away. I mean, you can shield for as long as you like, can't you, Dean, if you need to?
But I won't get no assistance from anybody. I would have to rely on family and friends to get food, or neighbours, or strangers in the street, basically.
And you've been getting assistance until now?
Food in the beginning of all this, because I couldn't get any.
Right. So you're worried that at the end of August...
It finishes in October. And then I don't get no more priority delivery.
Well, I don't think you're going to have a problem with getting deliveries, because the supermarkets have very much got their acting gear now, and so all the concerns about priority delivery and so on, I'm not sure you should worry too much about that, because it's not that difficult now.
It all goes off again, doesn't it?
Well, if it does, then people will be told to go back into shielding, and there will be new rules again. But I think you and all of us have to make our own decisions here. I don't think this is the sort of thing where we just do whatever the government says. Well, we do it anyway. We've got to make our own personal decisions. I'm not saying we should decide to break the rules, but we should decide when to relax them or not ourselves. Just because the pubs are open doesn't mean you have to go to a pub. Just because they say shielding isn't required legally, and it was never actually a legal requirement, but if the rules change, it doesn't mean that you have to stop shielding. But I understand your worry, I really do, and that is one area that I don't think has been focused upon in the last few weeks, the changing advice to people who are shielding. It's actually pretty complicated. It's not in line with the rest of the advice, and I'm not sure most people are aware of the changes. Dean, thank you. We'll take some more calls in a moment. 0345 6060 973 is the number. Text 84850 and tweet at LBC. I'm Clive Bull. And it's 6:30. Let's get the latest news headlines now with Tim Humphrey.
People across England have been enjoying their first trips to pubs, restaurants and hairdressers in more than 3 months and follows a major easing of lockdown across the country. Overnight stays in England are also now allowed, giving holidaymakers the chance to bring a much-needed boost to the economy. And the government is urging caution, telling people to enjoy themselves responsibly while sticking to social distancing. 7 police officers have been injured after 6 and other missiles were thrown at them as they tried to break up a
you are
party in West London.
special, aren't you? You're special.
And the weather wet and windy across the north tonight, some drizzle further south and a low of 10.
LBC. There's lots to discover when you join Tesco Mobile. Like the incredible iPhone SE with its Retina HD display. Perfect for streaming on
half
the
an
go
hour
for just
it will be.
$19.99
No,
a month.
so yeah, 11:05 for that one there.
But hurry, offer ends 12th of July. Visit us in store or search Tesco Mobile.
An hour and a half.
Tesco
Half an hour.
Every little helps.
No, 8:05.
20 was £22.49. 36-month credit and rolling monthly usual agreements with Tesco Mobile required. Subject to status 99%.
4 hours in 4 hours.
Across UK terms apply. See Tesco Mobile terms. Short on time? Don't
4
worry.
hours.
You can still get your cook on with Asda. Get 3 Asda ready
Oh,
meals for
hold on.
£5.50. Like our beef lasagna or tomato
6:35 now. 10:35. So.
Save money, live better. Selected stores and homes subject to availability. Meals for £100, £2.10 each.
Tuesdays at KFC gonna get you like, wow, pow, chow, kapow, get down right now. If you know
Looking
how,
at
then
it,
take a
7,
bow.
we've got
This meal's gonna raise
6
the brow.
here.
Get 9 pieces of
And
original
this
recipe
time
chicken
here.
for an eye-popping $5.99. What the?
5 minutes, so 6 minutes, so 6:38.
What have you missed the most? A haircut? A visit to the shops? Oh, you look lovely in that. What about a nice lunch? Fish and chips, please. Or an afternoon in a pub garden? Fancy a quick bike ride? Perhaps something a little more intense. Or maybe you want a relaxing day out. Whatever you've missed,
Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, the notifications on the app. Yes.
Enjoy summer safely.
Newlywed to newborn. Ordering out to tucking in. Dream car
Oh,
to
man.
driving. Isn't it nice when things are quicker than expected? Enter your location into our digital new car locator and it instantly tells you if the BMW you want is available nearby.
Oh.
So it'll be with you quicker than you might think. Search BMW New Car Locator today.
A simple hello can lead to new experiences, new dreams, new adventures, and new love. So, take that next step. Be yourself and start the conversation today at Hello You. Sign up and browse profiles for free at helloyoudating.com.
This is LBC with Clive Bull.
LBC, I'm Clive Bull. We're talking about Super Saturday. I really don't think that's a very appropriate name, even if it is. A great chance for people who want to take the risk to go out and enjoy themselves. Super Saturday sounds a bit over the top, and no wonder some people are calling it Super Spreader Day. How do you feel about it? Are you prepared to take a small risk? Do you think it is a small risk? A larger risk? Are you concerned about a second wave? 0345 6060 973. And from what you can see, how many people are taking up these opportunities or will do over the next week or so? Well, let's find out now what's happening in Liverpool with LBC's reporter Tom Dunn.
Clive, I don't know if you can hear behind me, but I'm in Concert Square in Liverpool, which would normally be very busy on a Saturday in July. Also, given that it's Epsom Derby Day, the European Football Championships would be on as well. So lots of bars in this particular square in Liverpool will be showing the football and lots of other sports, along with people as well who would just be coming to socialise and have some drinks on an afternoon. I think the rain has actually deterred quite a lot of people from coming out today, although that being said, there are quite a lot of people in the bar next to me. Not at capacity as such yet. The capacity here in Soho has been reduced, and they're asking people to respect a 2-metre social distancing rule. You'll remember that has been reduced by the government to 1 metre plus, but to ensure that staff and customers both keep safe on reopening day today, they are asking, along with many other bars here in Liverpool, for people to respecting 2-metre social distancing. The actual reopening of bars and pubs is split pretty much down the middle here in Liverpool. Lots of bars that I've spoken to this week have said the government's guidelines actually came too soon for them to ensure more safety guidelines were put in place, and they didn't want to open. They didn't feel it was safe enough to open, but many have opened, and they include the Exchange Bar, which is in the Hilton Hotel here in Liverpool. I was down there early on and spoke to the food and drinks manager, Alex.
So far, the people that are out and about look like they want to be out and about.
They
They're
look.
enjoying
The
themselves.
people out and about look like they want to be out and about. No, the people that look like they want to be out and about, they actually don't want to be. They just come out because everyone else is.
Of course,
Oh,
you'll remember,
God.
Clive, last week on the pier head, on the waterfront in Liverpool, there was quite large gatherings of Liverpool fans who came coming out to celebrate their team winning the Premier League title. There was incidents with fireworks and lots of litter being left behind on that occasion, and the council have warned people against that from happening again today. Mayor Joe Anderson has said that if people don't behave responsibly and observe social distancing in the city centre, he and the council may be forced to shut things down. Work has also begun on some of the main streets here in Liverpool to be pedestrianised for today and for the start of the bars being reopened. That work is continuing to ensure there isn't too much hustle and bustle while people come out and try and enjoy the first time they can have a drink in a bar since lockdown.
Tom, thanks very much. Tom Dunn reporting there with the picture in Liverpool, and we'll keep a close eye on how things are developing across the evening. Obviously, Saturday nights in city centres can get very, very busy. I wonder if that will be the case. In some ways, it's a blessing, I think, that it's not a very sunny, warm day today. There were a lot of worries that Saturday was the worst day to start this, particularly with live football going on as well. But we'll see what happens. 0345 6060973. Will you be taking advantage of the relaxations of various kinds, or do you think it is too soon? Alan in West Hampstead. Hello, Alan.
Hi.
Hi. Well, I'm all right. I'm not in a pub.
No, I'm the same. I'm having Super Saturday here in West Hampstead. At home. There's no Super Saturday at home. I don't really trust too many people. I think 90% perhaps of the British public are following the rules. They're doing great. When I go out to the supermarket here locally, I don't see too many people wearing masks. I don't see too many people keeping a social distance. Excuse me. And I've seen that throughout the pandemic, to be honest. I think people, they're going to be let off the leash. They have been earlier today, let off the leash. And I just have this dread that, there are going to be more hotspots in different areas like Leicester. And people are just going to go stir crazy. That's my worry, Clive.
Well, it is a worry, but I can't quite work out, because I think you're right that most people have been following the rules in some ways and not in others. So a lot of people were locked down for a long time, and they did it quite seriously. Now, I don't know. Like you, if I go down the local high street, people are not social distancing. They are not wearing masks.
I literally just got a
They are
notification.
not following the rules at all. But possibly that doesn't resonate, because they haven't been doing that for 4 or 5 weeks at least, and we haven't seen a lot of hotspots.
No, that's right. I wish that this government, our government, had
8.3 million.
3 more weeks, like they've done in Scotland.
If I get it up to like 16 million, then I'll get that from hard construction.
I'm 70 years of age. I'm asthmatic, so I've got to be really careful. This way I go and I'm taking suitable precautions. I do go out quite a lot. But what struck me about the the guidance, I mean, they're still having the daily briefings up in Scotland. I think they should still be having those down here. And I think the messages, what struck me from listening to Nicholas Sturgeon was how robust and specific and detailed the instructions have been on a daily basis, backed up by the Chief Medical Officer in Scotland. And I think it's been more wishy-washy and, yes, this is the guidance, this is what we think you should be doing. There, it seems to be up there in Scotland and in Wales, and probably it's the same in Northern Ireland. I think they've been much more robust, more open with the public about the dangers, the risks, and the communication has been better. And I would have liked to have seen that down here. Although, having said that, I listened to Boris the Prime Minister on LBC talking to Nick Ferrari. I think it was on Monday, earlier in the week. And I was impressed. He did seem to be saying to the British public, look, you know, you have to take lots of precautions. I was really impressed as well at the beginning of the
17.
23rd of March, although I think it should have been 2 to 3 weeks earlier. I was impressed by the fact that he said to the British public, look, this is what we're instructing you to do.
That's 5 o'clock, about 11 p.m.
You know, there will be
Well, that's
Yeah, about 11
worked,
p.m.
didn't
that one.
it? People did take notice. It's almost worked too well, because I think now the government is concerned that people, even if you open the pubs, people are too scared.
F1 gather going on.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
I worry that one of the theories is, I don't know whether you'd agree with this though, that the government are
25 minutes.
but warning us. You say you heard Boris on LBC giving all these sort of detailed warnings, be very careful, all of that. But that may be to sort of cover themselves as well, so that if there is a second wave, which one hopes that there won't be, it is possible that the government can say, well, it's your fault. You know, we told you not to go out, and you did. We told you to social distance, and you didn't social distance, so it's your fault and not our fault. I wonder if they might be doing that. Well, yes, and you can understand why they would do that. Yeah. Well, I think they are in a very, very difficult position. I do have some sympathy, because it's very easy to criticise, but it is an unusual situation. I've got a little bit of sympathy because there is no correct answer, especially coming out of the lockdown. The lockdown's the easy bit. Coming out of it is much more difficult because it is nuanced. You have got to say you can do certain things, but be careful. And that is what they're saying. Alan, thank you very much. It's not enough for some people.
Blah 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 blah. Name.
Opened up now. 0345 6060 973. Jason in Muswell Hill. Hello, Jason. Jason, what do you think?
Hey yo, what's up, motherfucker?
I agree with you. It's encouraging that there haven't been any noticeable spikes, and I'm really hopeful that will mean there won't be any spikes, and there won't be any, or at least not many, and there won't be a huge second wave.
Yeah.
One of our leading tabloids today online said that there's been a new spike in Birmingham. You read into it a bit more. 25
That. Why the close one?
Other members of the media, like, what are they feeding to us? Why are they trying to make us so scared and anxious? There's people out there who've got real anxiety at the moment.
But I'm not sure that they are. When you say they, I mean, I don't think the government are trying to make us scared and anxious. They might have done before, but they don't want to now. The government want us to go out and spend our money for the sake of the economy.
Not sure if you misheard that. I said the media, not the government.
Well, the media. Well, again, I don't think the media want to to scare anybody, or at least this part of the media doesn't. But bad news is better news. You know, there's very little good news that is actually news.
Oh.
So when you get a spike,
my local buyer, so Haringey, had a 300% spike in Haringey. 300% spike in corona, and that's only from 1 to 4 cases, or 1 to 5, whatever the math is. But that's the headline you see.
well, that's, you know, that is silly, isn't it? I mean, if it's playing with statistics like that, 300%, but it's just 3 instead of 1. I mean, is just ridiculous. But the only thing I would say is that we have got to be vigilant. At the moment, I agree with you. There is no sign of any terrible spikes. But at the same time, you know how exponential maths is quite frightening, and it only takes a few days of doubling before you've got hundreds and then thousands of cases. And if you take your eye off the ball, we do end up. You say it's only 25, but if the R number was doubling every day, for example, that's 50, 100, 200, 400.
Hey!
Before you know it, by the end of the week, you've
That's
got
cool.
thousands. So we have got to be careful.
No.
Again, should that have happened already? If we subscribe?
Well, no, because the R number is around 1, so all we're doing is keeping it at roughly where it was.
Post-protest, post everything else, we should be in the midst of another lockdown now, right?
Maybe so, or maybe that is the reason it hasn't gone down. The R number staying the same. What will be nice is for it to go right down, and then it will eventually disappear. If you can get it well below 1, then the thing pretty much disappears. But Jason, I do take your point, and I'm encouraged by that as well. Thanks very much. And when you hear all these stories as well, as Jason rightly says, you see stories about second spikes all over the place and all over the world. You look at them, and a lot of them, to my mind, are not second spikes, not second waves. They are first waves that haven't been dealt with properly, rather than any kind of real, genuine second spike. Or they are tiny compared to the first one, which is not the same thing as a second wave. More calls coming in a moment. What's your view? 0345 6060 973. This is LBC 647.
LBC, the only place you question the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson.
In your opinion, working in care homes, if we'd let down sooner, do you think we would have seen fewer there?
What I'm told is that every decision to move people out of the beds in the NHS was taken on a clinical basis.
Where is the black representation in your senior cabinet?
Sam, I'm not going to hide it from you. Of course we can do more.
Next, the leader of the Labour Party, Sir Keir Starmer.
I can offer you the opportunity to put a question directly to Sir Keir.
Keir, Boris Johnson here. Could you possibly just say once and for all that schools are safe to go back to in September? No ifs, no buts, just say.
Call Keir returns with Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Monday morning from 7, only on LBC.
What have you missed the most? A haircut? A visit to the shops?
Oh, you look lovely in that.
What about a nice lunch?
Fish and chips, please.
Salt and vinegar with that.
Or an afternoon in a pub garden? Fancy a casual bike ride? Or perhaps something a little more intense? Or maybe you want a relaxing day out. Whatever you've missed, get out there and enjoy it again safely. Find out how at gov.uk/enjoy summer safely.
Some things go together perfectly. Strawberries and cream, yes please. Ham and pineapple, cherries out. Pancakes and ketchup, no way. How about tradespeople you can trust? Now there's a perfect combination. Thankfully, at trustedtrader.com, you can find plenty of vetted, reviewed, reliable professionals in an abundance of trades. So, find your perfect match today.
Thank you.
Dinner Lady Margaret spent her 25-year career laughing and joking with the school children. Then she received a call out of the blue about her pension from what she thought was a reputable firm. But it was a scammer, and her lifetime savings was stolen.
Drives like a dream. I'll take it.
Don't let a scammer enjoy your retirement. Check who you're dealing
Oh,
with.
right.
Visit Scam Smart from the Financial Conduct Authority.
So, we'll do that one. So, 4 hours. What? 45 minutes.
make social distancing easier, we've installed screens in kitchens and service areas. Before reopening, all our restaurants will be deep
half an
cleaned,
hour,
and we'll
40,
be cleaning
45,
equipment and
so
surfaces even more often. For now,
7:35, so
we're open for
that's
reduced hours and
11:35.
serving a reduced
Right,
menu.
okay.
And to keep everyone moving quickly and safely, please use contactless payment. For
11.
smaller teams, service will take longer than usual, so
This is
thank you for your
bad.
patience. To see if your local McDonald's is open,
No
visit
7s here,
mcdonalds.co.uk.
no 7s here.
McDelivery at participating restaurants only.
As shops open up again, how do we all stay safe?
7 away at my
Fontaine
time.
runs a craft store.
We've made the shop COVID safe. If you can't keep 2 metres apart, make sure it's 1 metre with extra precautions. Know the number of customers allowed in at any one time. Use the hand sanitizer at the entrance and use contactless payments. I'm loving serving customers again, but please, to keep us open, we've all got to keep to the guidelines.
You know what I mean?
Stay alert. Control the virus.
Keep
Save
to
lives.
guidelines.
This is LBC with Clive Ball.
LBC, I'm Clive Ball. We're talking about so-called Super Saturday. Are you taking advantage of the pubs opening, the restaurants, hairdressers, barbers, bingo halls, community centres, hotels, bed and breakfast, campsites, outdoor gyms, playgrounds, places of worship, most leisure facilities and tourist attractions can now open. You can have a wedding of up to 30 people, but as we'll be discussing later, there are a few industries that still can't open. Theatres, concert halls, gyms, indoor gyms, nail bars. Why is that? 0345 6060 973 for your calls. And here's John in Winchester. Hi, John.
Hi, Clive.
Hi, what would you like to say?
Thanks for taking my call. I was listening to you earlier talking to the chap, I don't know where he was from, but about being in shielding.
Oh, yes.
And I listened to you talking about, supermarkets having it all on hand and, really in control.
Well, it's a lot better than it was.
Well, I'm not so sure. I have a daughter who lives next door to me. I'm fortunate. Don't get me wrong, I live in a village. I only have to go into my local town once a week, maybe a second time for food, that's it. My daughter lives next door. Unfortunately, she's been shielding. She suffers from arthritis. And she has to have infusions. And I took her to the hospital.
Oh, John, you're breaking up. Yeah?
Is that any better?
Yes, that is. So she has to have infusions. She went to the hospital.
Yeah, she has infusions. She has arthritis, so they use a some biochemical treatment where they give her infusions. She's on a drip for probably 2.5 hours.
Okay.
Every 6 to 8 weeks. And my daughter's only 22. The point that I'm trying to make is that you talk about it. My daughter orders online. She gets preference because of her condition. She's been locked in her house now for, I think, 14 weeks. She hasn't been out apart from twice to go to the hospital for infusions.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah. So you're worried about what? That the shielding arrangements will change?
Well, that's one of the things. The first one is about the delivery from the supermarket. And she'll be missing at least a third of what she ordered. And nothing to substitute it. So I feel for the chap that was talking to you, because he doesn't have anybody to help him. My daughter's lucky, she can text me and I'll go and get her what she needs. So she's fortunate.
Yeah. Well, the point I was making is that the supermarkets, people were actually in danger of starving at some points because food wasn't getting through. We are a long way from that now, and most supermarkets are much more on top of their deliveries. And yes, of course, things don't turn up, but that's not necessarily the end of the world. Or you have to order some extra things or some substitutes, or do another order. I mean, there are ways around it. And I just think the supermarkets...
I opened this pack of biscuits earlier and I had one biscuit and then I just didn't have any more. I mean, I like them. Yeah.
Because he's not in a position to be able to change it. He may have to wait another 14 days for home delivery.
I was just thinking, oh, it's a bit quiet. I'm just gonna stop. I was just thinking, oh, it's a bit quiet. I was gonna start eating the biscuit now. Back in the morning, go out, pick out, swing from side to side, side to side. Hold on. I don't see the emotes. Oh, okay. A little Pikachu. Pikachu. Well, I've got a kick-ass pickaxe now. It's got hold on. Fortune 3, efficiency 4, but more importantly, I'm breaking 3 and mending 1. I've been using this the whole time I've been on today, just for Quartz ore, and it hasn't taken any damage whatsoever. So, by the looks of it, as long as I'm using it for like high-level ore, it'll last me quite a while. I'm just using other basic ones for the bulk of it. I'm breaking 1. I'm breaking 3 efficiency 4. I'm breaking 1 efficiency 1, efficiency 3. Noise, where's mine? Well, I wasn't aware. Have you filled out the correct forms? Have you filled out a requisition form? I see no paperwork. Show me your paperwork and then we'll talk, okay? Although, saying that, you know the whole, I mean, you were watching yesterday. Kirsty, she's got a bloody, I spent ages, like, creating a river that went from a library that I built to a village that was over like 700 blocks in one direction and then 400 blocks in another direction. And then I was the first one to get a villager, and then after Kirsty saw that, she's like, I want to do that too. So I was like, okay, yeah, sure, let's do it for you as well. And I got the villager back to mine, turned him into a librarian, and he was offering mending. I finally got him to offer mending for 38 emeralds and 1 book. Kirsty did it. She got a librarian. Within a couple minutes, mending 1. I was like, yay! How many emeralds? 10. Like, what? So she's got a librarian at hers that'll give you a book of mending for 10 emeralds and 1 book. Whereas my one's like, yeah, give me 38. Oh, excuse me. Oh, come on. Hey. I know. Mending for 10. Normally, it's meant to be like a treasure enchantment as opposed to the other ones. So it's meant to be like at least 30 or more. It should be at least 30 or more. That's why whenever I see something that's like it says 10, immediately I'm thinking, oh, I'm going to have to destroy the lectern and, you know, place it back down again. But it said 10, and I was just like, oh, what's it going to be? I'll have a look anyway. And it said mending. It's like, oh, really?
Guys, possibly in their 20s, early 30s, were loudly walking through my local supermarket's car park, each with a bottle of something in their hand. They made their way to a public footpath and then stopped to relieve themselves against a bush in full public view. How reassuring it is to be back to normal, not, says John. So that's what we're talking about. Super Saturday, getting back to, well, a new normal of a kind. Pubs and restaurants, hairdressers and so on have all reopened, albeit under some
oh, this is what I love. They're there seems to be problems with clipping, and they keep sort of getting stuck. The larger ones get stuck. So, what's that again? Magma Cream, yeah, free Magma Cream. Anywho, how have things been? Alright. You know, okay. there.
or whether you're satisfied with what
I
Boris
keep
Johnson
thinking
has
about
done.
getting like something to eat, just nothing fancy, just like a sandwich or something. But then I'm like, I just want to carry on gaming. I just want to hurry up and what do I want to do? I want, yeah, I've got a ton of Magna Cream. It's because as well the sword I'm using, it's got looting free. So every time I killed an Enderman, I kept, instead of getting one Ender Pearl, I kept getting 4. I was just like, yeah, this is great.
But social distancing is a must, with the government continuing to urge.
Yeah, I just want to get this. I just want to get the hurry up and get the Nether Quartz ore, and then I want to hurry up and build my storage place. Well, the community storage place, anyway.
We've gone through it all, and now at the end we can celebrate, don't you think?
There was one final hurdle for staff at the Swan Inn in Kent to overcome after a car crashed into it early this morning. The landlord Ray Perkins and his daughter-in-law Laura say they still managed to open.
Well, I think we probably got behind him. We're doing okay.
Could have been worse.
Yeah, the only thing about like making any potions though is I haven't come across any Nether Fortresses so far. I mean, they still exist in the game. They do still exist. That's been confirmed. But because of the new biomes now, obviously they're only existing in one of them. Like, you know, the old style biome. There was a name for it. It actually had the name. I can't remember. What? Oh, okay. And that's why I crouch, just in case something like that happens.
Essentially, we're going to try and keep it as much as a normal holiday here as they'd expect.
But yeah, I haven't come across any Nether Fortresses, so as to come across any Blaze Rods. Or Nether Warp, you know. I found a Crimson Forest, so I suppose we could get Nether Warp from there. But, yeah.
Manchester United have beaten Bournemouth 5-2 to move into
Jesus Christ.
Leicester are also in the Champions League positions following a 3-0 win over Crystal Palace. Brighton eased their relegation problems with a 1-0 win.
I didn't even have the biscuit that I got at the packet earlier.
Forest supporter has been rescued from a canal near Nottingham Station. He jumped in to celebrate his side's win over local rivals Derby without realising.
You go back to sleep, Coco. You're not getting any of this biscuit.
And the weather, wet and windy across the north tonight. Some drizzle further south and a low of 10. Windy in the north again tomorrow, but most places sunny with showers and a high of 20. From Global's newsroom, you're upstate.
This is LBC from Global.
Yeah, speaking about broken portals so far, in this world, another community. Well, actually, the founder of the community, he's found one broken Nether portal so far. I didn't know what, you know, the crying obsidian. I didn't know what that did until like a couple of days ago, because it's still fairly new, and I did watch a video by a YouTuber that I quite like, that does snapshot, preview videos. He's proper into Minecraft, this dude. I think it was IBX Toycat, and he did talk about like quite a lot of the new features. I think of the video like 108 new things, or something like that in 1.16. Problem is, when we made the portal, I spawned on a crimson tree. If I was careful, I would have died with a diamond sword and diamond. Oh yeah, crying obsidian. That can be used to remake. Crying obsidian is apparently used to make the respawn anchor. And I think that's quite cool. I like the idea of a respawn anchor. Respawn anchor. Hold on. I want to have a look at it, so I'll open up a word in creative real quick.
Battersea Rise, and I've also popped down to Northcott Road, which is just next to it. There's a number of pubs and establishments that have a large group of 20-somethings
Hold on, I made a mistake.
with no social distancing. I spoke to some of them about why they were out.
I mean, eventually, if they didn't relax the rules, people would just start breaking them anyway, so you would eventually just lose the integrity of the rules if you didn't let people out.
Do you think that we're over the hill, or do you think there might be like a second wave?
I think there probably will be a second wave, but it'll be less worse because we'll have a bit more herd immunity within the population.
I think, we're all adults. We should be responsible for ourselves and our own livelihoods and the livelihoods of people that we spend time with. And, I think if we are responsible enough to come out for ourselves and enjoy ourselves, this is something I've been looking forward to for a while. I don't know about you boys, but, I've been looking forward to the day the pub's open. But I'm also conscious that I have an increased rhythm today, and I will not be going home to my parents or my grandparents in the next couple of weeks.
So I think we should be able to have social interaction with people.
Right,
I think that's
what do I need?
The issue is that we've all been in lockdown and we haven't been able to socialise with people, and I think a pub is, in Britain especially, is a massive way that we
I don't know if it's that or glowstone. Flying obsidian.
Saying to me when they're out here without social distancing and drinking on the side of the road that they know the risks.
I'm gonna put glowstone there anyway.
Perhaps the British common sense, if you are someone who's young and less susceptible to the worst side of coronavirus,
Okay.
then you want to take that risk.
I'll give myself the items I think I need, and I'm pretty certain it's on peaceful anyway, so yeah, that's cool. Alright, so put a crafting table down. There you are, respawn anchor. It uses, you need frying obsidian and glowstone. 6 frying obsidian, 3 glowstone, and then you got yourself a respawn anchor. Boom. But at the moment, it's unpowered. You power it up using, I'll show you, don't worry, I'll show you. You power it up using glowstone. See, I've placed it there and it's powered up by 1/4. I'm placing it again. Oh yeah! I just remembered something else. Don't put it in the overworld. Don't use it in the overworld. It's the equivalent of like going to sleep in the Nether.
People are sort of just settling into it now, actually. I think
It doesn't work. So hold on. Yeah, don't do that in the overworld. Alright, let's get to the Nether, and then I can place it down there, and that'll be a bit better. Oh, that was fucking hilarious. Let's just create another port real quick. Where's the, so I don't use thing too often. I don't use yeah.
Take a bit of time, but the weather's supposed to be
Blah,
really
blah,
good
blah,
tomorrow, and then it's supposed to be quite good later in the month as well. Although you can never tell that far ahead. But yeah, I think we could. We won't make up for this money, but we'll.
I know it's too small. Doesn't matter.
Going like this will be.
There we go.
I mean, just, thank God.
Oh wow, that actually worked.
Like what's happening there is there are some that one or two places in Battersea you're describing, James, where they're bending the rules a bit. All the customers they're doing takeaways and they're drinking in the street and not social distancing.
I thought I made it too tall.
It sounds like the others who are doing it right at the moment are doing okay and have not been swamped.
Alright. Okay, this is actually a better position because there's a lava pit right there. Okay, so what do we need again? We need crying obsidian, we need a crafting table, and glowstone. Right, we'll do that again, okay? And this time it won't blow up because we are in the Nether. It's definitely on peaceful. Let's put us into survival. Right, okay, so let's get our crafting table down. Oh. Something else I'm going to do, just in case. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, no, menu.
problem with that face shield is that the poor barber got so steamed up he had to stop and clean it a few
Right,
times.
just in case any piglins pop by
during the
whilst
actual cut. But
we're
I tell
doing
you what, it
this.
feels quite liberating to have a haircut after 3
Okay.
months, and I'm sure they're going to be very, very busy for the next couple of weeks.
Thanks very much indeed. James Goodison reporting there. And this is
Just in
reporting
case.
in London. Now, we've been talking about Super Saturday, and we've been talking as well about the government's...
I don't know, leave me alone. I'm taking precautions, okay? After what just happened, I don't care, I'm taking precautions.
The government may be, in some ways, protecting
Right,
themselves by
there we go.
setting up the public to take the blame.
Right, the respawn anchor.
There are some
I hear you say.
about mixed messaging, although, as I say, I think coming out of a lockdown, it's very difficult to not have a mixed
Right,
message.
so we've got a respawn anchor. Place it here. But at the moment, it's unpowered.
We've had Rishi Sunak today telling us to
So,
get out and spend and eat
nothing's
and
happening.
drink.
So we take a glow
Pint, but at the
power it
same
up,
time, you've got Boris Johnson saying, don't
and you see I've done that, and it says respawn point set.
Chief Medical Officer Chris Whitty.
So I'm just going to place my glowstone in here, because you see it's fully powered, like, you know, full. Right, so let's just
situation 0345 6060 973, and let's bring in Jonathan Haslam now, former director of
kind of respawn right here. Except you notice that is this 1/4 down. So I mean, we can just go ahead and repower it, and there we go. It's just powered up again, and I think it's still acting as my respawn point. Yeah, it's still acting as the respawn point. So after you die, you don't have to like set it again. I'm just going to try and die quicker this time. There we go. That was quicker.
As it goes along. You mentioned some of the mixed messages we have at the moment. That, of course, is indicative of the tension between the different sides of government. So it's quite clear that Rishi Sunak does want to get us out, get us spending, get this economy moving again, particularly in those...
I'm trying to just hit the bit at the bottom. Hold on. Okay, we got one to respawn left, and then it's going to depower. So I'm good for one more jump. Right, so that is not powered anymore. So I'm not going to kill myself again, because otherwise that won't work. So I'm going to power it up.
Part of that, I think, is down to Mr.
Again.
and Boris Johnson and Michael Gove.
Okay, so it's still acting as the respawn point. I think it's like when it completely breaks, that's when it will not be a respawn point. But this is only for the Nether. Don't put it in the overworld. We just established what happens when you put it in the overworld, but that's how it works. So it's almost like having a bed in the overworld. Like, it's not during the day. If you try and sleep in it, it won't. You can only sleep in the night time. When's the next one? Oh, 8:05. Okay. So yeah, just that's the respawn point. That's pretty cool.
And it does seem to me that the message, in some ways, is ahead.
Oh no, I got my glowstone on me. Oh, what crap. Oh, bugger.
Talking about getting our children back to
school. What a shame.
He was quizzed about it at the press conference. He gave us a 4-minute homily on why it's important to get children back to school, which you won't find a single dissenter in this country. And then virtually admitted that they...
But there we go. That is the respawn anchor.
That's just making...
You're most welcome.
There are serious questions to be asked about the way the government machine is working and has worked, and why it's working to the extent that it is in this way. And a pandemic actually isn't the best time to be able to ask all these questions. So I've got a number of very serious concerns. What I have got some faith in is the good common sense of the British public. And I think you saw that in James's report there, not doing the right thing necessarily, but others absolutely being commonsensical in many respects. But of course,
maybe in spite of the
night, and the night is still young, Clive. So
well, that is true.
A lot of time the clubs are going to close, so we shouldn't count our chickens. But I think the British public, I have enormous faith in the British public and its common sense overall.
And can I just ask you as well about this news that came out this week about press briefings, that they want to change the way the government handles the press and have, as you mentioned, a sort of presidential style, as they do in the US, of press briefings where you have, if I've got this right, a kind of professional person who's a spokesperson, a broadcaster probably, representing the government. What do you make of that?
Again, we don't know enough about what the proposals are and how they envisage it will work. It does seem to be that they have been seduced by large audience figures for the various ministerial briefings that we've seen from Downing Street, rather ignoring the fact that we're in the middle of a national and global crisis, and therefore people are likely to watch and to pay attention to what's going on. And again, I can't really see a coherent policy around this. We have got a system where we've got an absolute bunch of spineless cabinet ministers. I'm deeply disappointed in their performance overall. And that's what ministers are there for, to go and answer to the public. And
That's better.
that having, you
Oh,
know,
sometimes the old ears just get a bit too warm around that thing.
That's what I expect.
Don't get me wrong, I like listening to the radio.
I mean, if I can look for something of a silver lining in this, Clive, I can only say that if you wanted to apply for a job, I really wish you
I've been wondering which sort of journalists and broadcasters might be tempted
Oh,
by
efficiency.
that. I mean,
Wow.
if they get through them like Donald Trump has got through his, then it wouldn't be a long-term job for anybody. It'd be fascinating to see.
Oh, I'm gonna have to be careful with this one.
Apart from anything else, Clive, you've got too much integrity to go and take the job on. So
Fuck this shit, I'm out there, yeah.
You know, journalists
What are you doing?
find the truth. That's my firm belief. And
No.
you have to be different.
This shit on mountain radio.
The line's gone strange there, but Jonathan, thank you very much. It is a fascinating idea that a journalist or a broadcaster would represent, maybe one of the political editors would suddenly go over to the government side and would be doing the press briefings as they do in the States. That has been proposed as well. And the reason I mention that is because we're talking about the messaging from the government.
Just fall down at any point.
Comes across to you. Has the message been too relaxed? Has it been too scary? There are some suggestions.
I could have probably passed someone, I hadn't even seen it, but...
It was too scary.
Oh,
People
dear.
have taken it to heart, and they don't want to go into it anymore, and they don't want to take advantage of Super Saturday. What do you think? 0345 6060 973. I was really struck by in that James the 20-something standing in the streets drinking.
Oh, Jesus, I'm taking out the drops. Too many there. Oh, 900, nearly 1,000, and then we'll start making our way down. Oh, shit. This thing is just too... What the fuck is going on? Are there actual holes there? Or is that me making them?
More calls in a moment. This is LBC 770.
This is LBC.
In line with government guidelines, face coverings are now compulsory on public transport. At Asda, you can get a 4-pack of Prima disposable face coverings for £2.80, or a 2-pack of washable face coverings from £2.50. Asda, we're all in this together. Selected stores subject to availability.
Should your kids go back to school?
Honestly, can't see a fucking thing when I'm doing
We're
that.
doing everything we can to keep the children safe and happy at school, which is why it's great that more
This is
of those who
insane.
can are coming back, not only for their education, but for their
Oi!
overall well-being too. It gives them a routine, helps develop their social skills, and they get to see their friends too.
If your child is eligible, they should return to school.
Yeah, oh, 1002. Oh, not good.
Back in September. Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
One time. There we go. That's better.
Newlywed.
Jeez. I hit it once and that took out. Hold on. I'm just all doing normal tap.
Dream car.
Yeah, normal tap can take out.
Isn't it nice?
Jeez.
Quicker than expected.
That's when you know you got to be careful with them when they start taking out 2 when you do like a tiny tap.
Is available nearby. So we'll be with you. Search BMW new car locator.
Yeah, at this height, 11, 116, 117, possibly 115, it's pretty safe just to go. But when you start getting lower than that, I probably wouldn't do this because you do run the risk of just coming across an open spot and falling to your grisly death, like the bear that you are.
Be pension confident. Download the app or visit pensionbee.com to sign
Well, the only reason I'm this high in the first place is because that's why.
We all put it off, but switching out your supplier is so easy, it won't even make your to-do list. Sign up to Bounce, and we'll automatically switch you onto the best deal from one of our carefully selected suppliers. That's one less thing to worry about. Bounce onto a better deal at switchwithbounce.com.
This is LBC with Clive Bull. Call 0345 6060 973. Tweet at
There we are, nicely done. Let's just do that. You're the one that's stuck. Oh no, you're not stuck. You're just waiting to die.
Is the government actually setting the public up to
Yeah, I'm watching you.
for a second wave? If there
Butthead.
was to be, and I really hope there isn't, and I'm
How much have we got? Yeah, let's do a little helicopter. Yeah. You know that one? Yeah.
I mean, there have been lots of accusations.
Right, so I need 10, and I've got 4 and nearly 4.5.
Boris Johnson saying,
Newt booed. Oh no, wait, hang on.
so there is this theory, and I wonder whether you
That's a lie. There's some down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.5.
Because that's the important thing, the
Yeah, pretty
wider
good.
problem of the economy, and that sort of makes sense.
That's pretty good.
They've got all these little rules in place.
Right, so
Even if no one
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Because you didn't follow the rules.
I've got to fill those remaining ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. I'll fill them up with
responsibility because they draw up the rules and the advice. But there are so many rules now. I'm really not sure that most people would know what they are. I mean, honestly, I have partly lost track, and I try and read about this sort of stuff all the time, and it is confusing.
Oh, it's going to be so annoying.
Under what circumstances?
I said it's pretty safe at this height to do this. The only thing you got to worry about is finding a random bit of lava. But because I'm not crouching, as long as I see it, you know, just stop, run back, switch over, block it up. But no, whoa, there. Oh, yeah.
Well, after Dominic Cummings, really, you could do.
I could do this for 115 as well.
Johnson, who, okay, it's a different kind of bending of the rules, but going over to Greece when you're not meant to, it's meant to be essential travel, that's the official government advice, and the PM telling us, don't take liberties with the rules.
Yeah.
Going to Greece via Bulgaria, if that's not taking liberties with the rules. What do you think? 0345 6060 973. And in particular, do you think it's fair or not to criticise the government, who are, I would suggest, trying to do their best and have made,
Oh wow, I've built up on it already.
Social media love it.
Yeah, if you wanted to like build a nice brick house, use Netherrack for Nether bricks because
they've succeeded in, I would suggest.
it'd be a lot easier than getting like, you know, standard red bricks. A lot easier. There we go. See, that's all we got to worry about every now and then. Nearly ran into that one.
Good, so you've had your hair cut. How does it look?
Yeah, I'm going to put this back on now. Getting a little quiet in here and I don't like that. Oh, Stevie! Come on! Come get it! Come and get it! There you go. Who's a good girl? Where are you going to eat it? You're going to go to your bed.
How many people are allowed in a the church now?
Oh, it is nice when they're cold. They're very, fabric-wise, they're very comfy. It's nice and soft. They just get a little warm, and it just need to take them off. That's the only, criticism I have about these. They warm up. I gotta remember, keep a lookout. As soon as I see red light, it's like back up, boom, block it.
For that, or did you just turn up again at the pub?
Turned up. They asked if we got bookings. Said no, no problem. Look, it was one of those days. This is a little bit of rain at first, but it's all very calm and things, especially as you imagine 7 8. It's kind of like that in the village there.
Yes. So no. Right, and it not overcrowded.
No, the crowd can go in. You have to order the door. They don't encourage you to stand at the bar. They've got all cellophane up and stuff. You can't stand in the bar. And they encourage you to go into the garden first, foremost. Indoors, they're quite limited. So
Oh, haha, I'm pressing the left trigger. Yeah. Why am I pressing? Well, I don't know why I started pressing the left trigger.
I don't drink and I don't normally go to the pub, but I did 2 pubs today because I believe in supporting local economies and things.
Yes, well, let's hope it works. Luke, I'm glad you enjoyed
Oi,
it. Thank you very much.
calm down.
345-6060-973.
Let's go down in one go. Jesus Christ.
Again, Rishi Sunak's kind of implying it is your civic duty to go out and buy, drink and eat, spend in the local shops. Are you doing that? Or are you wary about it? 0345-6060-973. I do think some shops are going to go, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think they were going to go anyway, and I do think a lot of people have been convinced by online shopping and will now stick to it. However, there's no really good online substitute for something like the pub. Eileen in Mill Hill. Hello, Eileen.
Hello, Clive.
Hello. What would you like to say?
Whoa. You jumped fast.
The government are a shambles.
I'm wearing, right, okay, yeah, I don't need to be wearing the gold boots right now, because they're just for when I know there are people in the round. Calm down. Oh, I do have a tiny bit of Quartz over there. Oh, awesome. Right. There we go.
Yes. Well, hang on a minute. When you say invitation, most of those people are British people going on holiday and then coming back home again. So it's an invitation to go on holiday. Is that a bad thing that people are allowed to go on holiday? Are you saying they shouldn't be allowed? Say again?
You said there's no testing. Nobody needs to be tested at all. That's what he's announced, hasn't he?
From countries where there's a lower rate than there is here, yes.
A lower rate? Well, I mean,
yes.
Who's saying what a lower rate is? Because any rate at all, and it's being brought back in.
Well, it's common knowledge, Eileen. I mean, every country in Europe, with the possible exception of Sweden, has a lower rate than Britain. So there's no particular logic in testing somebody coming from Denmark when the likelihood of them having it is less than anybody on the street. You might as well test everybody.
Well, yes. What a good idea. They should be testing everybody.
Yes, but 60 million people, that's going to take a while, isn't it? So you've got to pick and choose who you test in the meantime. But I'm not sure what you're saying, really. You think that we should be quarantining people still when they come back from holiday or when they visit us as tourists?
Well, they're not, because you see, the point is as well, Clive, that they're saying people coming in, self-isolate yourself for 2 weeks, which most people ignore. And this is the spread and the outbreak problem. What's happened in Spain?
But you say people coming in, but it's not really people coming in. There's almost no tourism into Britain at all. What there is people planning to go on holiday and then coming back, and they may or may not have picked something up. Eileen, thank you very much. Let's see what others have to say about that. We are going to focus in the next hour as well on travel and about whether you think the quarantine rules are correct or not, or the relaxation of them. What's your view on that? Before the news, let's squeeze in Dave in Norwich. Hello, Dave. What would you like to say?
Well, Paul, good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm very good.
Listen, I've just come back from my local pub. Speaking to loads of guys in there, and the general opinion is that this country's been had over and been told porky pies by this country, big scaremongering. What do I know? I'm just a bloke on my own.
Is this people getting drunk in the pub?
Sorry?
Is this people getting drunk in the pub?
They're not getting drunk at all. They're really quite sensible. They're standing a distance apart, having a good time. But my view is about this political system full stop is that they lie generally to the people in this country and treat the British public as idiots.
And what in particular do you think? What are they lying about?
Well, it's the truth coming out. The thing is, though, Clive, there's already mentioned about, we're talking about Leicester now,
That's you.
and things like that across the country where they've got this huge number of people going down with the coronavirus. They're hidden people, and you mentioned that we made about it. No, it's all been hidden. There's so much stuff going on at the moment in this country that the truth to the British public is being hidden. But they put their hand up and say, I was the Home Affairs spokesman for UKIP for the whole party. But of course the government, the existing government political system managed to get rid of us of an organised system.
Well, I think actually the electorate did that, and that's how it worked. We had an election, and UKIP didn't win. Dave, thank you. More calls coming in a moment. This is LBC 7:31. News headlines with Tim Humphrey.
Boris Johnson says we must stick to social distancing rules, even though pubs and restaurants have reopened in England for the first time in months. It's the biggest easing of the coronavirus lockdown yet, with people also allowed to go to museums, cinemas, theme parks and hairdressers. Today's easing of restrictions doesn't apply in Leicester, which is still in lockdown because of a local spike in coronavirus cases. Wales and Scotland also remain under their own rules. A man in his early 20s has been shot dead near Pentonville Prison in North London. Police were called this afternoon and found the victim with gunshot wounds. He died at the scene. There have been no arrests. And the weather wet and windy across the north tonight, some drizzle further south and a low of 10.
This is LBC.
What have you missed the most? A haircut? A visit to the shops?
Oh, you look lovely in that.
What about a nice lunch?
Fish and chips, please.
Or an afternoon in a pub garden? Fancy a casual bike ride? Or perhaps something a little more intense? Or maybe you want a relaxing day out? Whatever you've missed, get out there and enjoy it again safely. Find out how at gov.uk/enjoy summer safely.
Some things go together perfectly. Strawberries and cream, yes please. Ham and pineapple, jury's out. Pancakes and ketchup, no way. How about tradespeople you can trust? Now there's a perfect combination. Thankfully, at trustedtrader.com, you can find plenty of vetted, reviewed, reliable professionals in an abundance of trades. So,
a little bit over here.
Perfect match today.
We're pleased to be reopening drive-through lanes and McDelivery. We're hoping keep you
Minus
safe
1 to
as our
9.
priority.
That's right
We
there.
have fewer people working. And to make social distancing
What,
easier,
here?
we've installed screens in kitchens and service areas. Before reopening, all our restaurants will be deep cleaned, and we'll be cleaning equipment and surfaces even more often. For now, we're open for reduced hours and serving a reduced menu. And to keep everyone moving quickly and safely, please use contactless payment. In smaller teams, service will take longer than usual, so thank you for your patience. To see if your local McDonald's is open, visit mcdonalds.co.uk. McDelivery at participating restaurants only.
How do we control coronavirus now? Listen to Steph. She's a bus driver.
Now that people are using public transport again, we really need to make sure that we keep each other safe. Passengers need to stay 2 metres apart. If that's not possible, make it at least 1 metre. I want to see everyone wearing face coverings over their mouth and nose, unless you've got a good reason not to. And when you get to where you're going, you need to wash your hands. We've still got to play our part.
Stay alert. Control the
That bit
virus.
there, that's
Save
where
lives.
Clive Bull on LBC.
Right,
Call 0345 6060 973.
LBC, I'm Clive Bull. We're talking about the government's handling of the pandemic and about Super Saturday. Is it the right policy to relax all of these restrictions today? 0345 6060 973. Denise has texted in, Clive, don't be so petty. People need to use their common sense. It is so clear and obvious what everyone in government is saying. Be sensible. Seriously, Denise, do you think... I mean, let me read that sentence that you've written there. Let me read it out again. It is so clear and obvious what everyone in government is saying. Is it really? I think it's slightly contradictory. And I am being sensible. I think I'm being very fair. And I give the government credit in some areas where they have succeeded. But I also think there has been mixed messaging. And the rules at the moment, I don't think most people know what they are. They're certainly not taking any notice of them. 0345 6060 973 for your view on that. I mean, if you want one example, just before we move on, an example of confusion, masks. Okay, so it's mandatory to wear a mask on public transport. The 1 metre plus rule that has come in today. How many people have read the detail of that? Not many, but the plus is meant to be wearing a mask where you can as well. How many people are doing that? Almost nobody. And why is that? Because we've had a completely different story on masks from the beginning to the end. There was one set of advice at the beginning, so they weren't really much use. It was never making sense to me, because if they weren't not much use, then why would we complain about the lack of PPE and masks being needed by the NHS? And it turns out they didn't really want us to use up all the masks because they were in short supply. So now they've got a face covering, and the advice has changed, but it's too late, and we're not wearing them. People are not wearing them, and what is the advice? Is it that it's really helpful or not? 0345 6060 973. Now, while some businesses are reopening, spare a thought for theatres, concert halls, gyms, nail bars, all of which remain closed. Although the government is saying it will announce a timetable for the reopening of locked down businesses next week. Of course, that might sound more exciting than it really is, because announcing a timetable isn't announcing reopening, nor is it announcing any help or support. The theatre world has been calling for some funding to stop closures and redundancies, but no money has been forthcoming, at least in England, and in contrast to other European countries and indeed Scotland, where they have put some money up, but not in England. I wonder if you feel that gyms, theatres, nail bars have been mistreated in some way. There do seem to be some contradictions in all of this. 0345 6060 973. And let's talk to Anthony Alderson, who's director of the Pleasance Theatre Trust. Hello, Anthony.
Hi, Claire, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Are you enjoying your Super Saturday?
Do you know what I am? I have to admit, though, I'm actually in Scotland.
Oh, well, you're not allowed to enjoy it.
I live in Scotland, but I run a theatre in London.
Right. Well, the pubs aren't open in Scotland, are they?
They're not open yet.
No.
And we're waiting for Nicola Sturgeon to make up her mind.
So what is the situation with the Pleasance Theatre Trust then?
We run a theatre in Islington, just off North Road.
You know what?
3 theatre spaces there, and on the 16th of March we shut, along with everybody else. When we got Boris's at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we shouldn't go to the theatre. And in fact, actually, the audience had started voting with their feet a bit before that, and had really slowed down. And we have, we furloughed all our staff at that point, and we haven't done anything since. And we're waiting for a moment when either we can, and we're fortunate in that the space is quite flexible, so we can take seats out, we can reduce the capacity, but we're waiting for a moment when we might be able to do something.
So the government, at least in this country, in England, as opposed to Nicola Sturgeon, who has offered, I think, £10 million of help, why do you think the government is not leaping to help the arts?
I honestly don't know. I don't understand it. When the London Theatre is worth £3
£7.75 billion in revenue. I mean, it's
Well,
worth
to get
100
back
million
in
in tax, I mean, in VAT in particular. So I don't understand the delay.
just remember I'm going to go down.
So this is an industry worth bailing out.
Mm.
Not to mention, you know, it's a
Yeah, I'm in that mess out. What a madness. Yeah.
I don't fully understand why it is taking so long.
Do you think some of them might be looking at it and thinking that? Do you think it's the sort of accusation about it being a bit elitist that, you know, just posh people go to the theatre, most people can't afford to go?
I don't think that's true. I mean, I'm part of a little organisation. The Pleasance is a small theatre, we're under 200 seats. I'm part of an organisation called the Society of Independent Theatres, and that represents all the pub theatres, all the fringe venues. There's a lot of them around London. I mean, they alone bring 40, 45, 48 million to the local economies.
No, we're going that way.
So I think
We can get over
it seems naive.
this massive
It
thing.
seems
I can't
a
see
strange
any yet,
decision
so.
to let, you know, one of the country's greatest heritages, theatre, to kind of go to the wall. And you hear stories every day in the industry now of buildings closing, people being made redundant. And
I'm doing this. I'm doing it.
scary for the industry.
I was struck by the reading today that, I think this is true, that more people go to the theatre every year than watch football.
I think it's true. I think it's yes. That's the Society of London Theatres statistic, and it's absolutely true. More people do come to the theatre. It's a massive driver for London's tourist trade, the West End, and it you know, being dark means that hotels won't be full. You know,
Safe there for a second, so
it brings so many people into the country. I mean, we also run a venue at the Edinburgh
didn't want to do
Fringe,
that.
and have done for 34
Go on.
years. And you know, the Edinburgh Festival generates £300 million every year.
That sounds like stupid close.
Now to keep that going.
That sounds stupid close as well. I don't like it.
Because of the tax revenue it generates and everything else, it seems a very, very misunderstood step.
It's just not.
They're saying we get it. The theatre is complicated though, because it's not just the buildings. The buildings are only part of the problem. There are then the producers, the actors, and everybody else. And if we don't support them, then the theatres may open, but there won't be anything to put in them.
Won't people just bounce back? Won't theatre just bounce back? I mean, it's been there for hundreds of years.
I think the worry is that there's a great many technicians who will go and find other industries to work in. I think that, you know, people are genuinely scared for their jobs and their future. And these are highly skilled positions, and it takes years of training to get to be a professional theatre technician. And if we lose those people, we begin to lose those characters, then we really could be in trouble, because it will take years for it to rebuild. And theatres also aren't like pubs. You can't just open the door and people come back in. It takes weeks, months to market the show. It takes weeks to create it, to rehearse. So we need time. We can't simply reopen. We need to be able to start putting it. I mean, I estimate that if we got word today that we could do a show, I reckon we would be really looking at September, October before we'd actually get something on. So we've got another period of time to go. So I think the thing that scares our industry the most is the furlough coming to an end, because that suddenly means that, you know, jobs are going to be at risk, and they are already.
Well, in many industries, that is the problem, isn't it? But aren't you worried? I mean, obviously, it's been the particular problem of theatre because of the proximity of the audience and the cast, and West End theatres are really packed.
Not bad.
Yeah, so it's really not suited to social distancing. So aren't you? I mean, isn't there a problem until this disease has gone away? There isn't really a practical solution for theatre.
Hello, Diana Crafty.
We're reasonably fortunate in that we have a flexible space. Our big space is 250 seats, and I think if we can put in screens and dividers, and we could put in extraction fans, and we could do all those things, but I suddenly thought, well, actually, is this a space I then want to sit in and watch a play or watch a comedian? And you then think,
Ah, yeah, I knew you were stuck. I could hear you.
So there is a real challenge
So
in all
go
of
around
this.
here.
And we don't really quite understand what our audiences are like as to whether they're going to come back and support us anytime soon. Younger people might. Maybe the fringe, which normally is a younger audience, maybe that will bounce back quicker.
I didn't expect it to jump that high.
But it does help. It really does.
I know they've got a bit of a bounce to them,
So
but...
what would you like to hear from the government? Would you like them to offer you money? Can you just relax the rules and say it's all right, you can all open now? What would you like to hear?
Oh, how many are
We're
you?
going to get to phase 3, and we're going to sit there
Oh, that was
for a very
cool.
long time because we don't have.
I got it.
We don't have.
Right, okay.
So social
Let's put one here.
is going to exist for a very long time. So I would like to hear from the government that actually we understand that your industry simply cannot function in this world, and that we are willing to extend. A similar type of scheme like the fair rate, or we get a. I mean, there are a couple of things that I think are desperately needed. One is a potential cut in VAT, theatre tickets.
Right, that was quite blue. I have to watch out down there. That's pretty open.
Boost, and I think for producers
Right.
to make work, tax credit, bigger tax credits for investors to put money in. That would help. But in terms of buildings, what we need to do is look after our staff. And to do that, we simply need support. It's going to take
There was some... I did see some of the ceiling.
Anthony, great to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Right, I can see that there, so that's fine. I can get back. Diana Crafty, she's still there. Then,
you make of that as well.
Hello.
We're talking about pubs and restaurants and Super Saturday.
Excuse me.
Is there a logical reason why, say, a concert hall or a theatre can't open? Again, the comparison people have been making is with planes, for example. How can it be okay for 200 people to be packed into a plane, but not into a theatre? Why a hairdresser's and not a nail bar? Why a busy pub, but not a theatre or another entertainment venue? Does it make sense to you? 0345 6060 973 is the number. More calls coming in just a moment. This is LBC 747.
The voices of LBC at the weekend. Andrew Castle.
This is a pandemic that's killing people. You're very happy to close the economy down, get furloughed, see your children's futures shattered educationally, but you're the same people who go out there and beat your chest over a victory for a football team or a quarantine raid. What makes you so special that you should do that?
Andrew Castle, tomorrow morning from 7 on LBC.
Masksworld.co.uk. Buy the PPE you need to remain COVID secure as lockdown eases. We stock high quality filtering face masks and
very, very
Place your order now at masksworld.co.uk with next day delivery.
One there.
As shops open up again, how do we all stay safe? Fontaine runs a craft store.
We've made the shop COVID safe. If you can't keep 2 metres apart, make sure it's 1 metre with extra precautions. Know the number of customers allowed in at any one time. Use the hand sanitizer at the entrance and use contactless payments. I'm loving serving customers again, but please, to keep us open, we've all got to keep to the guidelines.
Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
Eurotunnel Le Château is a safer way to get to France and beyond, with social distancing built in. There's no scrum at security, hanging around for your bags, or shouldering strangers in your seat. With Eurotunnel Le Château, simply drive on at Folkestone and stay in your car comfortably. Then drive off 35 minutes later. Stay safe. Go Tunnel, Eurotunnel Le Château, a safer way to France and beyond.
Okay. That's right, I was getting freaked out then because I put that one there. But where's the other one?
Unfortunately, Pension B
All
can't
there.
make you superhero confident, but we can transfer most old pensions together into one simple online plan that's managed by one of the world's largest money managers for pension peace of mind.
Ma'am, would you call the fire brigade, please?
Be pension confident. Download the app or visit pensionbee.com to sign up.
Authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority. Capital at risk.
Now more than ever, the world needs people with purpose. Like the people at Active Impact, who create inclusive opportunities to help disabled young people grow in confidence and learn new skills. At the Cooperative Bank, we also want to see a world that works for everyone. As the original ethical bank, we're supporting 55 of our customers' life projects just like this with our customer donation fund. The Cooperative Bank and Active Impact. Together, we are people with purpose.
This is LBC, leading Britain's conversation with Clive Bull.
LBC, I'm Clive Bull. We're talking about...
Get out of here.
Now, I may have made a mistake here in asking, have you been taking advantage of the pubs opening? Because obviously, if the answer is yes, you've probably been to the pub. And if you're listening to this and thinking, well, everyone's actually phoning in saying they haven't been and they're all very sober, I understand there are quite a few people calling in who definitely have been to the pub. We can't necessarily put them on the air, but those people do exist and they have been taking advantage of the pub situation. I can tell you that. I want to mention as well, in response to our discussion about theatres, Nikki in Winchfield says, hi Clive, I'm a bit sick of all the attention theatres and the arts are getting. What about live events? IT conferences are not as sexy, but we are in just as much trouble. The only difference is we don't have the celebrity support. We'll be forgotten again. There's no work for us for at least a year. Please don't forget us. Well, that's a very good point. I know a lot of people who work in events of various kinds, and that is a real problem because big conference centres where they have hundreds, even thousands of people, I think it's going to be a while before they get the go-ahead, and that is a very big and important industry as well. Now, one of the other things that you can now do is have a driving lesson. Driving lessons resumed in England, but there is a bit of a long wait apparently to get your test. Now Charlotte Sullivan is LBC's reporter in Essex, who has been investigating. Charlotte, tell us what you've been doing.
Yes, well, as you say, driving instructors and schools are among those businesses who've been allowed to reopen in England from today. But like with everything at the moment, they've got a set of very specific rules to try and stop the spread of the virus, which is going to make lessons very different to how they were pre-pandemic. So earlier today, I've spent some time with instructor Darren Locke in Essex from Bill Plant Driving School and student Rachel Taylor as they get ready to resume their lessons. Darren told me how both instructors and students will now have to wear a mask throughout the lesson. Windows need to be kept open to allow for ventilation, and they'll start their lessons outside the vehicle to maintain social distancing as much as possible. Another big change for instructors is also the new cleaning regime. They have to clean inside, everything inside the car that either they or the student touch, and that's between every lesson, as well as also sometimes in the middle of a lesson, say if they swap places so that the instructor can show the student a manoeuvre. I asked Darren how he's feeling about going back to teaching.
I'm a little bit nervous about that. What we've done is we've reduced the number of pupils that we're going to take in one day. So rather than taking 6 pupils in the car in one day, I've actually cut my diary down to a maximum of 4, which means I can increase the lesson time between pupils, give me more time to clean the car, also myself get fresh air away from the mask, change
I'm going back to the safety
lesson as well. And I think we just got to remember the fact that the safety measures we put in place, there's always going to be a risk.
The tunnel, the safety of the tunnel.
Now, learner driver Rachel said she's not fazed by the new safety measures. She said she feels used to wearing a mask now already, as she always wears one on public transport.
That way.
And she says she can't wait to start her lessons again.
The window open, I suppose, is the biggest one because of outside noise. You know, it can be quite distracting at times.
You little midgets.
Overall, I'm just really excited to be back, and you know, my test got cancelled just before lockdown, so I just really want to get back and get learning and get driving.
So masks and cleaning very much now a huge part of any driving lesson, but hopefully things that will keep both the instructor and the student feeling safe.
Okay.
Good stuff, Charlotte. Thank you very much indeed. Charlotte, LBC's reporter in Essex, spending the day with a driving instructor. Let me mention some of your texts now coming in on 84850. Joey Neaston says, I'm wondering, Clive, maybe the reason there hasn't been a second wave because a lot of the country
Jesus
already
Christ,
had
that
the
one's
virus.
low.
What proportion of the population have we tested for?
Oh yeah,
Have we
this
tested
side.
for the antibodies? Maybe at least half the country has already had it,
Got that
and
thing
that is a
over here.
possibility. Truth is, we don't know how many
Whoop.
people have had it because we don't have enough data to establish the truth.
Yeah.
Well, we certainly could do with that data. There have been some tests and some studies, and as far as I'm aware, it's certainly not half the country. Obviously, we can't be sure until we've tested the entire country, but there have been randomised tests of communities, and as far as I'm aware, it's nothing like, I think the most is something more like 20%, and in most areas much lower than that. I mean, in a way, it would be rather reassuring if half the country had it. As far as I'm aware, there aren't any figures to support that, but you're right. We really need to know, and if we could do a lot more antibody testing, that would be good, I think. Barry in Epsom says, Clive, the blame would have to be with the government, as they say what to do, but clearly there is no enforcement, as per your earlier reports this evening about people drinking in the street. They should have stopped all air travel from the start, then we could have carried on as normal, as we are an island. Well, that is right. And that is what should have happened. And in the next hour, we're going to talk about what's happening now with air travel as well. And Assie in Bedfordshire says, Clive, I don't think pubs should be open. I think it was sad and desperate ploy by the PM. Given alcohol-related incidents were one of the biggest tolls on hospitals, the decision to open so quickly and early was ludicrous. Also, personally, I'm not going to a pub because the experience, the relaxation, relief, or ability to unwind won't be there. I like to sit on a bar stool with banter, etc. Be carefree. So what's the point of going for a pint with a dose of paranoia? I know what you mean. Let's talk to Jane in Marbella. Hello, Jane.
Hi, Ron. How are you? I spoke to you a couple of weeks ago about masks.
Oh, masks, yes.
I am dreading the Brits coming over here. Few will be wearing masks, and they are in for a very big shock. I hope they come with plenty of money, because they will be fined by the police if they are not adhering to the rules of the country.
Right. So it's much stricter.
I really mean that. Something occurred. I go to the same pharmacist always. They had the police in there last week. A British woman went in without a mask, and a Spanish lady was in there and complained, and she called the police, and the woman was fined €1,000, £900. So this is what the Brits have got to look forward to.
Are you worried that British tourists coming to Spain are going to bring the virus with them?
I know.
You are worried about that?
I am very concerned about this. I mean, normally I would come over to England in August. This year I am not coming.
But does it feel to you like Spain is on top of the situation now?
Yes, it does, because we have been given rules and instructions, not told by Boris Al Boris, to use our common sense.
Right. All right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
Jane
7.5.
very concerned.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 6.5. Idiot. Alright, 8:05 in May. Okay. Still a couple of minutes yet.
Otherwise, you might get fined. Jane, thank you very much for that.
That was quite a little successful little trip.
In the next hour, we're going to be talking about the rules on foreign travel, which have changed again.
It's a little bit fun doing that. I think I'll just carry on.
So, do you think we've got the travel restrictions right now? The quarantine.
Yeah, once I've got the storage room built, I'm going to go back to sort of standard mining to get, like, you know, diamonds and stuff like that.
Abroad this summer, what are your plans? How confident do you feel about travelling abroad? We'll talk about that. Plus, later at 9 we have the LBC Legal Hour, concentrating on employment advice. It's all to come. 0345 6060 973.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 8 o'clock, it's the first night in more than 3 months that pubs and restaurants have opened their doors in England. The Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, says he won't hesitate, though, to bring back lockdown restrictions if people don't act responsibly. Cinemas, hairdressers, restaurants and theme parks can also reopen from today. Neil Poulter is the operations manager at Thorpe Park in Surrey. He says they've had to make big changes.
We are pre-book only. We've also got temperature checks out of our front of house beforehand. We have regular hand sanitisation for our guests. We're adhering to social distancing, whether that's within our queue lines, but also on our rides, where we will space people out between the rides.
Hundreds of extra police officers are also patrolling railway stations and train services this weekend as bars are reopened. But the easing of restrictions doesn't apply yet in Scotland and Wales unless there still remains in local lockdown due to a spike in COVID-19 cases there. These people at the White Bear pub in Hinckley on the border of the restricted zone told us that despite feeling sorry for those still in lockdown, they're so thankful they're allowed to visit their local.
It's good to get out. Yeah, we were regulars here, so we were first in the queue to get back in, get a nice cold pint and a nice burger.
It's a relief, really, to be able to get out and enjoy my time. It's really exciting. I've been working from home, I'm still working from home, so I've barely left the house in the last 3 or 4 months, so it's just nice to get out, have a bit of girly chat and a nice cocktail.
Rules have been relaxed to allow 2 households to meet up indoors, and overnight stays are also allowed. A further 67 people have died in all settings after being diagnosed with coronavirus in the UK. That now brings the official total number of deaths to 44,198. 2 police officers have broken bones and 9 others have been injured as they tended to an illegal street party in West London. Bricks were thrown at the police who tried to break up the gathering in White City on Friday night. London Mayor Sadiq Khan has since condemned the attacks as disgraceful. A man in his early 20s has been shot dead near Pentonville Prison in North London. Police were called this afternoon and found the victim with gunshot wounds who died at the scene, though there have been no arrests so far. And Manchester United ahead of Chelsea with a 5-2 thrashing.
Jesus Christ. Thrashing.
Giving their European hopes a boost after beating Wolves 2-0. LBC weather wet and windy across the north tonight. Some drizzle further south you go with a low of 10 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Serena Farrow.
After that, thrashing.
From Global, leading Britain's conversation with Clive Bull.
And a very good evening to you. If you've just tuned in, this is LBC. I'm Clive Bull with you till 10. Coming up later at 9 we have the regular LBC Legal Hour, and with me is Barrister Daniel Barnett from Outer Temple Chambers. We're going to be talking about employment questions. More and more people losing their jobs.
I started this on 4 experience and now I'm nearly 3.
Furlough rules which are changing, and we'll get some advice. Call us at 9 for that. In this hour, we're going to focus on travel and the changing situation for holidays, particularly foreign travel. The rules have changed again. Later on, we'll have some detailed advice as well on what you can do. You can put a question. But I want to talk first of all about where the rules are at the moment. A summer holiday abroad, I never thought it would be, but it's looking like a real possibility for those who choose to do it. Have we, do you think, now got the travel restrictions about right? Will you be taking a trip abroad this summer? Is that something that tempts you? Have you already booked it and you're wondering whether to go or not? Be interested in how you feel about this and how you're going to make that decision. 0345 6060973, text 84850 and tweet at LBC. So there has been, let's face it, a lot of chopping and changing, accusations of it being a shambles. The 14-day quarantine requirement that was brought in but far too late in most people's opinions, including mine, has been largely dropped in favour of, well, air bridges, which were then, in turn, largely dropped in favour of a list of countries that we now think are okay to go to, or something like that. It's rather complicated. It doesn't guarantee a smooth trip there as far as I can see, and back, because it's also up to the destination country. It's all very well us saying, yes, you can go there, but the destination country has an opinion on this as well. And meanwhile, social distancing is apparently absolutely fine on a crowded plane. Still not quite sure why, but summer holidays are back on, abroad or otherwise. Is this sensible? Will you be going abroad? Do you have a trip planned? 0345 6060973. Do you fancy maybe a week in Greece via Bulgaria? Let's talk to Lisa Francesca Nand, who's a travel journalist and host of the Big Travel podcast. Lisa, good evening to you.
Good evening.
I mentioned the word shambles, which Nicola Sturgeon has used. With these chopping and changing rules, do you think that's fair? It has been a bit shambolic?
Yeah, I think it's very fair to say it's shambolic. And, even as a travel professional who is staying on top of it every day, I'm like, what? Really? Change? I don't even think the government know what they're doing. The changes have happened so regularly. Like you said, we were talking about air bridges and air corridors, and now they don't seem to be mentioned. But, from today, we do have this rough definitive list over where you might be able to go and not have to quarantine. But you're right in saying that actually it doesn't necessarily mean you can go there because they might not want us there. So Greece, for example, have said that they don't want us there until the 15th of July at the moment. They might review it after that. Australia and New Zealand, our government have said that we could go there, but they don't want us at the moment. And Portugal, who knows what's happening with Portugal, they're sort of up in arms saying that, hang on, we're not on the list. Why are we not on the list? We're not really as bad in terms of the virus as the UK have been. So it is confusing, but there are definite places we can go, and there is a large list of them now. If people want to go, and I'm certainly hearing anecdotally and doing surveys on social media and Twitter, that sort of thing, that actually there are some people. There's definitely going to be fewer people going, but of course you do have a lot of people that want to travel as well.
Where do you think are going to be the popular destinations for Brits then?
The popular destinations are what they always are, which is Spain, France, Italy, Germany. Spain, you've got 400,000 British people
AF5 main.
Spain, because at various times it's been quite
Yep.
cheap to buy a holiday home in there. So those people, I think, people with friends and families in these destinations. And I always say people travel for a lot of different reasons, don't they? It's not always about just going on a random holiday to for two weeks or 10 days to a hotel you've never been before, although there's something nice about that, don't get me wrong. A lot of people return to places, don't they? They return to places where they know, where they have friends or even family members, where they might rent an apartment year after year, where they know the waiter, where they feel at home, and places they've been missing. So I think those people will definitely have the impetus to go, as well as the people who obviously, lockdown has been really hard for a lot of people and tragic for many more. Lots of people will think, well, I need a break, and those lucky enough to be able to do so will probably do that.
And what's the situation? Are there lots of holidays available?
Yes, there are lots of holidays available, although they're actually their prices. I mean, I've been looking at them; they're going up sharply, and also a lot of flights are being cancelled. I've had a few cancelled, even for the countries that you can go to without quarantining on the way back. EasyJet have cancelled a lot of flights. They're running at a very reduced capacity. Ryanair seems like, you'd never thought I'd be saying this, but seems like the safest option in terms of cancellation and the most secure option in terms of flying at the moment. But even a friend of mine was meant to fly out to Austria today, and her flight was cancelled 2 days before. So So I'm flying out, due to fly out on Wednesday with Ryanair from Southend to Malaga, and I don't know whether it might be cancelled at the last minute. You know, you've got to sort of pack up and, you know,
Okay,
take
so
the
let's
chance and
check
hope that it will go.
the
So there are
8:10.
holidays out there. There
Okay,
are
so while that's
flights
going,
out
let's
there,
quickly
because
check
just
the
because they are out there and you can book them,
crystal
it
gather.
doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to go.
8:10
Are they
crystal gather
bargains?
for there. That
Or
one
are
we're
the
doing at the
prices rushing
moment.
up now?
A few days ago, you could get like 2 weeks in Mallorca for
Wow.
300 quid.
I
But then
can.
rapidly, I checked a few flights
Cha-cha,
only,
cha-cha.
and they're now, you know, the usual summer prices, which can be £300 or £400 just for a flight to Malaga and back, because they're in demand. So I'm sure you'll be able
There's
to,
any
if you're
6-digit
looking
number
for a
starting
package
with
deal,
7.
I'm sure you'll be able to find a bargain out there still. But it might not
7
necessarily.
hours,
They're
so
going up and
that
up all the time as people become
would
more confident.
be...
But people are going to
Yeah,
want
that
that
is a
business. You know, I'm
tomorrow
hearing
job.
of bars that are empty, you know, beaches that are missing us. You know, the British, we spend a lot abroad, we love our
Tomorrow.
holidays, and they will want our
Crystal
business. You know,
gather
things are
is
quieter than normal, so you might actually, if you do get out there somewhere, you might actually find that you have a nicer holiday
tomorrow.
because there's fewer slow tourists around.
So we're
Let's not
waiting
also
on that
forget
one.
that
140
we need
seconds.
tourism
So
here. You know, the quarantine now has been
8:10.
abolished for
I've got crystal
this list
gather
of over
here.
50 countries, and we
Okay,
need to
so
have them
after
here.
we can go
Like
for
you said
1,
earlier when you
2,
introduced me, we
3.
should have locked down in terms of closing the borders a lot
Okay.
earlier. We should have done it a lot earlier. But now, you know, and within the last month when they did introduce it, it's absolutely pointless. You know, we want people to come here as well, and they will be subject to the same social distancing laws that as we will be. And we've had quite a high caseload here, so you know, I wouldn't worry about them coming in either. We need them. The restaurants, bars, hotels, we need them here. They need us there. So you know, it's time that we got things moving.
You mentioned you booked a flight then. Have you heard anything? Do the airlines tell you anything about social distancing and safety and that kind of thing?
1 hour,
No, they
45
haven't said anything
minutes.
at all, which I think is very interesting. And I'm a member of
45
lots of
minutes from that
travel
clock,
groups
so
around the
that's
world, and the
10
airlines, it
p.m.
seems, are you know, all taking their own
Pretty much.
way of dealing with this. First of all,
But at the start of the day,
remember when
I
people
had
said, well,
about
you'd have to leave the
4.3
middle
million of
seats
food.
empty? That's
We'll
not
have a
happening
look
at the
again
moment. Nobody
tomorrow
has
and
to
we'll
do
make a
that.
note how much food I
The
have in
only
the
way
morning.
that's actually being done is if a
But
flight is
there's
full.
true
I'm getting
upkeep.
reports of plenty of full flights because there's fewer flights.
Because at the moment I've got 8.5 million.
The social
It's 2 more
distancing
than what I
rules
had
at the
yesterday when I left
airport,
off,
you know,
and
you've
4
got to
million,
stand 2 meters apart,
4 more
you've
than
got to
what I
wear
had this
masks for
morning.
the whole duration of a flight. Yes, even if you're going on a 12-hour flight
8,
somewhere.
10,
And most countries
11
are
of
rife for their
us
testing
there.
people.
Okay,
And
so
the
we'll
rumour is, I mean, things do change, you know, rapidly, as you know, but the rumour is we're testing people soon on arrival here as well. But as we know, that's not foolproof because you might not necessarily have a temperature and then go on to, you know, develop the virus. But yeah, nothing. When you book a flight, no rules about social distancing. I do know that when I arrive in Spain, I will have to fill out a form. If I arrive in Spain, let's be optimistic, that I'll have to fill out a form saying where I'm staying, and I think they'll be doing a temperature check.
Thank you very much. Great to talk to you, Lisa Francesca Nand, there, travel journalist, host of the Big Travel Podcast. What's your experience of this? Are you planning to get away? Are you confident that your holiday will happen? 0345 6060 973 is the number. And let's bring in now Jamie Shale, who's owner of the Rothay Manor, a hotel and fine dining restaurant in Ambleside, Cumbria. Jamie, good evening to you.
Good evening, good evening.
So tell us about your position then. I gather you're not opening yet. You didn't open today.
No, we made a call almost a month ago now. We needed to set a date that we were pretty sure we'd stick to. So we picked on the 16th as a good date to open. If they did allow hospitality to open on the 4th, it would give us a couple of weeks to kind of get a feeling for what was going on, how it was being received, and to hopefully make sure we picked up on all the mistakes and errors that other people were making on how they were going to handle guests and staff and the like. So the 16th, the date we chose, and assuming we could get open, and it's great that we can, and it's nice to see so much stuff's already open today.
What do you think you will need to do? Is it going to be a massive job to make it sort of COVID compliant?
No, it's obviously not an easy thing to do. Hospitality it's a very flexible industry anyway, and the kitchens and the likes are all very clean and very safe as they are. So the back of house is relatively easy, although kitchens are a hard place to keep people apart in. front of house wise, obviously the onus is on both sides. It's not just on the hotel, it's also on the public to stick to 2 metres. But once you've got some screens in and to protect your staff and to protect the guests and plenty of hand sanitising stations and restrictions on moving, making sure your tables and things are far enough apart, they're not all too close. Each hotel and each restaurant and bar can set the rules themselves. So the advice given by UK Hospitality and the government has been the risk assessments are very specific to each individual premises, which has helped us a lot. Because I think if we'd had a blanket 30% reduction or 50% reduction on what we could do, there'd be so many fewer businesses opening up.
How is the business looking at the moment? Have you got any bookings for the summer?
So July is looking pretty good, although if I think back to this time last year for July, we were 90%. We were almost full. We had almost every room taken for every night through. If I look forward,
I want to go back to
16th, we've got sort of 2 weeks left of
Main
July.
for a
We've
moment.
just cleared 60% occupancy for the last 2 weeks of
And
July.
then I forgot to redeem
Is
the
much better than we thought it could have been. We obviously not knowing whether we were ever going to be open.
Oh.
We were quite worried.
I need a fan just for those. I can put it in the fan for a second and they get cold. I'd love that, like a pair of gaming headphones that literally do not heat up. Every headphone that I've said, oh, it's cool, it's comfy, it has always heated up. I don't care, you know. A 10-minute test does not substitute for a 12-hour gaming session. I easily have those, so I need something that's gonna, you know, stay cold or keep cool for 12 hours.
Jamie, great to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Oh,
Jamie Shield there, who's owner of Rothay Manor.
Keep cool,
and the
man.
bookings are rolling in for Rothay Manor, which is in Ambleside, Cumbria, in the lovely Lake District. Over to you, 0345 6060 973. What's your plan? Would you go on a foreign holiday? Do you think the government's guidance have got it right now? Should we be testing people as they come back into the country? And should that be just certain countries or all countries? Should we test or should we ask for quarantine? Or is it just open season now? 0345 6060 973. This is LBC 816.
This is LBC.
Hey, I'm Robin, one of the tech experts, here to help you at Curry's PC World. I'm not just a voice on the radio. You can now come into your local store and talk tech with a human being like me. Just the news you needed this evening. Put all the right measures in place to help you again safely in your local Curry's PC World stores. The tech experts are back in town, so come in and see if that vacuum can take care of your well-trodden home. And welcome back to your local Curry's PC World.
I believe in you, Elsa, more than anyone or anything.
Here's that great news again to brighten up your Saturday.
This is it. Everyone ready?
The #1 animated movie of all time is now on Disney Plus. At this very moment, live the epic adventure of the story that changed everything.
Any questions? Everything.
Frozen 2, now streaming on Disney Plus. The home of Frozen. 18 plus subscription required. T's and C's apply.
What would the world be like if we listened more? At Honda, our ears are always open to new ideas. Oh, there's one now, knocking on our eardrum. What's that? What if we made a car with cameras instead of wingers? A robot mower that knows when it's time to cut the grass. A self-balancing motorcycle. And what if by 2022, all of our mainstream cars were hybrid or electric?
Oh.
Ah, great idea. Thanks, ears. Honda, the power of dreams.
What have you missed the most? A haircut? A visit to the shops?
No.
What about a nice lunch?
How have I got 9 million food?
Or an afternoon in a pub garden?
How did that happen?
Fancy a casual bike ride?
No.
Perhaps something a little more
No.
intense.
No thanks.
Or maybe you want a relaxing day out. Whatever you've missed, get out there and enjoy it again safely. Find out how at gov.uk/enjoy summer safely.
This is LBC, leading Britain's conversation with Clive Ball.
LBC, I'm Clive Ball. We're talking about travelling abroad at the moment. Later on, Julian Bray, travel expert, will be joining us and answering your questions. If you've got a specific problem with a particular country or holiday or trip that you've planned or are thinking about and you want some advice, then Julian Bray will be joining us to answer those questions. And you can call 0345 6060 973. Also interested in what those plans are and whether you are happy to be travelling abroad. 84850 on the text and tweet at LBC and at Clive Bull. Now, whilst we're talking about travel and Spain, it may have escaped your notice that there is a spike in one area of Spain, Catalonia, looking down an area of over 200,000 people. We're going to get the
my
latest
second one had 9 million
Graham
views.
Keeley is a reporter for The Independent in Spain. Evening, Graham. So tell us more about this lockdown then.
Okay, this has happened in a place called Segria. This is in the eastern part of Catalonia. That's inland, not near Barcelona or the Costa Brava. Basically, this is an agricultural area, mainly with fruit farms, and a lot of migrant labour who work on these fruit farms.
Do I have any?
This is important because the authorities have said that 4 out of 9 of the clusters of cases have been linked to these farms. And what they're saying is perhaps these migrant workers who are moving around Spain may have
definitely
helped
want to
or
buy one.
unfortunately caused this spike in cases.
And yes, we've come across these sort of situations before where the migrant workers tend to be working in quite close proximity and living in quite close proximity as well.
Yes, indeed. There have been reports here of these migrant workers sleeping out and not living in very salubrious circumstances, living in very close proximity, as you said, and having to move around across the country, which may, of course, bring them into contact with other people from other parts of Spain, possibly raising the chances of infection.
So this particular lockdown, though, is it very much an outlier? We get the impression that after a terrible, torrid time in Spain, that things have really settled down?
They have. I mean, there have been cases or small outbreaks around the country, about 10 or 15 of them. This is the biggest yet. It has been quite alarming because the authorities have declared a lockdown, as happened obviously during the state of emergency here. And there has been a poll tonight, in fact, by a Spanish paper, La Vanguardia. 97% of the people polled said we have relaxed measures too much, we've relaxed too much, and this is what has happened, i.e. there's been a spike in cases. So people are kind of concerned and they thought this was going to happen anyway.
And if Brits do decide, we're just talking about foreign holidays, and the most popular destination is Spain. A lot of people are now booking their holidays for Spain this summer. Should they be prepared for anything in particular when they get to Spain? I'm hearing that it's quite a strict regime in terms of COVID safety.
Yes, of course. Spain wants people to know that it's a safe location for them to come on holiday. Obviously, tourism is very important. When you get to the airport, you will have to tell the authorities where you are going to be, give your details, and obviously get in touch if you think you're coming down with any of the symptoms. One authority, again, actually in Catalonia, has set up a series of hotels whereby anyone with the infection could go and be isolated. But of course, Spain, like any other country, can only do so much. And so far, they've been trying to clamp down on any kind of suggestion or any cases locally to get them contained, as has happened today in Catalonia.
And in terms of public behaviour, I mean, I'm just thinking, I've seen some terrible behaviour by some Brits abroad, in Spain in particular. Are the bars all open? Is there social distancing being observed? Or were people wearing masks when they go about their business?
Frankly, no. When I've been out, I've seen people in bars without masks, for a bit.
Very interesting, Graham. Thank you so much for that, Graham Keeley, reporter for The Independent in Spain. 0345 6060 973 is the number. Sam is in Putney. Hello, Sam.
Hi, Clive.
Hi, Sam.
Clive, I flew out to Italy a couple of days ago on Tuesday for a family bereavement, unfortunately, and I returned today. I'm literally on my way home now. It was a horrendous experience. I mean, given the social distancing measures that we have been told and warned about, which I have kept to over the last 3+ months, the flight to Italy was a full flight, a packed flight. I paid nearly £600 for the ticket, which would normally cost about 200. But I didn't have a choice. But secondly, I thought it's probably because the flight is going to be a third full or maybe half full. Every single seat was used, including the middle seats. You were 6 inches away from, 2 other passengers, or 4 passengers in fact, one either side and one front and back. And it was horrendous. I mean, they're quite happy to stick you on a flight for 3 hours with 200 other passengers 6 inches away, and yet they tell you you've got to keep 2 meters, for safe distancing. How does that work?
Yeah. So, did you all have to wear masks?
We had to wear masks. However, you are given food packages, so they come with a bank of crisps, biscuits, or sandwich and drinks. And and I'm not blaming anybody, but the person next to me, the guy next to me, he was eating for a good 25 minutes and he had his mask off.
Yeah, so that rather defeats the object.
It absolutely defeats it. Now, on arrival to Italy, our temperatures were taken. We had to fill in a form. We had to actually fill in a form at Heathrow going out, giving the thing. Yeah. And then on returning, there was a government website which we had to link into, a UK website, and you had to put in the details because of the quarantining that I would have to do now for the next 14 days.
So technically you're meant to be quarantining now, are you?
I'm meant to be quarantining even though it ends on the 10th, I guess, and I'm a little vague on this, but I'm guessing the 14 days applies to me because I'm back before the 10th.
Right. And what about at the airport? How was social distancing there?
It was, social distancing was kept at the airport. I mean, Heathrow was...
Until next time, 8:45. Oh yeah, I'll put the video up on
Coming back from Italy, it was nowhere near what it would be normally. So the social distancing aspect was, fine at the
yeah,
airport.
I don't care if I hit one accidentally, that's fine.
3 hours on a flight, either way.
Trying to get through it so quickly, that's okay.
It's just, it's ludicrous. I don't know how, between the civil aviation authorities and the government, I don't know how they've planned it out this.
Well, they've clearly decided that is okay if you're wearing a mask, I guess. Sam, very interesting. Thank you very much for that. 0345 6060 973. Jenny in Staines. Hi, Jenny.
Oh, hello, Clive. Well, I'm phoning on my daughter's behalf because she's going on a painting holiday in November to Marrakesh. And I was a bit worried about it all. I'm not sure. I think it's EasyJet. But she really doesn't want to go now. And I said, well, pay the second deposit on your card and then if we're sure of getting that back. But I didn't know how the situation was in that area or even in November.
That is a very good question. November, who knows what will be going on? Maybe she will want to go by then. Marrakesh in November. Yeah, that is a difficult one. I will put this to Julian Bray, who joins us in a minute after the news, and I'll put your question to him and see what he says. My suspicion is that if there's no advice against travelling and they don't cancel it, then I think you either have to go or you're going to lose your money. I would have thought. I'm not the expert, and I'll ask Julian in a minute, but my suspicion is, unless it is cancelled, or unless there is a reason why the government tell you can't go, if you just think, well, I don't want to go, I don't think that's good enough. No. So that's what my suspicion would be. But stay listening, Jenny. We'll come back to that, and we'll probably have other similar questions as well. Julian, thank you very much, Jenny. Thanks a lot. Julian Bray will be joining us, travel and aviation expert. So if you have a question about the new regulations or a trip that you've planned and you've got a query about it, then call us now and Julian will have a go at answering those questions. 0345 6060 973 is the number. This is LBC 8:30. I'm Clive Bull. News headlines now with Serena Farrow.
People in England have been able to go to restaurants and pubs for the first time in months. It's so far the biggest easing of the coronavirus lockdown. Cinemas, hairdressers, restaurants and theme parks have also been allowed to reopen. Overnight stays in England are now also allowed, which brings with it a much-needed boost to the economy. But Boris Johnson's reminding people who are going out this weekend to do so, but still need to stick to social distancing rules. And 2 police officers have broken bones and 9 others have been injured after trying to break up an illegal rave in West London. Bricks were thrown at them in White City on Friday night. LBC weather
Go
wet
back
and
on
windy
13.
across the north tonight. A little drizzle further south to
Then
go with a low of 10
back
degrees.
2 on 11 and back 1 on 10. Yep, that works.
Dinner Lady Margaret spent her 25-year career laughing and joking with the school children. Then she received a call out of the blue about her pension from what she thought was a reputable firm. But it was a scammer, and her lifetime savings was stolen.
Tries like a dream. I'll take it.
Don't let a scammer enjoy your retirement. Check who you're dealing with. Visit ScamSmart from the Financial Conduct Authority.
I thought I'd never see you again. I missed how you made me feel, the excitement you brought me. But I never stopped loving you.
Did you just say something, mate?
What, just looking at the Premier League fixtures like...
Absence makes the heart grow fonder, so it's never been a better time to be a football fan. Celebrate with the Acca Cracker from Paddy Power. It covers all games on all markets, and if one leg folds, you get a free bet.
Already.
Paddy Power. Match fee bet £10.
Nice.
$1 to £5 for each leg. T's and C's apply. Is plus
That's everything was really good.
We're hoping to keep you and our team safe is our priority, so we have fewer people working. And to make social distancing easier, we've installed screens in kitchens and service areas. Before reopening, all our restaurants will be deep cleaned, and we'll be cleaning equipment and surfaces even more often. For now, we're open for reduced hours and serving a reduced menu. And to keep everyone moving quickly and safely, please use contactless payment. With smaller teams, service will take longer than usual, so thank you for your patience. To see if your local McDonald's is open, visit mcdonalds.co.uk. McDelivery at participating restaurants only.
What have you missed the most? A haircut?
Yeah, I'll send her a
Visit
quick
to the
message.
shops? Oh, you look lovely in that. What about a nice lunch? Fish and chips, please. Or an afternoon in a pub garden. Fancy a casual bike ride? Or perhaps something a little more intense? Or maybe you want a relaxing day out. Whatever you've missed, get out there and enjoy it again safely. Find out how at gov.uk/enjoy summer safely.
Clive Bull on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
LBC, I'm Clive Bull. We're talking about travelling abroad at the moment and the changing rules seem to be ever-changing at the moment. If you've got a question about how it all works or a particular trip in mind that you'd like to ask about, then do call 0345 6060 973. And Julian Bray, travel and aviation expert, joins me. Evening, Julian. So,
Email. Every time someone went live on Twitch, I got an email. It was like, I've got the Twitch app. Just send me a notification to the damn app, and that will be just fine. Now, how much more? So 1, 2, 3, 4. We're enough to make a whole other stack. Oh yeah.
Let us see how it all pans out.
are you feeling that there is some confidence?
Oh yeah, I'm going back to like,
will be quite a
the
few
beginning
people
now.
going on foreign holidays, or would you still be suspicious of that?
A lot of people will be going on holiday, and I'm hoping they're going to take necessary precautions. The point is, we are in the middle of this current pandemic, and really nothing has changed from that point of view. although the brakes are off and everybody says we can go on holiday, you've still got to work out what is happening at the other end as well. So I'd urge everybody to be very cautious.
Now, I don't know whether you heard, we had a call just before the news from Jenny, who was worried about her daughter. She has booked a painting holiday, it sounds rather nice, in Marrakesh in November. She's paid for half of it, but she now has decided she doesn't really want to go. So she's wondering what her best bet is. Should she pay for the rest of the holiday and hope it gets cancelled, or cancel now? I guess it's a bit of a gamble either way.
Well, it really depends how much she's paid. So she's paid part of it, and now the operator is saying we want the balance of the money, as I understand it. Yeah. So if she's already paid the first half, really, if she doesn't pay the second half, then of course she's actually given the money away. If she pays the second half and it's cancelled, then she'll get the money back. Or the problem is there's a thing called disinclination to travel, and if you do that, you don't get your money back, and that's the problem. If the operator cancels the painting holiday, then she will certainly get her money back. But really, it depends how much this has cost. So, can you afford to lose the money, or are you going to put good money after bad? And that is something she has to work out herself.
Let's take a call from Martin in Forest Hill then. Hello, Martin.
Hello.
Hi, what would you like to say?
A friend of mine died this morning in Ireland, and I've arranged to go over on Monday. And because I've got a very bad heart and very bad lungs, I decided to buy the free tickets for me, my wife, and my daughter, and to buy an extra free tickets for the seat in front of us, so no one will be sitting in front of us whatsoever. And it's costing us £1,800. I've been told I'm not allowed to do it.
To buy an empty seat?
Yeah, no, I'll buy the empty seats.
Is that right, Julian?
Obviously, different airlines have different sort of policies. However, why are you buying the empty seat in front of you? Because I know you're trying to socially distance. However, when you go onto the aircraft, you will be wearing a mask, and you'll be wearing gloves, and everybody will be socially distanced in terms of the crew will all have masks on. So they will keep that fairly clean, shall we say. And also, you're on an aircraft, and if it's a modern aircraft, it has what they call a HEPA filter. Now, these filters are the same as they use in operating theatres, and basically what it does, it totally sucks out the air and changes it umpteen times, and it actually takes out any virus as well. So you're actually traveling in a clean environment. The only environment that's not clean, possibly, is the airport, either end, and your conveyance to the airport. So personally, I wouldn't worry about the fact that you're not able to buy that seat, but I would certainly make sure I kept my mask on all the time, and really you won't have problems with catering, because they're not doing catering, they're just handing out water. That's about the size of it, and the trip to Ireland isn't that long with respect, so I think even with your heart condition and everything else, it should be okay.
Martin, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that.
Oh, I dread to think of anyone's watching and just not saying anything, because I'm just concentrating so hard right now because I've got to keep my eye out for lava.
Hello, Paul.
Hello, good evening. Thank you very much for taking my call.
And the fact that I know this pickaxe. Oh no, it's got a little bit of got a little bit of help on that. Don't let it break! Oh my god, I forgot. I've been letting all my pickaxes break. Don't let them break. Just disenchant them, get some XP back, and then repair. You freaking moron!
Right, that's a good one, actually.
I wish there was a texture pack where I could see that better, because
right,
I can't.
Just take it down into pieces. First of all, there's yet to marriage ceremony. Now, what will happen is that you have a standard, the couple get married and then have the celebration later on. Personally, I wouldn't want to go to Maui
No,
at
I'm
this
just going to
time
change that.
to actually do it. I think the risk is far too great. You're 73.
Oh, that's better. Right, I'm only having it like this so I can pay
75,
attention to the
actually,
health
so
and
I
stuff.
wouldn't do it.
That is a lot better.
May I just ask, confirm the situation? My wife and I do indeed fly to Japan later in the year. What is the current situation? Because we have long connection with Japan and we lived there for many years. My wife is Japanese, so we're regular visitors before lockdown.
Right, the situation is quite simple. You look on the government website and have a look at the latest travel information and see which band it's in, whether it's in green, amber or red. If it's in green, then there's no problems in travelling.
As soon as it disappears, stop eating it,
If it's in
basically.
amber or red, then of course your journey has to be really necessary, but also your travel insurance won't be valid. You've got to check the government, the Foreign Commonwealth Office website on a daily basis because it does change. Now, you'll find all the way through the website, it'll say the importance of having travel insurance, blah, 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 blah. Then you get all the way down, you'll see there's one paragraph there which basically says if you're going to a high-risk country, then your travel insurance might not be valid. And so that is what you've got to look at. If it's a green country, then no problem. And if it's amber or if it's red, then there is a problem. As far as travel insurance goes.
I'm going to go away that way, to this height, and come back at this height, and I'm not going to go down to 109. 109 is just a bit dumb.
More conversant in these things than I am, but there has been cases in the past apparently where somebody has been allergic to, say, peanuts, for example, and somebody opens up a bag 3-4 symptoms
Oh,
in
blimey.
front of them,
Okay, yeah,
and they have suffered an allergic
block of
reaction.
Quartz. Boom, boom.
Well, we're actually going back. Yes, I remember the case. We're going back a few years now on this. And in fact, you find that no airline actually serves
1,
peanuts
2, 3,
anymore.
4, 5, 6,
They actually
7,
took them off the catering
8.
to make sure that didn't happen.
8 full blocks. I only need 2 more.
You have to realise that the modern
I only
aircraft,
need
they
2
do have
more.
this enhanced filtration system, and you can look it up on the web and
Only
go through the
need 2
technicalities of
more.
it. But they are very efficient these days.
Na,
I'm
na,
talking
na,
about
na.
the last 4 or
Oh.
5 years, where this is all improved. Beforehand, it was a different system that they had, which is more of a circulatory system, but with HEPA filters in. The sort of filters you get on very high-end vacuum cleaners. So without mentioning names, but also in operating theatres. So if it's good enough for the operating theatre, hopefully it's good enough for us.
It's a good point though, Paul, and as you say, if you can open a packet of peanuts and the dust kind of somehow spreads to other people, I mean, before it's been through any filters, I guess that would be the risk. Paul, thank you very much.
Mask on.
You will have your mask on, yes, which would make a big difference. Simon in Southgate. Hello, Simon.
Yes, good evening to you both. I missed a holiday to Spain. I was booked on the 15th of March, and on the 14th, all hell broke loose in Spain, and so I'm very glad I didn't take the flight the following day because I would have been in lockdown. So that's a positive but I got no money back. I lost it all. But then yesterday with the opening of all these countries where we can go to and come back and not have to quarantine, Spain, Italy, Germany, whatever, I was then going to look into a holiday to Spain, and today lockdown outside of Barcelona, and
Oh yeah, already been here, already been here. Right, okay, let's not go too far and end up getting lost. Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna
thankfully
build a wall. I'm gonna build a wall.
otherwise I would have booked another holiday and lost all my money again.
Right, let's have a look at this. First of all, yeah, it's funny you should say that 14th of March. It was actually the 13th of March when Spain declared lockdown. I know this because, believe it or not, a colleague of mine who used to work at LBC when it first started, Derek Grant, he died on the 13th. And we had to try and arrange the funeral. And, of course, the lockdown, or the state of emergency, as the Spaniards said it was, declared
8:45 from
and
1.
nothing was moving in and
And I
out.
don't think I have any other
You lost out there.
8,
In
so
fact, the
then
state
it's
of
just
emergency has
Royal
just
Arena 9.
ended. I think it's a week.
Oh, and that's a Gabba.
Now you mentioned
I think I have like 9 million on one of them.
yes, it's flared up in Barcelona. It's a bit like the situation in Leicester, where this has actually flared up. Now, Spain is still on the green list. So we're not looking at a second spike. They're saying it's a flare-up at the moment, but you're quite right to be cautious. So what I would say to you, if you are going to book your holiday, again, be aware of these things that are happening and keep checking the government website and also your own gut reaction as to whether you want that holiday in Spain at the moment.
Yeah, in the end, it's a personal decision, isn't it? Simon, thank you very much for that. If you have a question for Julian, there's still time. 0345 6060 973. Now that the rules have changed, are you considering a foreign holiday? If you'd like some advice on potential trips or trips that you're going to cancel, then call now. 0345 6060 973. This is LBC 846.
LBC, the only place you question the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson.
In your opinion, working in care homes, if we'd locked down sooner, do you think we would have seen fewer deaths?
What I'm told is that every decision to move people out of the jobs in the NHS was taken on a clinical basis.
Don't let it break.
Representation in your senior cabinet. Sam, I'm not going to hide it from you. Of course we can do more.
Next, the leader of the Labour Party, Sir Keir
But there's no point in me like getting another pickaxe and repairing it. I'm not going to repair it. Every time I repair that, I get a repair penalty XP, and that's just going to go up and up and up. I might as well just combine it with another shitty one that's about to break and take from there. 3 hours 16. 16 midnight. Oh yeah. No, that is a tomorrow job now. Anything after midnight is officially tomorrow. That just about makes the cut, so that's the last day. What is the earliest? 9. Oh, I've got a Royal Arena and a Gather. But I'd rather get the Gathering going first.
Tea and Coffee Company are home to over 1,000 different teas and coffees, each carefully
Nope.
chosen from around the world, freshly roasted and packed to order, then delivered right to your door. Visit tea-and-coffee.com.
What happened to breakfast? Oh, I had a burrito. Kind of thing.
And for every online order received, we'll plant a tree and you'll earn loyalty points.
This is Hamilton, the original Broadway cast recording, featuring the smash hit Alexander Hamilton and My Shot. Experience the musical phenomenon that everybody's talking about. Hamilton, the soundtrack, out now.
I'm worried about buying from this website. There's no company details.
Buying online can be risky, but at Haynes Ford, we have been driving value since Ford arrived in 1911.
Oh, hang on.
Online or in-store, our friendly Ford experts can help you buy your next Ford car or commercial vehicle safely at a good price, arrange finance, and even deliver to your door. So for total peace of mind, click with us today at hainesford.co.uk. Always driving value.
Builder Ali spent his 40-year career whistling as he worked. Then he was offered a free pension review from what he thought was a reputable firm. But it was a scammer, and his lifetime savings were stolen.
I love that.
Oi, waiter! Another bottle of champers over here.
Don't let a scammer enjoy your retirement. Check who you're dealing with. Visit ScamSmart from the Financial Conduct Authority.
I'm breaking free from 64, I'm breaking free from 64, which is about fortune and mending. So if I were to use that standardly, would it repair itself? Let's use it standardly for a bit. Oh my god, look at that. As soon as I start using it standardly, because I'm not getting the XP, it's starting to get damaged. Oh, yeah, I don't like that. Nah. I think I'll just wait until I get some Quartz again.
606973 on employment coming up at
Or even some gold nugget, that'll do it.
Julian Bray in a moment about the travel situation. First, though, it's Independence Day in the US, and President Trump's speech at Mount Rushmore, where he held an early Independence Day celebration, was met with protests and warnings from public health officials. Let's talk to David Smith, the Washington bureau chief for The Guardian. Hello, David.
Hello.
What kind of an Independence Day is it turning out to be?
Really not like any we've seen before, as America finds itself in the midst of this pandemic, which actually seems to be getting worse rather than better. Really, records being broken almost by the day in terms of the number of infections, well above 50,000 per day. And Donald Trump has been tweeting about that in the last hour or so, yet again blaming testing, saying if we didn't do so much testing, we wouldn't have so many cases, which public health experts say that's not a sufficient explanation. In fact, the infections are going up. This Independence Day, we also have many Black Lives Matter protests across the country against racial injustice. On the 25th of May, George Floyd, an African-American man, was killed by police in Minneapolis. And in the midst of it, Trump trying to say it's business as usual. He's got another celebration at the White House tonight. And as you say, last night there was one at Mount Rushmore where he really gave quite a dark and divisive speech that many people felt was out of keeping with Independence Day. It was more about defining some Americans as his enemy.
And are public attitudes still very divided? And how much of the support is there still for Trump?
Yeah, it's a great question. There is a sense that perhaps June was the moment that things fell apart for him, and that the illusion of a 50-50 nation was shattered.
Ooh, hello.
The presidential election was very close, of course, although Hillary Clinton won by 3 million in the popular vote. And certainly all the opinion polls at the moment do suggest Trump is losing. He's in a minority, and he's finally starting to realise that. There is potentially a huge backlash against what many see as his racist rhetoric and policies. And the Democratic nominee, Joe Biden, leads him by double digits in many polls and leads him in battleground states. So I think there is commentary and indeed worry within the Trump camp that he is now just really appealing to his own hardline minority, and it's actually getting smaller and smaller, and he could really pay the price for that.
And there we are, repaired already.
David, thank you very much indeed. David Smith there, Washington bureau chief at The Guardian. Let's take another question for Julian Bray on travel now, and Ken is in Teddington. Hello, Ken.
Hi there. Thanks, Julian, for taking my call.
Go ahead.
I'm due to fly out to Grenada at the end of September. Now the airport's closed at the moment. And I booked the ticket through a travel agent. So the travel agents informed me I'm able to get a voucher or rebook for another date. Now my question is, if I just leave the original booking that I have in the airport opens, I'm assuming the flight will go ahead. Would I need to still book another ticket, or would that original ticket be valid?
No, the voucher would be for a new ticket.
Oh, hello.
Also,
Oh, you're a bit kind of like trapped here, buddy.
Just to leave it as is
Oh,
until nearer the time. September's a while away. I've still got the existing booking, which I haven't done anything with.
Oh God, I don't want to leave now alone. Okay, this is a pretty safe corridor. Let's see if we can dig down somewhere and get you out of here. I don't want to hurt you.
September, I'm actually waiting to see what happens because I've already had 2 flights that airline and
You ready to go down
them both, which they
that way?
processed one and the other one I've actually received already.
Right, so
Oh, so you can go somewhere that is one way.
I'm pretty comfortable. I'm happy to wait.
Ah, this is good. This is good. This is good.
Right,
Look.
so
Don't want to.
what is
Yeah,
your
I know.
No, the problem is that I'm not the ticket that I have because obviously the flight originally I told was cancelled. If I do nothing and then the airport opens and then the flight goes ahead, my question is, would that original ticket still be valid? I don't need to do anything. I can just wait until the date and then fly out once the.
I think it's a question of reconfirming your ticket.
With the airline.
With the airline, just to make sure that it is absolutely there. They haven't consolidated the flight or changed it around. So always keep in touch with your airline and literally give them a ring, quote your ticket number, sales number, and do it directly with the operator, just to make sure that you have a valid ticket still. And if they say, well, no, it's we'll give you a voucher instead, then you have another option or a refund.
Come on, buddy.
But the point is you can rebook.
I'm literally making a path for an NPC to get like to somewhere better. Could they prefer to be in lava? And I'm pretty sure they're
My
not.
question was about, I was hoping to travel at the end of the month to Abu Dhabi, the UAE, and I haven't booked my ticket because I think they've only opened their borders today on the 4th of July. So I was just wondering, what would you advise? I haven't booked yet, so...
Well, hello, while I'm here.
Again, if it's on the green list, then you shouldn't have a problem. Abu Dhabi.
I can't see it on the green list, so...
Right, if
I
it's
don't know if it's been updated. I checked yesterday, it wasn't on the green list yet, but...
Well, if it's not on the green list, then you have a problem with it. So, again, I would check and recheck because these things do change. Are you going through a travel agent?
And I was obviously planning on booking a flexible date, so just think if it was an issue.
Well, the travel agent actually has access to other databases that us mortals don't have. So I think it'd be a good idea to pop in and say, look, here's the situation. I want to be absolutely straight that I can get there and that my travel insurance is valid. And I'd say to everybody, if you really must take out travel insurance at the moment, because to get an air ambulance back, even from the Mediterranean to the UK, is about £21,000, and that is the beauty of having your travel and medical insurance.
All right, Eva, thank you very much.
Right.
I hope that helps.
Buddy.
Thanks very much indeed. Just in the last minute, Julian, things
Well, we need to get you down here.
are beginning to travel again and go on holiday. Is all of this enough for us to feel like the airlines are safe now, or do you think
Where are
we're
you?
still going to be in real trouble?
I don't think it's a question of the airlines being safe, because the airlines are putting out all the stops to actually try and make sure their part of the package is safe. The problem is everything around it, and even our own government's advice is a bit strange, because you're not supposed to use public transport to get to airports and things like that. You're supposed to use your own transport. So really, everybody has to carry on with all the advice and with the masks and with the sanitation, hand washing, the whole lot, and just try and keep out of harm's way. That's the best I can put it. And if you're in an at-risk group,
I lost my friend.
I'm in my 70s, so
Man.
I'm at an at-risk group, and I will take extra special precautions when I travel. And in fact, I put a mask on when I go into a supermarket. And I've noticed a lot of people aren't bothering to do that anymore.
No, I think we all should do that.
Yes.
A lot of people aren't bothering, unfortunately.
In fact, I managed to get a pint of beer this afternoon.
Well done.
First one at Charters in Peterborough. and everybody had masks on. And this is on a big Dutch barge, on a grain barge. They had to close the barge off. You couldn't drink there. You had to drink in the beer garden, and it's table serves in the beer garden. So
yeah. Oh god, the difference between this and the one with efficiency is definitely
and there's an interesting little card on the table that said,
noticeable.
"Do not move this table." It is positioned, and also if it rains, do not shelter under the marquee.
Interesting.
So that's it. If you don't,
lovely.
So literally, you're not allowed to move from your table. So just pray for good weather.
Indeed. Julian, thank you so much. That is the new normal, clearly. But he did manage to get in a pint today. Now, coming up next, it's the LBC Legal Hour, and Barrister Daniel Barnett will be joining me from Outer Temple Chambers, here to answer your employment questions. We'll deal with employment law, with redundancy, how that works, with the furlough rules, and the situation if you're working from home. If you have a question, then call now before the lines get too busy. 0345 6060 973. That's the LBC Legal Hour. Daniel Barnett joining me after the news at 9. That's coming up next on LBC.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom, after more than 3 months of life under lockdown, pubs and restaurants are among sectors of the hospitality industry which can now reopen. Boris Johnson, though, is reminding people who are going out this weekend to stick to social distancing rules. His residents at the pub in Ascot were delighted to be back.
Absolutely sensational to have a proper pint of beer after 3.5 months, and with friends, fabulous. This feels a bit like VE Day, doesn't it? You know, it's like, you know, we've gone through it all, and now at the end we can celebrate.
Nice.
But cyclist Sir Simon
I've got another one getting stuck in it. I love that. The magma cubes keep getting stuck, and they die, and then they experience and some of the magma cubes go inside it. Brilliant. Yeah.
And I think it's because also maybe a further
Providing I use this for at least never caught for, the amount of XP I get back from just using it for ore, it's never going to break.
In England are also allowed to welcome back guests. Becky Osborne owns a touring park in St Ives in Cornwall. She says they've had to make some tweaks.
We've decided to stick with takeaway only in our bar and restaurant, but takeaway cups so that they can still get their favourite Cornish beer and take it back to their pitch or to the beer garden. In the toilets and showers, they'll be needing to wait outside if there aren't cubicles free. Essentially, we're going to try and keep it as much as a normal holiday here as they'd expect.
New figures show a further 67 people have died in the UK after testing positive for the virus. That now takes the total number of people who've died in hospitals, care homes and the wider community to 44,198.
44,000 people.
Police who were trying to break
Fucking
up
hell.
a rave in West London. 2 officers have
Oh look, another one getting stuck.
London Mayor Sadiq Khan has since condemned the attacks in White City last night as disgraceful. Prime Minister's father, Stanley Johnson, has defended his decision to travel to Greece and making social media posts regarding the journey. He's told reporters he'd gone there to have a quiet time and to organise the house. Mr Johnson was referring to a property which he lets out in the holiday season. A Nottingham Forest fan has been rescued from a canal near Nottingham Station. He jumped in to celebrate his side's win over local rivals Derby without realising there'd been a last-minute equaliser. LBC weather wet and windy across the north tonight. Some drizzle further south though and a low of 10 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Serena Farrell.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Clive Bull.
And good evening, I'm Clive Bull with you till 10. This is LBC and the LBC Legal Hour. If you have a question for Daniel Barnett, who joins me, then do call now 0345 6060 973. And Barrister Daniel Barnett from Outer Temple Chambers, good evening.
Good evening, Clive.
So we're focusing on employment, lots of areas to talk about. We thought we'd start by talking about some points you want to make about working from home.
Yes, the only legal right to work from home is if an employee is disabled and working from home is a reasonable adjustment. But that doesn't apply to most people, and a question I'm asked very, very often is, can I compel my employer to let me work from home? The short answer is no. Anyone can ask to work from home, and if you tick certain legal boxes, then your employer has a legal duty to consider the request and give you an answer within 3 months. But it's a bit of a useless right, it's a bit of a theoretical right, because the employer can just say no. The only kind of legal right you have is if they ignore the request and the 3 months ticks by, then you have a right to sue for 8 weeks' pay as compensation. But honestly, unless you're going to resign anyway in protest, you're not going to sue your employer for 8 weeks' pay. So the legal entitlement to work from home is weak, and it really comes down to persuading your employer. Most employers are reluctant, even after so many of us have been working from home during lockdown, and I think the objections fall into 3 main categories. First of all, there's the almost psychological one, the lack of control. We all know that some employers are control freaks, and because some staff might try to get away with the minimum possible, they worry that all staff will try to get away with the minimum possible. So they like to be able to monitor closely exactly what employers are doing. It doesn't even need someone to be dishonest, Clive. I personally found working from home to be incredibly freeing in the early weeks of lockdown, but as time passed, my teenage children began to think, you know what, it's okay to interrupt Dad when he's working. And if I struggle with teenage children, it's a million times harder for people with young children. So you don't even need to be dishonest to not be working fully when you're working from home. You can just be distracted. Now, it's easier if your job has a measurable output to overcome that objection. So if you're a salesperson, you can say to your employer, look, you can measure how many sales I've got in a week, you can track me, you can keep my work under review. But other roles are less amenable to being measured. So employers are cautious about not being able to see what's happened. So the first objection is the psychological one, the control-freak one. Second, there's logistics and equipment. Depending on the role, you could need very simple equipment like a desk, a computer, a printer, a filing cabinet, but in many jobs, you just can't do it from home. So people working in manufacturing, in factories, in hospitality or in shops, those jobs can't be done from home. And third, there's the higher risk and the higher cost for an employer in allowing someone to work from home. So maybe
Phone 2 go out and roll in. Okay, let's put the double down in Phone 2 first.
not covering damage to equipment. Maybe the employer's worried about the employee resigning and retaining access to all those confidential files. Maybe the employer's worried about data protection breaches or even the risk of injury. Remember, an employer's still got to provide a safe place of work, even if that place is the employee's home. Now, none of these problems are insurmountable, but the real issue is that many employers just have so many things to worry about day in, day out. They don't want to have to grapple with extra issues that they can just avoid, and it's just easier to have everything in the office. So if you want to work from home, the best thing to do is put together a coherent request and
I've actually got enough to do the upgrade.
overcoming your employer's possible objections. And of course, don't forget the reality. No matter how much you might want to work from home, some jobs just can't be done from home.
Right.
No,
Hey, here we
If
go.
you've got a question about working from home, about
Embassy.
about the furlough scheme or any other
That
employment
is how much
query,
we're done.
then call us on 0345
Oh,
606903. Trevor is first in Sutton. Evening, Trevor.
Hello, Clive, and hello, Daniel. Listened to Legal Hour for years, actually, so I'm finally got something right to ask.
Finally, you've got a question. What's the question?
Yeah. Well, it relates to furlough and long-term sickness, a combination here. So my wife is a teaching assistant in a school, and she
hang on a second. I can get wood from here.
she was furloughed. So she's a permanent employee, full-time, but during her long-term sickness, she had come back and worked a few days, and they were giving her timesheets and paying her like a temp or contractor. And then during furlough, they initially furloughed her and started And I just want to know, Daniel, are they allowed to do that? Is this valid to pay someone returning from sick leave when they gradually increase the hours? Just pay them
Oh,
the
hang on.
time and indeed then do the same thing.
Oh, I did the wrong thing.
Trevor, I'm assuming your wife works in a
What's
private
that?
school because people work
I
in
upgraded the
schools
wrong
don't
thing.
get furlough. That's right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, okay. The furlough rules for reclaiming the money that you pay over to an employee from the government are pretty strict, and they set out exactly how it's calculated. So the school's going to be following those rules, and it doesn't have a huge amount of discretion. The rule is essentially, for somebody who doesn't have regular hours, which will be your wife if she was on a variable timesheet-based agreement just before furlough took effect, will be that she gets the higher of her average earnings over the last 12 months, or what she earned in the previous pay period, the previous year. So from May, what she earned in May 2019.
I'm on phone one
And
of
every
them.
month, assuming she's paid monthly, the school is meant to look at that figure and work
I'm
out which the
on
higher one is between May 2019, May a year ago,
Embassy,
or the
2
average
hours
over the last 12
15.
months, and pay her that. So to that
Half
extent,
9,
Trevor, it
11:30.
will be dependent on the timesheets she put in the 12 months before furlough came in. Does that make sense?
Building.
It does, but is it okay to be paying
True.
someone timesheets before the furlough happened? Is that an okay thing to do when someone's
30
returning
PM.
from sickness?
They should
And they
still
start
be
to
gapping.
contract says.
Yeah, they're still gapping. So
Trevor,
I
it
need to
depends on
go
what her contract
from.
says. If her contract says she's paid per
No,
hour,
no, yeah,
then
okay.
she's paid
Go
for the
from
hours she
2.
works, and asking her to fill in
What am I
timesheets
doing?
is completely reasonable. If her contract says she's paid a fixed amount, but she's not working the normal hours that she's required to work to earn that fixed amount, then the school and your wife need to come to some sort of arrangement as to how that's going to be done. And if the arrangement is very simply she works 40% of hours and gets 40% of pay, then timesheets seem a bit of overkill unless there's a reason to think she's not really working those 40 hours. If the agreement is work what you can, tell us what you've worked and we'll pay you pro rata, then again timesheets seem to be a quite sensible way of dealing with it. What's the problem
Oh,
with
I have
timesheets?
9 million there.
It's just that I thought that when you'd be returning to work, she was returning as 2 days, but sometimes then she was being sick, because as you return from long-term sickness, you get sick, so therefore she gets no sick pay. She's only getting pay for the actual hours she'd go in, and even though she was coming back, say 2
What
days
do
a
I
week,
even need?
she wouldn't get any sick pay. So
Had she not exhausted her sick pay if she'd been on long-term sick?
Yes, she had
Oh,
sick pay before, and this was returning from it, so they paid the sick pay.
But even so, had she not exhausted her sick pay? Because most sick pay is you get a certain amount of sick pay in a rolling 12-month period, and if she's used it all, even when she returns to work, there's not going to be any sick pay left in the pot anyway.
I see. Okay, I didn't understand that. Yes, that would make sense because she did get 6 months of sick pay.
All right. Good
Right,
luck,
so to
Trevor.
get the
Thank
next
you very
wall
much for the
upgrade
question.
done,
Appreciate it. Amber's in Crawley
I need
next on LBC. Hello, Amber.
Hi, Clive. Hi, Daniel. My question is regarding
wood.
furlough. So I've been on furlough since April, hopefully returning in August, but no confirmation as yet. And what my company have recently announced in the last week is that they're going to not let us accrue annual leave, as in holiday, while we're on furlough. They're going to consider it as taken. But in that respect, they're then not paying us the 100% that you should get if you take annual leave during furlough, which according to government guidelines you can. So basically what they're saying is those people on furlough are completely losing any holiday that they have accrued in the time that they're off, including the bank holidays.
Well, they're not completely losing it, are they, Amber? They're losing 20% of it because they're being paid at 80%.
No, we're losing all of it. We're not to accrue any of it at all. So the full-timer would accrue 2 days a month whilst on furlough on average. We're not accruing any of that.
Yeah, but from what you're telling me, what's really happening here is you're being required to take those 2 days a month. So you're accruing it but being told to take it, but instead of being paid 100%, you're being paid 80%, which is your furlough pay. Therefore, what you're actually being cheated out of is 20% of pay.
Right, okay, so are they allowed to do that?
Amber, am I right? First of all, let's just check I've understood.
I think so, yes. From what I understand, all I know is that I've only read it. I haven't spoken to anybody. It's just been sent out on communications saying that if you your 2 days that you're accruing, we are considering you to have taken those 2 days.
Yeah,
I think
it's very common. Yeah, I think I'm right. It's very common, but what they're not allowed to do, Amber, with a couple of caveats, is pay you at 80%. Holiday pay has to be paid at 100% for the first 5.6 weeks of the year. Now, if you get a more 5.6 weeks a year is equivalent to 28 days. It's the legal minimum, and you have to be paid at 100% for that. Now, if you get a more generous holiday package, so say you're full-time and you get 35 days a year as opposed to 28 days a year, they're allowed to pay you for those other 8 days, those extra 8 days, at 80% if you're furloughed. But for the first 28 days a year, you've got to be paid at 100%. So you are being shortchanged, Amber. You absolutely are, but I just don't think you're being shortchanged by quite as much as you think you are. I think you're being shortchanged by 20% of salary, not 100% of salary. And what you can do is, first of all,
that's in main, so let's switch to main.
get lots of people at work.
Oh no, I have to switch to main anyway. I was going to say switch to main and well, leave it there for a little bit.
You would have a absolute
fine. We're doing that. How much?
You've got to bring your claim within 3 months of taking the holiday. So within 3 months of the first
how are we
months
doing?
when they told you were taking your holiday.
Absolutely. So the fact that they
8.5.
on the 29th of June, is that when the date that starts?
You've got to notify ACAS of your claim within 3 months of the 29th of June, which is the 28th of September.
Okay, good luck, Amber. Thank you very much for that, and we'll take more calls shortly. If you've got an employment question, then do call us now.
Royal Arena business.
6060 973. This is LBC at 9:16.
This is LBC.
If you run a small business, don't miss out on the government support that's available to you.
I'm Ben Hope. I'm the co-founder of Battersea Spanish. With the government support, we were able to make changes to our website to make it easier to access material online, join classes online, keeping all of our staff fully employed. Without support, we would have been facing a much more uncertain future. I don't know yet how we would have done it.
For more information and to see if you're eligible for support, go to gov.uk/business-support.
What would the world be like if we listened more? At Honda, our ears are always open to new ideas. Oh, there's one now, knocking on our eardrum. What's that? What if we made a car with cameras instead of wing mirrors? A robot mower that knows when it's time to cut the grass. A self-balancing motorcycle. And what if by 2022, all of our mainstream cars were hybrids or electric? Huh. Great idea. Thanks, Ears. Honda, the power of dreams.
What have you missed the most? A haircut? A visit to the shops?
Oh, you look lovely in that.
What about a nice lunch?
Fish and chips, please.
Or an afternoon in a pub garden? Fancy a casual bike ride? Or perhaps something a little more intense? Or maybe you want a relaxing day out. Whatever you've missed, get out there and enjoy it again safely. Find out how at gov.uk/enjoy summer safely.
If you could send flowers to anyone right now, who would you send them to? I met my friend Maeve 6 years ago at university. She is my bestest friend and we now share a flat together. I'd send her the flowers just to say thank you for being there for me on my good days, but also on my toughest ones too. Why not add a little thing to someone's day with beautiful bouquets and letterbox flowers? Singflowers.com. Amazing every time.
This is LBC with 0345 6060 973.
At 1:30, I'm going to get up and see how long it's going to take. Cool. Oh, we've got some random magnet ring. Sweet. Oh!
Then do call. It's a chance for some free legal advice. 0345 6060 973. Lots of questions coming in about furlough. Also, I think we might touch on redundancy because, Daniel, there's been a lot of redundancies announced in the last 7 days. Now, just explain.
Actually, yeah, those, the gold ore, in order to get the most gold, you are better off using Silk Touch. Because even when you use Fortune 3, you're not guaranteed to get 9 nuggets. It's not a guarantee. It's like a maybe. Whereas if you harvest it using silk touch and then smelt that ore, you get 1 gold ingot, which is the equivalent of 9 nugget. That's guaranteed. So if you come across gold ore, you're better off using silk touch. Doesn't work that way for quartz ore though, because when I hit quartz ore, I will definitely get 1, but I will sometimes get more. If I smelted 1 piece of quartz ore, I will get 1 piece of quartz.
To hit that magic 80% furlough pay. From the end of October, the furlough scheme ends. So employers are looking ahead and they're thinking, well, yeah, we've been keeping people furloughed because it's not costing us anything, but it's going to start costing us something pretty soon. And if the work isn't there and the jobs aren't there and the money isn't there to pay salaries, well, we've got to start making redundancies now, particularly when it's a large organisation making lots of redundancies, because if an organisation is thinking about making more than 20 people redundant from one place of work, they've got to consult for at least 30 days before they can give notice. If they're making more than 100 people redundant, it's 45 days. And that's before they can give notice. So if someone's entitled to 3 months' notice, well, there might have to be 45 days of consultation and then 3 months of notice on top of that, which is why even if people have got till the end of October for the furlough scheme still to be claimed on, employers are thinking about redundancy now because they're planning those weeks and months ahead.
If you've got a question about redundancy as well and the complicated process that it can be, then do call 0345 6060 973. Also, Daniel has made a video, in fact 2 videos, all about redundancy. So later on, we'll let you know how you can see Daniel's video. Actually, see him in person, explain it all. But if you want a personal question, then call us now. Let's go to Ray in Guildford. Hello, Ray.
Good evening.
Good evening. What can we do for you?
It's a question that's to do with furlough, but not. A family member has been working for somebody for the past 16 and a half years in a nursery, as a kiddies nursery. When it came to the furlough area about 20th of March, she phoned the work and said, will you be paying furlough? They replied, no, because you're not employed by us. Now, it's a question of whether she's a worker or an employee, but she's been with us 16 and a half years. She's put her own children through the same nursery and paid for them to go there. She's a member of staff from her point of view. All the qualifications have been paid for by the nursery. Also, she's received wages into her bank every week. She has set hours throughout the year, but it's only about 40 hours a year, 40 weeks of the year, 16 hours a week. So she doesn't hit the tax bracket, but she was under the impression, and that's where the question comes, was she employed or was she a worker? She's had 3 pay rises of 20 pence or 40 pence throughout 16 years, but when she's questioned about furlough, we understand she can't have furlough, but that means that she's not been employed as a worker. She's never received holiday pay, and now they're saying they owe her nothing.
Okay, Ray, I'm not sure what you're asking me. Are you asking me if she's a worker or an employee?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because if she's an employee...
Yeah, I understand that. If she's an employee, she gets furlough. Yes, or she's entitled to ask for furlough. She can't compel her employer to furlough.
Absolutely.
But first of all, what does her contract say? Does it say she's an employee or does it say she's a worker?
She doesn't have one, but going back about 5 years ago, the government, because she declares her earnings to the government, she was asked to fill in a form to prove her wage income. They gave her a scrappy bit of paper. She's received wage slips. She received a scrappy bit of paper. She then took that documentation to the Department of Work and Pensions, and they went, no, get them to fill this form in. And they filled the form in as if she was an employee. But they're saying they owe her nothing, she's got no right, she was a pay-as-you-work person, but she's never invoiced.
Okay, are you sure that she never... Ray, are you sure she never had a contract, a written contract?
She doesn't remember it because it's going back 16 and a half years ago. It was a nursery of just one employee being her and the owners of the company. So it was almost a friendship.
Ray, when she's paid, you said 2 things. First of all, you said that she declares her money to the HMRC. Then you said she gets pay slips. Those 2 aren't entirely consistent. Which one is it?
She declares, not to HMRC, she declares the work and pensions, family work and tax credits. She declares to them that she's earning money so that they affect what she gets from the work and tax. So she's a single mum.
Ray, just wait for my questions and answer the question I'm asking. You don't need to supply lots of extra information. Does she get her tax deducted at source by the nursery?
She doesn't
Yes or
receive
no?
enough money to pay tax. No.
She
doesn't pay
okay.
tax.
Do her pay slips show any deductions on them at all? For example, pension.
No. No.
How much does she earn?
£144 a week for 42 weeks of the year.
Okay. Well, I suspect she probably is an employee, and I suspect she's been miscategorised as a worker for quite some time. Is she still working for them?
No, we've decided on that basis, because it turned into a contretemps, she stepped away and is now going through ACAS at the moment, because we feel that she's been pushed out of position through the way she's been treated at the very end of this.
Do you mean she's claiming constructive dismissal?
925 farm 2.
Well, I think she probably will be able to show she's an employee from what you're telling me. It sounds like it's an employee who's just trying to get away with not fulfilling its legal rights. I can't guarantee that because I need to sit down and talk with her for 20 minutes, and she's not on the call, so I can't.
Oh,
but
you
it does sound like everything's pointing towards her being an employee rather than a worker. But even as a worker, she's entitled to holiday, and she'll probably have a claim if she was denied holiday for holiday going all the way back 16 and a half years, because there's some European case law that says you can claim back if you're denied the right to take paid holiday a long, long time back into the past. So it's worth getting some legal advice and making sure everything's included in the claim, Ray. But it sounds like she's got a good claim. Good luck with it.
Okay, good luck, Ray. Thank you very much. LBC, the legal hour. Let's go to Andrew in Leytonstone. Andrew, good afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
Well,
Go
then,
ahead.
I can have this farm 2, then. No, farm 2, then pick up farm 1.
And I went for the feel very comfortable with it, because they're saying that I may not be.
I didn't make myself say, dickhead.
I refused the offer, but they've made me this fear that I may be
Oh.
made redundant and potentially would lose out. So I want to know if they have the grounds to make me redundant, or I would lose out the.
It's just the whole screaming, not a lot of people in.
Okay, so if you're made redundant, you get your statutory redundancy payment unless you've unreasonably refused an offer of suitable alternative employment from your employer or from an associated employer, which means one that's owned by the same parent company.
Yeah, that unbreaking 3 and efficiency 4. Fucking hell, that was just nuts. Making short work of that. Prefer going one line at a time, because I can sort of do that a bit quicker. It's more fun than this.
No obligation to take that job, or more accurately, you won't lose your statutory redundancy payment if you refuse that job. So legally, you're on rock solid ground there, Andy.
What minute farm 2?
Okay, Andrew, thanks very much. Question I had emailed in during the week, Daniel, which is, I think, related in a way, from one of the many people who are facing losing their jobs.
Oh, hang on.
He's being made
Oh, I am
redundant.
farm 2,
He's been
yeah?
offered a choice
Oh, farm 2.
0 hours contract or being
Ow,
self-employed.
ow.
And an email to
Okay,
say
because we can forget about that.
what the pros and
Oh, yeah,
cons
because I
of
had enough
those two,
resources
are there
for
any
it.
different employment rights?
So,
Well, that's a great question.
forget about that then. That
Both
means we
of
forgot
them are
about
positions
all.
that have far fewer employment rights, because on both of them, you're
The only last line we have is
in a
one of
position
the
where your
arena
hours might be dialed back to 0
on
and
farm
you don't
1
get
at
any money
9:35 in 5
with
minutes. So let's
very
switch over to
little
farm 1.
notice. Now, as a 0 hours employee, you're still an employee. It's just that you probably can't really sue for
Farm
any
1, there
rights
we go.
because you don't guarantee to earn anything. You're probably in a
There,
position to
back to
say
this.
that you'll accept a self-employed role because there's a fair chance that you'd be able to persuade the tribunal that that was a sham and that you've remained an employee all along. If nothing changes about the way you do your work, the way you're controlled, the way you're...
Yeah, when it gets to this height, it gets a bit...
then a tribunal will simply say, look, we don't really care what this person signed on a bit of paper.
When you're at like 117, 116, that's when you can just sort of go... You don't have to worry.
Paper hasn't changed that. They're still the same person.
I think that's how I've done this one, because when I was up at that height, I was just going...
So I would go if I was forced to make that choice with
Oh, it's still got me now.
rather than the 0 hours.
So that's enough for a quarter of a stack. Probably got enough for half a stack, so I'll probably need
For the LBC Legal Hour, if you have an employment question, then call right now 0345 6060 973. Text if it's a quick one 84850.
hopefully I should be able to get it built by tonight, the exterior.
News headlines now with Serena Farrow.
Thousands of businesses across England have reopened today in what Boris Johnson
I
is calling
don't like
the most
how
significant easing of lockdown rules so far. Weddings are allowed again, and bars, cinemas and hairdressers have been able to welcome customers for the first time in more than 3 months. Today's easing of restrictions, though, don't apply in Leicester, which is still in lockdown because of a local spike in coronavirus cases. Wales and Scotland also remain under their own rules. And tonight, more than 100 famous buildings and landmarks across the UK, including the House of Parliament, the Shard, and 10 Downing Street, will all be lit up in blue. It's to celebrate the 72nd birthday of the National Healthcare Service.
Okay, I guess I'm going to get to the end.
LBC weather wet and windy tonight, especially across the north.
I've done so much work on mining.
With a low of 10 degrees.
This is LBC.
Oh yeah, that's no, great. Okay.
So many have been using digital tools to adapt during the lockdown. We spoke to some of them.
My name's Samuel Mensah, and I run...
It should be home soon, don't worry.
When I had to temporarily close my bakery during the lockdown, I updated my Google My Business.
Well, you know what? When I get to the end here, get up, I'll take you outside, and see when I need to put the oven on to start doing dinner.
To find out how Google can help
Because I think she would like that.
.co/smallbusiness. What have you missed the most? A haircut?
Oh, hold on.
Visit to the shops?
Let's just
How about a nice lunch? Fish and chips, or an afternoon in a pub garden? Fancy a casual bike ride? Or perhaps something a little
Right, okay, so 3 minutes here, look.
Or maybe
Right,
want to relax
be right back.
Whatever you've missed, get out there and enjoy it again safely. Find out how at gov.uk/summer safely.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is...
Yeah, that's all right. That's better.
Your horse is beaten. Fortunately with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Beaten by a length. From Coral.
This is what I'm about.
From ATM Dev Select Limited. For terms and exclusions of Coral to UK when the fun stops, stop.
Hello? What was that, Dad? Hello? Dad, I can't even hear you, man. I didn't get it, Dad. I meant... Hello? I'm answering you back.
Tired of bad connections? Enjoy great quality calls with Boss Revolution, the international calling app. Download the Boss Revolution app today and get £2 free call credit.
Clive Bull on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
LBC, I'm Clive Bull. This is the Legal Hour. Barrister Daniel Barnett is here. We're taking your employment questions. 0345 6060 973. By the way, if you want to watch Daniel's video all about redundancy, then the link has been tweeted from the LBC account. So if you follow us at LBC, you will find that link. Now, let's go to Kieran in Highbury. Hello, Kieran.
Yes, good evening, Clive. Basically, I've been employed by an agency for the past 4 years, which is involved in the distribution of an evening newspaper on a casual workers agreement. I and most of us have been furloughed since April, and we've been informed that our final furlough end will be next Friday, as the agency will be no longer involved with this newspaper from Monday week. So my simple question is basically, are we entitled under this casual workers agreement to a statutory redundancy payment?
Kieran, I'd need to see the agreement in order to answer that, I'm afraid. The fact it's casual doesn't mean you're not entitled to a redundancy payment. The question of casual or not casual has no bearing. The important question is whether you're an employee or whether you're an independent contractor, self-employed. That's the distinction that makes the difference. If you're an employee, whether casual or permanent, you're entitled to a redundancy payment. If you're a self-employed worker, whether casual or permanent, you're not entitled to a redundancy payment. Do you know whether you're an employee?
I'm not too sure, but I did inquire of the company, and they told me that I'm not entitled to a statutory redundancy payment.
Did they give you a reason?
Just because, due to the fact that that it is a casual workers agreement, that's what they said, and I've been informed by permanent staff as well that they're not being offered it as well.
Okay, so what I would do, Kieran, is take a copy of your contract to a Citizens Advice Bureau or a law centre and ask them to look at it and give you a view on whether you are actually an employee. I suspect if you've been working for them a long time, there's a fair chance you are. Do you work full-time for them?
Part-time.
Okay, even so, there's a fair chance you will be. It's probably worth getting some more advice, but I can't give you the answer, I'm afraid, if I can't see your contract. Sorry.
Okay, sorry, Kieran. Thank you very much for that. 0345 6060 973. Still time if you have an employment question. Let's go to Clive in New Malden. Evening, Clive.
Good evening. Yes, just wanted to ask, my partner has been working from home for the last couple of months, and her office is now shut, and she's been told she's going to be working from home permanently, and we've got no internet. She's using her internet off of her telephone at the moment, and I want to know whether we're legally entitled to ask the company to pay for an internet connection and also the utility bills that are going to be up by her working from home permanently.
Clive, what does she do?
She works for a solicitor.
But what does she do?
She's
What's her
an
role?
administrator.
Okay. Does she work full-time?
5 hours a day.
Right. So, the way you phrased the question, can we ask? Well, of course you can ask. Are they compelled to pay for you to have a broadband connection put in? The answer is no. But if as a result of her not then being able to do the work, they can no longer employ her, she is probably or arguably redundant. They could run an argument that they still need legal administrators, and so there's no technical redundancy situation, but that probably wouldn't be a very attractive answer, because the reality is she will have had to have left the employment of that solicitor's firm because of the closure of the place of work. So she'd have a right to a redundancy payment. You can't compel them to pay the broadband, but I suspect that'll be a lot less than a redundancy payment would be. And if she's a good employee, as I'm sure she is, they'd be bonkers not to pay it for the sake of 20 quid a month or whatever it is. Has she asked?
No, we only found this out yesterday, so we haven't. We've been talking about it, but.
Okay, so Clive, I think it's going to be okay. I think the thing to do is just phone them or email them and ask them, unless they're complete 19th century feet to the coals factory owner type employers, then their reaction is going to be, yes, of course we'll contribute or pay. We understand completely you have additional costs from working from home, and we'll sort them out, or we'll meet you halfway. Just ask Clive.
Yep, sounds like a good idea, but there's no legal entitlement to that then, Daniel?
There's no legal entitlement as such, but if she can't do the job and has to leave the job as a result, she is entitled to a statutory redundancy payment.
Okay, let's go to Nigel in Newquay next on LBC. Hello, Nigel.
Hi, how are you doing?
Very good. What can we do for you?
I'm a small employer in the southwest. We're just on furlough, the vast majority of our staff. And I got an email from somebody today saying they think it's best if they stay on furlough till the end of August, and she'll review the situation then. Now, I think this is a sort of that a lot of employers are facing right now. And I think it's a bit of a grey area about how you deal with it. And I'd like Daniel's view on that.
I don't think it's great at all, Nigel. Who's the boss?
Me.
You, not her. If you
Don't tell a lie, my wife.
if you want her back at work, tell her to come back to work. Now, there's a couple of situations where you can stay at home. I'll tell you what they are in a moment. But for 99.9% of people, if they're told to come into work, they've got to come into work. And if they refuse, they can be disciplined and dismissed, and certainly told they're not getting any salary and they're not being paid if they refuse to come into work. The exception is if she reasonably believes that her health is in serious imminent danger if she comes into work. Now, 6-8 weeks ago, people could argue that quite credibly and with quite some force. With the current very low rates of infection, it's much harder to be able to say, I reasonably believe that my health is at serious imminent risk, particularly, Nigel, if you are taking steps to maintain social distancing in the workplace. Are you doing that? Can you do that?
Yes, we are. We've got all our policies, risk assessments in place.
Yeah,
but
great.
Are you saying, Nigel, I think Nigel is actually saying that he wouldn't necessarily want the employee to come back to work at the moment?
I would.
You would?
I'm talking to a lot of other small employers, and this is a situation we frequently come across now, that everyone's had a really jolly time on furlough, and there's a lack of a willingness, not on all employers, I say the vast majority are absolutely delighted to come back to work, but with one or two, they've had a really jolly time, and they actually prefer not to.
Oh, really? I see.
Yes.
So they just don't want to come back to work?
No, and I think this is what we're faced with here. I do have one or two people who I wouldn't want to come back because I feel their health might be at risk. I think they're vulnerable. But then this particular one I don't think is vulnerable. And I was just quite I was scratching my head thinking, well, what do you do in a situation like that? Because you do want them to come back, but it seems to be quite they've made their decision, they're furloughed to the end of August. Full stop.
Well, I think as Daniel's told you the answer, you're the boss, or your wife is, and they don't decide. It seems pretty clear. Nigel, thank you very much. Interesting question. Anthony is in Forest Gate next. Hello. His line has just dropped, so I'll put another question to you in the meantime. Daniel, if I may. What can you do, this is from Diane in Cambridge, what can you do if your employer refuses to carry over your unused statutory annual leave into the next 2 leave years due to coronavirus?
Hi, Diane. That's a great question. So normally, the rule with annual leave is if you don't use it, you lose it. There's a couple of exceptions to that, so you can carry over if your contract says you can carry over, or you can carry over if you've been unable to take your annual leave because you've been ill. But the normal rule is if you don't use it in a particular year, you lose it. However, about 3 months ago, the government brought in some special rules just for this year, saying that if you've been unable to take your holiday during your current holiday year because of coronavirus, perhaps because your employer's now so busy that they're not letting you take holiday, I know that sounds surprising, but some employers are, then you're allowed to carry it over for up to 2 years. If your employer refuses to let you carry it over, and you can show you've been unable to take it, not you haven't wanted to take it, you've got to have been unable to take it because of coronavirus, then you have an absolute right to carry it over, and if they don't let you, you can bring a claim in the employment tribunal for compensation for not allowing you to take that holiday, or for a declaration, which is like a judge saying that you have a right to take that holiday over the next 2 years. So you're in a strong legal position, Diane. It just might be tricky to enforce the rights that you have.
Okay, one more text here. I'm being asked to return to an office environment of work shortly. My situation is I'm a live-in landlord where my lodger is an NHS worker who works in a hospital full-time. If I ever test positive, I can currently quarantine in my own home without risk to others. My concern is more than personal safety in returning to the office. I am worried about being a carrier, asymptomatic or otherwise, risk to others. Do I have a case to continue working from home?
That's a great question, and I do find, and this is almost similar to the question that Anthony asked, I do find a lot of people claim to be worried about the risk of infecting others, and perhaps I'm a little unfair and cynical, but I think that's just a virtue signalling way of saying I actually quite prefer working from home, and I'm looking for a reason to justify it. But let's work on the basis that it's a genuine concern. You don't have a right to continue working at home, I'm afraid. You can't compel your employer to let you work from home. But if you reasonably believe that there's serious and imminent danger, I said a moment ago, to your own health, but also to other people's health, if you go to work, you're entitled to stay home.
Buffering.
But it's unpaid.
Oh. Yeah, I'm just gonna put the oven on because I've just got to get dinner ready for when my girlfriend gets home from work, and then I'll be back playing again. But yeah. Hello, Blue Katana, and thank you for the follow or subscribe, or because that's from YouTube, and then you just followed. So I don't know. But thank you either way. I'll be back in one moment.
Nick Abbott, leading Britain's conversation. Next on LBC.
It's been a tough time for small businesses over the last few months, so many have been using digital tools to adapt during the lockdown. We spoke to some of them.
I'm Lindsay Pollard, the founder of Little Box of Books in Brixton. I realised during lockdown that parents would probably be looking for more books while they were homeschooling their children. So I updated my Google My Business profile and used Google Tools to find new customers for my children's books. Since March, my website visits have tripled and I'm selling more books than ever.
To find out how Google can help your business adapt, visit g.co/smallbusiness.
Oh.
How do we control coronavirus now?
Ah.
This is Scott.
There we are.
NHS Test and Trace helps stop the spread of the virus in our communities. If you've got symptoms, even mild ones, get a test immediately. Don't leave home for any other reason. If you test positive, we can trace the people you've been in contact with and contain the virus. So get tested and protect each other.
To get a test, go to nhs.uk/coronavirus or call 119. Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
Did you know that bacteria from gum disease may cause Alzheimer's? The GAIN clinical study is testing an investigational drug that may halt the progression of Alzheimer's by reducing damage caused by bacteria that travel to the brain. St Pancras Clinical Research is seeking volunteers aged 55 to 80 with Alzheimer's to participate in the GAIN study. To find out more, please contact St Pancras Clinical Research at stpancrasclinicalresearch.com. That's stpancrasclinicalresearch.com.
It's been a while since we've all heard this sound. The sound of being free to move. Ah, we've missed you, Road. Driving as we please may not be the easiest thing right now, but it couldn't be easier to drive away in a Volvo this weekend with 0% APR finance at the Volvo Select Approved Used Car event. For everyone's safety, your visit will need to be arranged in advance. Book your place.
Oh, with a YouTube subscribe. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I haven't set up my alerts to be sort of focused on YouTube.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Clive Ball.
This is LBC and the Legal Hour. Barrister Daniel Barnett is with me and we're taking your employment questions. Let's go to Jasmine in Fulham. Hello, Jasmine.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very good. What can we do for you?
Whoa.
Okay, so I've always been on PAYE.
This is why we crouch. And this is why I'm not going any further down than 110.
And I continued to be self-employed all the way up until March of this year when I couldn't work due to the lockdown. I submitted a self-assessment tax form for the year 2018-19 as well. And I thought, as a result of things that the government had...
Mad Cows, what you doing? Hello. I am trying to get lots of quartz. Oh, I just done it. One. Nah, not never right. Quartz. I like building with a block of quartz because it makes the interior of what I'm trying to do nice and bright and whatnot. And I just prefer it. Like a mixture of quartz and diorite. I've already got the diorite, so I'm just literally mining for the Block of quartz. I think I've got enough now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hold on. Oh, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I need one more full stack of block of quartz. So that's 7 there. I need that to be a full stack. Well, yeah. What diorite? I need diorite as well, but I've already got the diorite. The building wall, the ceiling is just pure diorite. The walls are half polished diorite and half block of quartz. The floor is pillar quartz block. And I've already got the diorite, so I'm just finishing up getting the finishing up. What am I finishing up? I'm finishing up getting the quartz door. It's hard to make look good. No, not diorite. I don't. Oh, you don't like the look of diorite, right? Yeah. But I'll be honest. When I first used like when I first came across diorite, like I remember when diorite, andesite, and granite were introduced in the game, and I was just like, ugh. I still don't use granite or andesite for anything at all. But polished diorite had a nice shine to it, and it also depends on the texture pack as well. Definitely makes a difference what texture pack you use. And I mean, obviously at the moment you can see I'm just using the normal texture pack. But there's another texture pack that I sometimes use called Chroma Hill HD. That looks really nice. I think I've got time. Yeah. So my girlfriend is due to get home soon. I normally do dinner for when she gets home, and she'll be playing as well. And when she plays, she always uses the Chroma Hill texture pack. I just haven't been bothered to switch it over. So if I go to HD, back up, give that a moment. L&M Cooking Show. Yeah. Hi. Don't often get too many people watching from YouTube, but I suppose that's why I stream there as well.
Okay, in that case, it sounds like it's just a payroll glitch that just needs sorting out by way of a conversation. Have you tried talking to your employer about it?
Yeah. I definitely like the way the Nether portal looks on this texture pack as well. It looks a lot nicer. On the Candy texture pack, that looks weird. It looks like a black screen with loads of hundreds and thousands sprinkles. Teleport main. Okay.
Yep. Are there any years where it actually works out in your favour?
No, I've never ever had it. There was one year when it worked out. It was 1950.
Are you sure? Because if this all works on our averaging, it should work out in your favour
Here we go.
as often as it doesn't.
Oh dear. A little bit of lag, that's fine. But yeah, here we go. This is the Chroma Hill texture pack. It's a lot more detailed because normal textures, I think they're either 32 by 32. They're 32-bit textures, so each individual block is made up of 32 pixels wide in each direction. The Chroma Hill one, this is made up of 128, so it looks a lot smoother. Am I playing on Xbox? Yes, I am.
That's a commercial decision for you. Depends how easily you think you'll get another job, whether you think you could get a better job. Are you a member of a union? Because this is the sort of thing unions are brilliant at sorting out.
The union isn't recognised.
Yeah, this texture pack is definitely a lot nicer.
Okay, so are you a member of one then?
Yes.
Yes, have you sought advice from them?
I know, she's going to be home soon. So, we have a dog, and every night when my girlfriend's working late, the dog, she knows when it's time for mummy to come home, so she starts whining.
I'm afraid I can't really add to the answer I've already given. You're legally entitled to be paid for every hour you work, if that's what your contract says, and you told me it does. So therefore your employer's in breach of contract, therefore you have a right to sue them. It sounds to me like you're justifiably furious and upset about this. Whether litigation is the right route to go down, I don't know. You've tried the conciliatory approach and it's been thrown in your face. I think you just have to take a decision. Do you sue, or do you put up with it from an employer who sounds like a bit of an idiot, nevertheless
hold on.
has been your employer for a very long time?
Okay, David, thank you very much. Let's go to Liz in Hampton. Liz, good evening.
Hello.
Good evening, and hello,
Okay,
Daniel.
okay.
There was an earlier caller who
What's
saying that
this?
he was working on a
Come
casual
on.
workers agreement
You don't
distributing
get it?
newspapers, and it sounds like the company
There you
might
go.
just let him take over.
Whenever you give her treats, she always runs away into the corner there. I always keep a handful of treats by the little window ledge over there. She's adorable, but she does make a little sort of high pitch when it gets to the time when Mummy's coming home. And what we doing? Right, you're not getting another one. Right, and again, I'll be right back because now I've just got to shove some stuff into the oven. So I'll be back in a moment. I know she's going to be home. I know.
But my question is that would I still be able to get redundancy pay, given that I've been there 5 years? I've been there since June 2015.
Yep, Liz, you would. People on zero-hour contracts still get redundancy pay, with one caveat which I'll come back to in a second, and it's calculated by averaging out your salary for the last 12 weeks of working and using that to work out your average week's pay, which you'd then get 5 weeks. How old are you, Liz? Sorry, do you mind me asking?
No, fine, I'm 51.
51, you'd get 7.5 weeks of that averaged out 12 weeks pay. I said there was a caveat. With zero-hour workers, if there's a break in you working, so for example, if you went off and took a 2-week or 3-month break, I'm not talking about holiday, talking about proper breaks in you working, then that would reset, or it might reset, your continuity of employment counter back to zero. And if your continuity of employment counter gets reset back to zero, then you have to start trying to accrue your 2 years employment that you need to claim a redundancy payment all over again from scratch. Do you think that might affect you, Liz?
I don't think so, no. I've only had time off due to booked holidays and sickness and medical appointments and that sort of thing.
Then you will be fine and you will be entitled to a statutory redundancy payment.
Yeah, I know.
Have you
asked for it?
No, not yet, no. It's just because I only heard your previous caller and...
Right.
Well, the first thing to do, Liz, is...
got to set a timer on.
Ask your employer for one. If your employer doesn't give one to you and says you're not getting one, you can make a claim to something called the National...
And this time, as you remember,
which is part of the government. And that's
start right.
And you can look for that on the International Insurance Redundancy Payments.
Main
that
gavel. Okay.
Will pay a statutory redundancy payment to anyone who's entitled to it and is redundant if their employer fails to do so. It's a way of you being able to claim without having to sue. And it's only payable in limited...
Oh yeah, I'm going that way. I'm going home. Oh, I used the wrong one. Shit. Oh, it doesn't matter. So one pickaxe had fortune 3 on breaking, 3 efficiency 4 on mending, and I only use that for all. So there's pretty much, you know. Okay, right, let's fix it up because I accidentally used it for normal. There we go. Fix. Really don't care too much about old nuggets, but meh. Right, 18 minutes, I've got to do that. That's a main gather. Okay, switch to main, and that's probably going to be a tomorrow job.
Some hadn't even bothered to open at all. Where is everybody? Staying indoors, maybe. In other news, we want to do a lot more staying indoors. In particular, to avoid going out to work. Those of us who still have a job would rather not do it as we used to.
Will I get all the way back to... See, I was at 1,000, and now at 500 on. Will I get back to 0, back to the main pathway, in 5 minutes before she gets home? Bearing in mind I'm like multitasking here as well. Right, so that's a food gather. Search. Take food. Boom. 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 Right, okay, that's that done. I've only got to put one of get mending villager. I have! You should have been here yesterday! Oh my god, that was annoying. We got it all sorted. I built an NPC library. A library. I was trying to say. Why does Never Gold looks the same because any other texture packs other than natural, obviously they haven't been updated yet for the new textures. So the new textures, the new blocks don't have updated textures yet, but they will. But in terms of mending. I've done that. I built myself a little library. I built an NPC. I built an NPC one, so it looks exactly the same as some that you get in other villages. And I built a river at a height of 62, too wide, just enough wide for a boat, going all the way from my library to a village, so I could steal a villager. I put him in there. It took about an hour of like destroying the lectern and replacing it, destroying, replacing it. But finally, on the first trade, he gave me. It came up with the option for a mending book. He wanted 38 diamonds, and I was like, okay, that's fine. I'll show you in a bit. I haven't really built that much of a base. It's just because I like to build storage rooms. Like I'll show you. This is what I'm like. And I put that there quickly because I've already had to show someone today. I organised like it'll look like a shop. We've got aisles and each double chest will be labelled. But yeah, that's me and organising. A bit of an OCD freak on that one. I got a villager with mending, 38 diamonds, yeah, and a book. My girlfriend, after seeing what I did, she said, I want to do that as well. She does the same thing. She gets a villager to her freaking village, and within 5 minutes of her doing it, destroying, replacing a lectern because she wanted to get a different book, she got mending. But you know how much he wanted? 10 emeralds. I was like, what the fuck? My dude's charging 38 and she gets to do within 5 minutes for 10 emeralds. 10 emeralds in a book to get mending. But right, I have to go again. I'll be right back. Because I've got to put some chips in the oven now. But that's the last thing I've got to put in the oven. And then I don't have to, like, get it until it's done. So,
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbott. Hello.
Your mind is a little bit, three-dimensional.
Yeah, thanks, I think. This is a very early email. It says, it's a David. David. It's not a David, it's the David. The David says, I was in Canterbury in Kent this morning. First time since lockdown. I was most upset to find when we went to the pub chain to spend time, as told to by our leader, that we were almost 8 months there. I have saved the British economy.
And
can I have a medal or a peerage?
have I found a pillage tower? Yeah, we found one in this realm so far. We found one. Tomorrow, 10:35, 10:35. Okay, so I don't. 10:35. That's good. Should be on by then. Right. In theory, I got a message 1 minute ago that she's on her way. So in a minute you'll hear the door go. You'll hear Coco, that's her name.
It was very, very
Give it about
in fact, it was quieter than it
3
was
minutes.
this time last week when nothing was open.
And yeah.
Blimey, a little bit of grey cloud, and nobody wants to go outside. That's hardly the.
No, well, yeah, I'm not going to make it back home before my girlfriend gets home.
I bet he's very upset.
I'll make it back home before we get dinner, before dinner's done. See, that's the other thing. Because of this, the width of it, magma cubes keep spawning in. And every now and then they spawn in, but they spawn in, you know, the big, either the biggest ones or the medium-sized one, they spawn in, and because there's not enough space, they just end up dying. And so every now and then, I will literally come across spare bits of magma cream.
Now, if you haven't been out,
Oh, crouch, you idiot.
because there's news from America. Now, this came in last week, and I don't think I shared this with you because
This is dangerous.
but this is particularly relevant.
I was literally about to say, this is dangerous. Why? That's why. And that's why I always keep a stack of something solid on the right hand side. So whenever I'm mining in this kind of situation, I always keep like either cobblestone or netherrack. But I don't bring cobblestone anymore because I'm mining, and it's just easier to have netherrack because if I end up needing to use it for some reason, I will always get it back.
From JP Morgan, which analysed data from 30 million credit and debit card holders.
Can I do it? If I kept up this speed, yeah. See, I don't care about the gold. I really don't. Because if you are still there, if you're mining that gold, the gold ore, don't use fortune. Use silk touch. Because even with fortune 3, you are not guaranteed to get 9 nuggets. 9 nuggets make 1 ingot. Okay. If you come across this, try to mine it with silk touch, because one never gold ore is the same as like when you're doing it in the overworld. You get 1 ingot from smelting it. When I hit it with fortune 3, there's no. I might get 6. I might get 2. I might get 6. I might not. So you're better off using silk touch. And did you just see that? A big one tried to spawn there, didn't quite work, and died. But 360, oh my God. I might make it. I mean, I kind of doubt it. Okay, I'm pretty certain I'm not going to make it back to the middle lane, which is at minus 17. Yeah, it's at minus 17. I remember that. But let's just see how far I get. Oh, I just want to run. But I know that's, you know, stupid. Especially at this height, 110, because this is where the nether starts to sort of give way in terms of the ceiling. Oh, okay, just 100 blocks. Oh, damn it. Oh, now I have to stop. Why now?
And then what? We're going to get locked down again?
Oh, I think I heard the key. Yep, yeah, here we go.
What happens next? What happens when we all creep out of our little hovels and start, you know, mixing with other people, swapping saliva with strangers, and then it all kicks off again? Then what? We're going to ignore it, and if we do, then that means that the lockdown was unnecessary in the first place. That would be an admission.
It's going a bit nuts. What I tell you? Oh, I can't reach the camera. She's looking at the door there because she knows. I know. She'll be here.
Even worse than it already has, by not spending our money. Or we can go out, we can catch a virulent disease.
She's looking at the door because the front door's open. She's coming.
Says, I lost the lottery again tonight. I'm starting to think it could be fixed. Well, I keep buying those lucky tickets, but there's nothing lucky about them. Angela tweets, I had my head over there, just plenty of chit-chat through the voice, no problem at all. I did notice very few restaurants or pubs open.
I'm about to die.
There were plenty of police mingling outside the few bars that were open.
Oh, that's a medium one, so I'm going to get some small ones off of that.
Yeah, I was surprised. I thought that the whole of London would be an explosion of activity, and it seems like
You need a gold farm. That's something I've never actually bothered to build. I mean, I know they exist, and I know you can build them, like, you know, gold farms, iron farms, and stuff like that, but I've never bothered to do one. I don't know why. I mean, I suppose it would make it easier than mining for it, but I've seen so many different designs on YouTube by various different people. I honestly wouldn't know which one I would want to do.
Only when you emerge do you know what the damage is.
Oh, just yeah. What the hell was that? What the hell? Go down again.
But we'll find out. Arnold texts,
Somebody
Steve
playing
Allen
hooks on
is
me.
not to believe everything you say. I wonder what made him say that. Okay. Already, the Steve Allen obsessives. Why can't you leave me alone? How do they get my number? Murray emails.
Yeah, just search it up on YouTube. A lot of them involve manipulating the mechanics of how enemies spawn. In terms of, you know, they'll have something really high in the sky and water. The enemies will spawn there, and they'll fall into a little chute, and they'll either die when they get to the bottom, or you know, things like that.
There's going to be a mountain of it. What's going to happen to it?
I just find them a bit weird. You know, there's no guarantee that enemies will spawn. You know, if you really understand the mechanics of the game, then I suppose you can predict that. But it's not something I understand personally, so I'd feel a bit weird building one of those things myself. But there are certain people on YouTube, like Mumbo Jumbo, IBX Toycat, that I will trust. Hello! Dinner should be ready in 8 minutes. I've tried to build all of them, but failed. Oh dear. Oh, I haven't even bothered trying yet. But yeah, I took her out at about 9:30, so I know she doesn't need to go to the toilet. Mumbo Jumbo, yeah. Oh, love his videos. Sorry, I was trying to make sure like I actually managed to get dinner done when you got home for once. What?
And there was almost none at all. There was one, but I think that they put them all up.
Yeah, I'm back to the middle. I've watched a little bit of it, but not all.
Vomiting to 7 o'clock in the morning. It seems unlikely, but I would imagine they're still collecting photographs now, and that we will see the full horror that is unfolding throughout the land. Unless it isn't.
Nearly got all the
Let me know. 0345 6060
quartz now. Because I need 10 full stacks, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9 and 26. Oh, and the pickaxe I've been using. Fortune 3, Unbreaking 3, Efficiency 4. Huh? What?
I'll carry on. I think perhaps
Oh, right, sorry, I said something else. Because it's got Unbreaking 3 and Mending 1 on it, I've only been using it for quartz ore, and throughout this whole time, it hadn't taken any damage. So, providing it's only used for quartz ore, we have an immortal pickaxe. Because I started using it for regular blocks that netherrack, and then immediately within a few, it died. No, it didn't die. It started taking damage. The content died. And I started in here with an XP level of 4 because I enchanted some normal diamond pickaxes just to make them last a little longer, and I've got up to 37 just from random no quartz ore.
Getting Swedes to come back out again. Same in Japan. They didn't do a lockdown either. It's very interesting what happened in Japan.
Right, mad cow. Mad cows. Normal. Normal. I'm pretty sure that's what the community person put it on. Leader. Yeah. I think I put it on normal. I'm going to be taking a proper break now. I say proper because my dinner is going to be ready in about 5 minutes. And then I'm going to have dinner and then come back on. But my girlfriend's going to be on as well. So she plays on the big screen. I play on my tablet. But I get the tablet incorporated into the stream as well. So I'm just gonna put a BRB screen on because I cannot be bothered to start the stream then restart it. It's just hassle, man. But yeah, I am gonna put a BRB screen on. I'm gonna turn the mic down way low and put the background noise up. So I will be back in about 15-20 minutes maybe if you're still around. If you decide to move on, that's perfectly fine. You know, thank you for coming in. I always appreciate it when people come in and just talk. Cause I'm not a big streamer. I don't get many people coming in. So when one person comes in, I try to pay attention. I'm really bad sometimes if I'm concentrating. I don't see the chat, and then I look at the chat and someone said hi like a couple of times and then they've gone and then I'm like, oh no, they're just gonna think I'm some asshole. But yeah, thank you for popping by. If you don't, that's okay. Please come back. You seem pretty cool. But yeah, I'll be back in about 15-20 minutes. But, bye for now.
A financial institution to me. The banks are certainly
It's the fact that we're getting on that makes us more defeatable. For us to know so much more defeatable.
stop doing that, and to my mind, all of the things that I used to do, I think are important. Previous to this, just the concept of living in the country away from the city, filming what on earth are people doing? I've essentially done that while I'm not going into the countryside. I might as well have lived in Dunham for the last 2 years. That kind of lifestyle he's hung up on himself. I guess that he was completely delusional. He couldn't be more convinced of the process which he was in. 6060 times 73. Podcasts, good advice, it's that explains a lot. Jonathan says, I think that the government will be happy after today. Instead of returning to normal life with no climate change. Well, what's happening? Of course, information coming from Leeds, Newcastle, Manchester, South East and West. What's it like in Cornwall, for instance? What's it like in France and Spain? What's it like in Australia? This text says, my name is Emma from Scotland. Well, that's good to know. If you stay in Scotland, then always know where you are. Don't move, muscle. It's not necessarily more than this text. Tell me what her name is. And she's that's not from Scotland. My hair was, of course, a lie. No, the stuff we learn on this show about education is not really. Narrow texts. I think the organisations that didn't tell me did so because they were sure there would be a large amount of people wanting drugs, haircuts, etc., without maintaining the prescribed distances. They're watching what happens in the next few days, and then we'll see. And if I'm not right in its way, we'll stay at home. Maybe you in Canada might be finding something fun to celebrate at home without drinking, because I'm too tired. You deserve it, please. Which is a lot. And if you are in need of amusement, then I think you're right. It's called What's Your Problem in which Karen Giver and I try to solve from your app store in the area. It is all social hard X too smooth. Classic FM. It's relaxing. And many podcasts as well. If you don't do that, then just ask it by name on the internet. Nick and Carol. This is ABC Hangout. It's 10:30. News headlines.
After almost 15 weeks, pubs, restaurants and hotels have been able to reopen their doors in England today. That's along with cinemas, hairdressers, restaurants and theme parks. Overnight stays in November are also allowed, which brings with it a much-needed boost to the economy. But Boris Johnson reminding people going out this weekend to do so, but stick to social distancing rules. Until police officers have broken the law and 9 others have been injured after trying to break up an illegal road in West London. Reports were thrown in New York City last night. Police were alert and then moved to close the night night officers are being safe in more than 10 days.
Listen, it's always tough as a man. But lately, we can use them to your advantage. Because thumbs can do everything. Always think things are okay. So now you can learn the puzzle and sit down to the job you've got to. Even when you're inside the job, you can find where you're parked, set the temperature before you get in, check how much the battery has charged, and check your charging for the electricity checklist. And you have to feel like you have a peace now. Thumbs up.
Visits the shops. An afternoon in a front garden. That's in the track. Perhaps something more intense. Or maybe you want to relax and get out. Whatever you've missed, get out there and enjoy it again safely. Find out how uk.com/enjoy summer safely.
We can transfer most old pensions together into one simple online plan that's jargon-free with no hidden fees, so you know you're on track.
Daddy, this is just like your
Need pension product? Download the app or visit pensionbee.com to sign up.
It's built in, and if you'd like to hear some fascinating guests talking about their pets and what they mean to them, do check out my brand new podcast. It's called Your Strength Calls. Easy people what to expect.
We have a 99% king-size bed, and I'm hanging on by my collars.
Sometimes pleased to see me. With me, really do. Listen up. You got your podcasts.
Down to it's only going to pub for all restaurants anytime soon. The problem for me is that it's impossible to tell whether or not other people are exercising the proper precautions to prevent spread of the virus and washing hands and using sanitizer. Of course, it will always be impossible to know whether people are using the necessary precautions or taking them. So you have to make a decide. This is a DIY job. This is take your own precautions. 62% of customers have a top on what they eat and drink out will be based on social distancing measures. 62%. That number said that they didn't want to go out and eat and drink anyway. Even though that was the most popular drink out to be less than 20% of respondents intended to visit a pub or a restaurant immediately upon reopening, and 30% have made a plan to do so before the end of the year. Everything is doomed. All because we let down. In the future, people will look at this and enjoy it. I think this is the biggest thing we use on people history. If we just put masks into the hands of the general public in large amounts and tell everybody to wear it and carry on as before, then we would have realised this. Unless you know otherwise, in which case you must. Nick texts, why am I lay in bed listening to fireworks? Is it for Silly Saturday or July the 4th not in America? Let's have Stacey. It's television, Susie. You don't get any points for watching television. It's lean back entertainment, not lean forward. Love Island. Why would anybody watch that? I mean, do you feel as though you just have a 3-course meal do you feel a little bit dirty, Susie? Do you feel as though perhaps we could have done something very clever, like not watching Love Island on regular tours? If you stop watching those programs, they will stop making them. I promise that's true. It still sounds like I'm doing a show of retail. Gentlemen, it won't be. I've done nothing. Rob texts, I think there is still a great party in White City Estate last night, pre-entry by way to the corner. It's a no from Gary. I've talked about that sort of thing years ago. I knocked down with the kids. Even though you seem hit and with it. It's not
Oh,
If I actually turned on the microphone, that might help. Yeah, you might hear some female voice. I swear that is another person in the room.
It's a lot. Yeah, gamer tag Dolphin0405.
Shut up! She's trying to give you. She's trying to. That's my girlfriend. She's trying to give you her gamer tag.
Dolphin0405.
No. You see at the top where it says FLC.LBC.
Or on the big screen. Oh, you can't see it.
Yeah.
Oh no, you can. Just about see it. Yeah, you can see it. You can't see your face, but you can see it.
Nobody needs to see your gamer tag. It's FLC.LBC, no spaces. So like literally right above
That's
my
too
head.
long to write out.
Shut up.
No.
When you're streaming, you deal with your audience. I'll deal with my audience, okay?
I am telling my audience. Dolphin0405.
You're not even streaming right now. Oh dear.
Oh shit.
You alright?
Yeah, just drop it back in.
Oh, I'll hand that to you now as well.
Thank you for doing more food and water.
Huh?
Thank you for doing food and water.
No problem. Oh, that person that typed there, mad cows. I was saying about Coco earlier because we got to about 9:45, and that's when she started going like that, and I was explaining, and they went, "Oh, I love dogs, or I love animals, or." I can't remember exactly what they said, but I said, "Hold on a sec." So I got the camera and showed it around, kind of thing.
Why is she whining?
So she does that every day.
What? When
Every day when you finish at 10, any time in between 9:30 and 10, she starts getting a bit.
Go.
That's why when you do finally get her to sleep, she goes a bit nuts.
Hi, do you miss Mummy? I didn't realise you missed me that much. Oh, you cutie. I was looking at puppies today. Alfie's getting a puppy from Romania. And he's getting it sent over or something. Oh.
Sent over?
Yeah.
From Romania?
Yeah. Like they've already paid the money and everything. Oh, excuse me.
That just sounds a bit.
Yeah, I know. And I was saying I'd love to look into rescuing another greyhound.
Yo, I'm back. Hello,
yo,
I'm
yo,
back.
Yo.
That's his name. He says, "Yo, I'm back. Hello, back. Hello, back. No, hello, back. Hello, back to you."
Right. Can I go jog around?
Yes.
Good girl. Morning.
A tomorrow job.
I like this video short and saying that the house is tomorrow.
Yeah, so Mad Cow, now the big screen, all that over there, that will be my girlfriend's perspective, and the screen over there, debatable. The screen over on the right hand, the right hand side, that's me playing on this tablet here. That's what I love about Minecraft Bedrock, the whole crossplay thing.
Okay. So this is the vet bill.
Yeah.
£103.97, which is fine because I have to pay that when you get paid.
Yeah, sure.
So they've definitely took off the £100 that I paid last month, which I was a bit worried about because I've done it bank transfer and I didn't.
Well, that's the thing. As long as you put like the reference.
Oh yeah, it said to put the animal's name and your last name. So yeah, right. Anyway, that was roughly that.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, you wanted the finish on.
Yeah. I just wanted it on for a few minutes because I was just feeling very warm once I got up. There we go. Alright. Back into the nether we go. And hopefully it won't be too long before I've got the rest of the nether quartz. So I need to change. So when I sit in this position here, the laptop is like 6 foot away from me. When I'm in the other seat, the laptop is right up close to me. Bada bing, I cannot see the chat. Oh, there we go, I can see now. That's better. Put that there. Yep, there we go, that's better. So let's go. Oh no, I don't want to go back home. Hola, Fella de Lopo 12 YT. I'm going to assume the YT stands for YouTube. I'm sorry, I do not understand the language you are speaking. Jesus Christ, I need to. Right. Okay. Hold on. Let's see. Darn. No. Okay, we do not give up. We are not. Mama didn't raise no whatever. Fuck's sake, maybe she did. Oh crap. Damn. I know it's like one of the rules of Minecraft, you don't dig straight up or straight down. But, okay, I think that was our problem block there. I'm trying to get back into the middle. This is going to be a bit of a... Oh yeah, we're only going 110. Hey, Mad Cows. Okay, we were having some lava issues, but I think I've sorted that out now. We'll just have to wait and see. Okay, see now I've got a flat level. This will be easier to deal with any. Oh no, that's one. I don't want to be in that height. Yeah, this is height. I want to be 117. Do I have another pickaxe? Yeah, that was about to die. That was nearly dead. Okay. And you need a little bit of quartz on now. Oh, I even got to come up to the camera for a treat earlier. Because I had the camera on top of the laptop where it is now, like obviously when it's there. I lifted it up, turned it around and pointed at her, then I grabbed one of the treats I had stashed there.
Already done it?
Yeah, I told you I've already done it. It's also just press play. I had one of the treats I had there, and I put it right next to the camera. She proper came up to the camera, and then that was quite cute.
Good girl, go.
Yeah, she's been quite good today. Oh yeah, hello. You can jump.
Would you be able to use your water bottle just tiny bit when you get set?
Yeah, hold on.
Just when you get set.
The water bottle, I actually normally keep it over here.
Oh yes. I've done flowers everywhere. How?
It felt like I nearly hit the door.
I've got 3 beehives in my village.
Did you what?
3 beehives in my village now.
Oh, 3, okay.
Yeah, because I've got one up here, I've got lots of flowers around. So I went to that place with all the flowers. And I came back with loads. I've got one on, I've got basically one on each side and then one in the middle. The one in the middle is my proudest one. I think it looks sick. I don't know what I've done with it.
That looks pretty cool, yeah.
Looks awesome. I've got a cleric, 2 librarians, a farmer, and a fisherman. And they've all got their own beds. You got the control for TV.
Oh shit, yeah, sorry.
Hey! Come on, Coco. Come on. Yeah, so I put flowers basically everywhere because just to make it look nice. Just need to get a door for that. Come on then.
Oh crap.
Come on. Pick it up.
Hey Madcap, how you doing?
Yeah, these two wanted to sleep in the same house, even though I've got a separate house for them, but whatever. Okay. Oh, you've got a treat up there.
Yeah.
She sniffed it out. Good girl. Yeah, I've traded with everyone as well, so everyone's all locked in. Right, so I've got all the village. I wouldn't mind more villages, but for now it's alright. Hey, Mr. B. Good girl, Coco. Oh no, I've brought the cats back to the village as well. All of the cats that I could find in the village, I brought them back by boat. So now I've got cats roaming around.
So now that would have been kind of handy to have. Oh, FLC Dr. LBC.
Dolphin 0405.
Although technically I'm not playing on my Xbox. So I'm now on the tablet. So if you send me like a friend follow, I won't see it until I next go on there, which will be tomorrow. Yeah, I definitely think I'm over one of the new basalt biome places. Hello again, sorry, write it in Spanish. Yeah? That's someone else in there. Yeah, really not now, because this is not the most ideal position for
That's
this.
what I was doing. Remember now, I got some doodles.
Doodles.
Yes, doodles. Clay to turn into bricks because I wanted to do.
Oh, you know what? These can just stay there. This is not worth it. Not worth it.
That's what I wanted to do. Oh, shouldn't have playing this.
Oh, for God's sake, come on, let me get stuck. Oh, he's just a little tiny one.
What do you think?
Ooh, actually. Oh, yeah, I'm like, oh, what? Oh, I thought that was the part where you started building it. Christian, greet me. Great me. I think greet or great. I can't greet. Greet. Hello. This is Christian. I can't pronounce that, so I apologise for my ignorance.
What do you do?
Oh god, this is so complicated right now. One false move, and I'm at like 110 and I can see nothing down there. Hey, mad cows. Okay, get back to the tunnel. The tunnel is safe. Every now and then, like I'll find an open cabin bit, and there'll be lots there, so I go off on a little adventure, and then get to the point where it's just like it's not safe anymore. Oh, there it is. Jesus Christ.
Are you serious right now? I made you sit, you fucking arsehole. Oh, I want to do that one. Not, broadcasting.
42. I need 22 more blocks. Which one are you talking about, on the big screen or on the little screen? The big screen. That's the one that I was playing on for a little bit earlier. That is that's the Chroma Hills. Yeah, because when I was playing on Chroma Hills, I was in the Nether. So this is Chroma Hills in the overworld. The big screen, Chroma Hills overworld. The small screen, which is what I'm playing on, that's just the plastic texture pack. Because it's just when I'm playing on the tablet, the more high resolution the texture pack is, the greater the lag. Because it's only a tablet; it doesn't have the the same graphical power of a console. So yeah, I just play something low res. Pardon me, keeps it nice and smooth. Sure.
I'm sure that.
Maybe sit straight for a bit if you can. Do you think that would help?
I need to have it so that my back is straight and have that push back. I'm trying to do it gently because I think that hurts.
Oh, okay. Sounds like you need to have a long soap bath.
No, but I'm not.
I was, but
She's singing like that, isn't it?
if not, could be someone.
Is that your tummy rumbling?
Probably from digesting because she had eaten food.
That's what my boxes are down. I thought I might time. You come with me.
Oh no, they're not gross then. Oh no, wait, hang on.
No, no. Come on, up. Okay, up. Come on. Come on. Good girl. Good girl.
hear you and you're extremely loud, but I can't see you.
Right, you can fucking stay out there. I'm not going to come inside.
I just see some zombie pigmen, like zombie pigmen, whatever, and I suddenly thought, oh, now I got my gold boots on.
Oh.
You're from Mexico, wow. One place I haven't been. My mum's been to Mexico, but I haven't. Not that I'm that, worried about not having ever been to Mexico. But
What are you doing?
what's up?
I'll just get one from the wrong place. Okay. Step back. Good time to go soon. Really can't wait for my weekend.
What?
I really can't wait for my weekend.
Oh.
It's going to be so nice. Three again. How do I stop drowning from coming in the water?
I do not know.
I wonder if it will work if I get like glowstone or sea lanterns in there.
Right. The daytime or nighttime is out of interest. Do you have a clock?
No.
Okay. I was just wondering like how far through nighttime you got. Well, no, I just wondered, that's all. Oh, shit.
That's about the middle-ish, just after, I think.
Oh, so if you look up, it's just slightly off at an angle. So it's either about to hit midnight or it's just gone midnight.
I think it's just gone, because I'm pretty sure it's
Oh, so it's going away from the centre of the photo. Oh, okay, that means, yeah, it's probably just gone then. Okay then. Oh, for God's sake. Right. There for a moment. a spare one for me? No.
Oh, I got some more slime balls for here. Because I found a slime. I think it was at that village actually. It was night time when I was getting there.
Well, the little screen. That is the plastic texture pack. Because it just keeps things really low resolution, so it plays a bit nicer without as much lag. What did you say, honey? You got some more slime? I heard you say
Yeah, I got some more slime from the village that we were taking the villagers from.
Oh, okay. It's nice and basic, so it is easy to recognise things, especially when you're playing on a tablet. I mean, if I was playing on the console, I'd definitely prefer to use the Chroma Hill one.
I think my next mission is to get a enchanting room.
Enchanting room?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if I get the cow population built up again, then
Well, I've got a few cows at the minute. That's what I'm doing with my cows.
Okay.
I think I accidentally killed Leggy as well, because I can't find him. Oh. It was an accident.
You killed Maggie. Yeah, on the tablet it's the plastic texture pack. I just did that, so tomorrow, oh no, I have a white cable, please. Thanks. Cheers, bruv. Whenever I say it like that, I just think about Delboy and he's like, cheers, brother. Yes, my son. Oh, Kirsty, I didn't realize they were getting declined. Oh, it was caught around that bit and then see it. Oops. Oh, my pen.
Yeah, we finally sorted out our boxes.
Oh. Oh, Dave's home as well. Just gonna. You want to jump anywhere?
Yeah, I have done this, like, I haven't just randomly put flowers out. It's all done.
Oh no,
by
I can see.
like,
I can see. Yeah.
then with the added vine from that, and it's really good. So, like,
We need to sort out the sugar farm a little bit.
it's going pretty well. Oh, fuck off, you fucking asshole.
What?
Beetroot, do not go there.
He'll put it where he wants it.
I don't care. I need fucking...
Well, they're in. You do realise when you have a farmer there, you're not in charge anymore. He is.
Don't give a shit. I need wheat.
I need wheat. That's why I'm in charge of my own farm. Got a lovely wheat farm. What do you need wheat for?
To breed cows.
Oh.
You have to wheat.
Oh god, there's so much wheat here.
Okay, do you know what? Is there actually any point in having a farm? There's not, is there?
Well,
All
if
they do
you...
is get rid of the crops and the crops go nowhere.
No. It's...
Hello?
Hello?
Hold on.
Meagle.
What?
Meagle Meister. Crud, it's buffering.
It's buffering. Oh, sorry. I will be going over Twitch soon. The mix is closing. I apologise if it's buffering.
Buffer wee!
Meagle Meister. Is that what it said?
Yeah, Meagle Meister.
I can read.
I can weed! I can weed, I can weed, I can see. I will scream, I will scream, I will do.
Put some headphones on. Oh, what are you doing?
But I think they're a bit too big for.
He's on the go.
If that was like Cleo or Mia, they'd just be like trying to get it off.
You go.
She's not doing shit.
No. Right, so, what were you going to say? Is there any point? Oh, thank you for the Sparkies. What were you saying? What is the point in having a farmer?
Oh, emerald and trading. What have they got anyway?
Not a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, I've already locked in this thing now, haven't I?
Yeah.
I can't. If I put the compost over there, will it go over there? Because I don't give a shit about the potatoes and carrots.
Yeah, he'll go over there.
Thank you for the Sparkies. Oh, I'm glad it's fine. Good.
Yeah, you will just have it on.
But what am I wearing headphones? I got the cat. No, not cow. Cow's wearing too. Yeah, if I put the doodah over there, will that work?
Well, in theory, hopefully,
No,
he should
don't
just.
shut the fucking door on me.
That's his house.
I don't care. But in theory, he should come over here, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sparkling. Yeah. Yeah, sort out fucking carrots and potatoes, mate. I'll sort out the wheat. Some shit stuff. So weird. I've got plenty of sparks, over 100,000, so I'm giving a bunch of people. Ah, well, thank you, I appreciate it. I think I've got like 1 million now, haven't I?
Yeah, you've got over 1 million you haven't used.
forget about it. Thank you, I appreciate it. Stop shutting the fucking door on me, mate. You're not looking in there. Why are you opening it? Move. He just goes through the door. Thank you. So, come on. It's fine, mate. I'll do your job for you. I'll get that. I know, I said that you could do them, but you're not doing them quick enough. Yeah, don't look at me. Alright, see you later, Meagle Meister.
Meagle?
It's Meagle Meister.
Meagle? What Meagle?
Meagle.
Yeah, you said Meagle.
No, I said Meagle.
It sounded like you said Meagle.
Meagle. I know I fucking thought.
Meagle, Meagle, Meagle. Meagle, Meagle Meister.
That's right, that's it.
Meagle, Meagle. Just the one time. See that Meagle Meister. Right. 2, 4, 6, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9.
I didn't.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I need a hole. Right, I can do 4 fucking rounds. Oh, I should go back to the village actually. Send that one to me.
Hi, hi, hi.
Yeah, that's a lot, I'm afraid. Right, so let's find a house first. Why don't I put that in there? Why don't I give him that in there? Mate, if that's moving there. Yeah. Okay.
Eat, frog. Oh.
Yeah, cool. Actually, I'm going to fucking nitwits. Fuck off, you better get a job. Well, fucking put down everything. They don't want to do any of it, so they're fucking awesome. Yeah, I'm giving them jobs. It's like,
I don't know if nitwits can get employed.
well, I'm guessing not, because I've literally put down the
Because I remember nitwits are the ones that have green shirts, and I'm not sure if they can be employed. The one that just have brown shirts but you can't trade, I think it's like they can be.
I want more fucking villagers with jobs in my fucking place. And then Mr. Brown, on bed. I apologise for interrupting you. So in theory, if I could do this shit up. No. Why isn't it sparkling? I'll put it down in this. I'm just going to move you to a smaller house. Just like that, I can fucking see I'm moving someone. Oh, God. Ow. Oh yeah, look, I done
That looks like a bonsai. Oh, wait. Jungle?
No.
Akaka?
No.
Spruce?
No.
No, that's spruce.
That's spruce.
Oh?
Yep.
And that's what we birds and right outside then? Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, right. No.
Okay, I should have now, okay? And then in here, if it's big enough, I'll put the do you have people enchantment? What do you do like the enchantment table? Enchantment room, sorry. Enchantment house, actually. Excuse me, sorry. So I've put all my stuff down now. So I've got all my million. Whoa, mate. What to do with honey, by the way?
You can make honey blocks. And they're quite cool blocks to like build stuff with.
Mm. Oh, I now have an unlimited supply of honey.
Cool.
Okay. The grindstone that you disenchant stuff with, isn't it?
Yes, it disenchants. Disenchants and repairs, don't forget. So if you're trying to repair something that is unenchanted, or in my case, I've got a few bits of enchanted armour that I just know I'm not going to repair. So they're like right down, and I've got some pickaxes on me actually. They're both. That's what I'm using for general usage. Like Unbreaking 3, Efficiency 4, Unbreaking 1, Efficiency 1. The health bar is it's this big. You can't see any colour on there anymore. So I'm going to put them both into the grindstone, repair myself a diamond pickaxe, and get some enchantment levels back.
Oh, fuck no. Yeah, no, basically, I just was wondering because it makes sense to put the grindstone in where I'm going to have the enchanted wood.
Yes, yeah, it was. Oh, well, when you put in the anvil, like a repair thing.
Right.
Whatever way you're going to end up using it, I suppose.
Right, so if I remember correctly, it's so 15 or 17 bookshelves I need, isn't it?
15.
15.
Although, just to make it look good, I have loads.
Yeah.
It just, because when you put 15 around, it just doesn't, it just kind of looks a
can't
bit
make it
weird. Yeah.
Right, okay. So I need to make boots. Which obviously is leather and paper, I believe. Leather and paper. That's fine.
3 leather for 1 paper. No.
Yeah. 3
No,
paper.
3 paper for 1 leather. Yeah, that's it.
For bookshelf, it's 3 books and 6
planks. Hello, what's the sugar? I'm just harvesting it actually to plant some more.
Yeah, that's how I need to sort out the sugar, but I don't know how. I'm not sure whether to have like lines of dirt going across this water bit here and have the sugar on that. I just don't like how it is now. Like, I really don't like it. Okay, you bits me. Fuck off then, man. You've got to die, man.
Yeet! That was brilliant. No.
Oh, I can never get you to die. Come on, mate. You want some? Yeah? You fucking want some? Come on in. Yeah, keep disappearing because you're fucking lousy. Come on then. Come at me, bro. Where you at? Where you at? There you go. Come on. What are you doing? Come on. What are you doing?
There we go. The template.
Okay.
Done.
Hello. Hello. Thank you. That was nice. What are you doing? Hello. Hello. What do you want? Oh, Jude. Yeah, mommy knows to do. What do you want now? Okay. What do you want? Right, let me just get inside. Come on. Come on. No, don't look one yet. Okay. No, it's this one.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm redoing my storage room outside.
Okay.
I thought it's meant to be a community room. What's the point in having like a secret storage room or storage room underground? Might as well like have it above ground, looking all like ground with a big ass roof or whatnot. Oh man. Marsha or where's that spell? Is he still there? Still there?
Okay, leave your bits in, please. Okay. Oh, sitting on me. Love it. Yeah, that's good.
That's what random times I can go on a show. I'm breaking. Oh. So you got I'm breaking free. I'm really just looking for efficiency. I don't really care for break. But I'm breaking free, but I could have more stuff, or I could go for efficiency 1.
What is my doodah block? Is it efficiency or is it something else?
Oh yeah! I'm breaking free. Efficiency 4. Silk touch. I'm happy with that. Let's go for another one. Fortune 2 on a pickaxe. I mean a shovel. Or definitely so. I could definitely get efficiency 2. Or I could go for something with fortune. Because it might have something better than efficiency 2. Yeah, just fortune 2. After the map. Oh yeah, off the road. Let that efficiency. Yeah, I want this one. Oh, that's nice. Oh, this is better. Oh no. Something satisfying about that sound.
Oh.
I've got to the end, so it's fine detail panel.
What do you want? What do you want? Oh.
I know the treats are up there. That's the space cleared out. Dump this crap. Dump the crap that I don't need.
Playground stop, please.
Cold, cold. Ow, ow. Cold, cold.
Yes.
I'm in love with the cold, cold. Hey, yo.
What?
Oh no, hang on, that's just stone. I don't want stone. I just remembered. I want smooth stone. I forgot about that. I'm like, why did this just seem like normal, regular shitty stone that I wanted? I'll put it back in the furnace. Smooth stone, that's better. Ah, damn it. Now I've got a bunch of cobblestone again. I can't even pick up. So.
Every fucking time.
Every fucking time. Hello, goodbye. Very free. Preparing this enchant these. Still a favourite. Ah, my God, you fucking retard. I had a shovel on me the whole damn time. Could have a diamond, I didn't realise. Could we sleep? Could we sleep? Could we sleep? Keep it deep, keep it deep, keep it deep. Ready to far away. Ooh, seems to cook that. Is it better? That looks nice and light, you remember. People listen.
I want to count them, but at the same time, if I get more fucking wheat, I can do more.
Yep. just got to keep breeding them until they look like they're, you know, about to burst out or glitch out of whatever you've got them in. That's pretty much what I did.
Where's the other version? That's one. I'm going to do this now.
Or at least try and get the floor done.
And spider. No big windows open, no, just a little one. Big pesky window. I really need that light because things are very died.
You probably had lots of friends and a nice funeral.
No, so Nick got his friends. None of them know that he died suddenly.
Floor done looking quite good.
Sorry?
I got the floor done and that was quite good.
I didn't mean to hit that.
I know. Oh, yeah.
Stop fucking pushing about.
I've got some blitzed arrows. I've got 10 arrows, and they won't move. And they're not enchanted. I ain't got anything like curse of blah 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 on anywhere. Hey, that's not what I want to move. I've got all the materials on my person to finish the walls. I've done the floor. I just need to go downstairs to get the rest of the standard diorama to do the ceiling. 12, 10, what was that? Put the archive on this. That is the tomorrow, man. Ah, no. Ah, that worked out pretty well. Everything now that had any kind of timer isn't due until like at least 2 hours. So that when anything's finished on a timer that's like going past 12 o'clock, I just put the word tomorrow, and then I don't look at that. The only reason I did one just then was because it was meant to time up at 10 past 12, and I was like, yeah, chances I'm still going to be up at about 10 past. I can make an exception for that one. You can slip through the cracks, but then after that, everything. Oh, hey. I already did that. Yeah, I think I've got like a few. But do you notice what I'm saying about when you craft something, it puts all of what it can into the crafting grid, and it takes it away from your inventory. So if you're crafting and you fill up your inventory, you think, great. You back out the crafting menu, and then it ends up on the floor, and you're like, what happened there? Oh, it's to just put it onto the crafting table. I don't like.
No, it's awful.
Yeah, it's a bit. I mean, it's not like, oh, for fuck's sake. It's just like, I'll get used to it. It's not a massive game changer. It's not like they changed the amount in which get craft. It's just how it's done. It's just a bit. Oh, mix Facebook.